Chapter 940, Dividing the Treasure. If the three of us leave together, let's clean up those people from the ancient lineage first. Although they are all shady characters, if one of them breaks through to the nascent soul stage, it won't be a good thing for the immortal sect. After making the decision, Yu Beiguang began to arrange things before leaving. There's no rush. After all, there are still more than 10 years. As long as 2 more nascent soul cultivators emerge, the overall situation of the immortal sect will remain stable. Besides, I haven't decided whether I want to go with you. The one who spoke was Kaingsing. His cultivation level was not yet at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, by using the secret techniques of the divine calculation palace to calculate the secrets of heaven, he discovered that if he left Earth Origin Star to pursue a higher realm, he would only have a less than 10% chance. However, if they stayed in the immortal sect, there would be a 20–30% chance of success. Although Kaingsing didn't understand why, it didn't stop him from thinking about it more carefully. After all, no immortal sect that left Earthly Star has ever successfully transformed into a deity. Although this time, with the starry sky great teleportation and the protection of the spirit venerable, the probability of finding a Taoist temple full of spiritual energy deep in the Milky Way is very high. Kaingsing was able to cultivate step by step to his current level because he planned carefully before acting. The book in the square inch, the inheritance of the divine mechanism palace, and the countless knowledge of the immortal sect have brought him to where he is today. Therefore, when his past successful experience conflicts with the best opportunity to leave, Kaingsing is also somewhat hesitant. I see. Then you should think it over carefully. However, if the spirit venerable and I are leaving, the immortal sect will need to start training 2 new nascent soul cultivators. When Yu Beiguang heard that Kaingsing's fate was still uncertain, she actually hoped that he could stay. After all, with him in charge, the immortal sect would definitely not be in chaos, and her reincarnated husband and daughter would be able to have a better environment and time to grow up. Basically, there are only a few candidates, but we still have to go through the motions. Kaingsing spoke nonchalantly, saying that among the next generation of immortals, Qi Yuheng was exceptionally talented. Although he followed the path of using his body as a boundary, as long as he could refine the membrane of heaven and earth, he might even become a deity or even cultivate a Dharma realm. As for the remaining one, since the Spirit Lord is leaving, as the guardian deity who has protected the immortal sect for thousands of years, it is necessary to arrange a new deity of the sea for him. From the perspective of balance, the water immortal is the most suitable. What do you plan to do with the Queen Mother's 2 inner cores, senior brother? However, Yu Beiguang had no interest in the new nascent soul stage. She only wanted to leave enough money for her reincarnated husband and daughter before leaving, so she asked about the most useful thing for Chen Mobai in this war. I have a use for the metal attribute inner core. I plan to use it as raw material, along with the 6th order star gold extracted from the Queen Mother's body, to refine a 6th order heavenly calculation bead. Although Kaingsing usually yielded to Yu Beiguang when it came to his own path, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly ordered the materials. As you know, among the younger generation of my Dance Weapon Academy, there is an outstanding nascent soul cultivator who cultivates the pure Yang scroll. That fire attribute inner core is quite suitable for him. I don't need anything else. I'll take this trophy for him. What do you think? Because the Spirit Lord was present, Yu Beiguang used the excuse of being a junior to cover up her actions, but she believed that Kaingsing must have understood her implication. Since my junior sister has said so, I certainly have no objections. On the immortal sex side, the nascent soul ancestor is the absolute authority. If the spirit venerable hadn't obtained the heaven and earth membrane of another world during a previous war, Qi Yuheng would certainly not have been given such 6th-tier resources this time. If the Spirit Lord doesn't contest the spoils, then Bai Guang and Kaienzing will have the final say on the spoils of Dragon God Star. And that star core, we need to replenish the spiritual energy we've used up on the journey, but if you don't come with us, you'll be at a disadvantage. What are your thoughts? At this moment, the Spirit Lord spoke up and asked Kaingsing. The star core contains the primordial spiritual energy of a world. Although its attributes do not match those of the star core and the white light, it can still be modified and placed on a magical artifact that traverses the starry sky, saving them the consumption of spiritual energy. Therefore, if the Spirit Lord were to leave this time, he would definitely take this star core with him. Then give me the Queen Mother's body. Kaingsing only made this request because for him, there wasn't much on Dragon God Star or even Earth Origin Star that could tempt him. Can Yu Baiguang and Lingzun had no objections, but if Kaingsing went with them, the Empress's body would likely be left behind for the immortal sect to study the mysteries of immortality. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, some extraordinary person from the immortal sects will be able to discover a new path to immortality for gods and demons. Besides the sea dragon god, there are two other divine crystals that I have already seen. They are indeed similar to the Tao Law fruit, but they will not recover after the core of the dragon god star is gone. In other words, they are for one-time refinement and use. Kaingsing then mentioned 3 other spoils he had found in this other world. The divine essence of the 3 dragon gods was born from the very origin of this world. If Dragon God Star disappears and is destroyed, even if these things are well preserved, they will be like trees without roots and water without a source. These gains are already quite good. Let future generations figure out their own ways. Yu Baiguang said something like this. She got to where she is today entirely through her own hard work and cultivation, so she doesn't think much of those things that require external help to achieve spiritual transformation. I wonder if the Spirit Lord favors the Water Immortal Palace Master or the Northern Underworld Venerable. Kaingsing turned to Lingzun and asked him the same question. You can make the decision on this matter. I only need a new nascent soul cultivator to take my place and oversee the sea. The Spirit Lord shook its head. It never liked to get involved in such matters, and it hadn't participated in starting this war, so it couldn't participate in the distribution of spoils. The 3 then went to the core of Dragon God Star, a mission that has continued for thousands of years, and it continues to this day. Who knows when it will ever end? The Spirit Lord's gaze seemed to pierce through the surface of the star core, revealing the demonic energy hidden deep within. He recalled the words that ancestor Long Chu had once spoken to him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of Chinese letter, Gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both emotion and reflection. The path of immortality of gods and demons. Above the immortal true spirit, there is a realm equivalent to pure yang, called star sacrifice to gods. This realm requires dividing one's true spirit consciousness into billions and entrusting it to billions of stars. After a long period of cultivation, all the stars to which one's true spirit consciousness is entrusted will be condensed into one. Upon reaching this level, the entire galaxy becomes one's eyes and brows. With a single breath, one can trigger annihilation and natural disasters. With a thought, one can perceive all phenomena in the world, infinite truths, and even destroy and reshape the universe. The great calamity that occurred at the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River was due to the birth of a demon lord at the star sacrifice god realm. The reason why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came to the earthly origin star was also due to this. Earth Origin Star is one of the billions of stars where the true spirit of that demon lord resided. Their dojo was destroyed because of this demon lord, and after learning the truth, they chose to come here to purify the demon lord's demonic thoughts. The most effective method of purification is to sow the seeds of the way. Although we don't know the current situation of the central Taoist temple in the Purple Cloud Star River, the fact that the immortal sect has been able to purify demonic thoughts with Tao laws for thousands of years without being hindered shows that this demon lord definitely has no spare energy to spare. Besides suppressing and purifying the demonic thoughts of the earthly star, the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect had another mission: to use the demonic thoughts within the star core as a reference, and to continuously absorb more stars entrusted by the demon lord using the boundary gate, a magical artifact obtained from the central dojo, so that they would converge towards the immortal sect. This is the origin of war. Both the Three-Eyed Clan and Pluto are alien worlds completely corrupted by demonic thoughts, and the battles between the immortal sects and them are becoming more and more brutal. The demonic thoughts deep within the star's core are drawn to each other, yearning to reassemble. The 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect received the mission from the central dojo to stop all of this. Of course, this is not voluntary work. There is compensation. For each star that is purified and destroyed by demonic thoughts, one can receive 1 Tao merit at the central Tao field. Taoist cultivation can be exchanged for rare treasures throughout the Zixel Star River, and even supreme secret manuals that record the mysteries of cultivating emptiness and merging with the Tao, such as the 7 great heavenly books brought by the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect, each of which is worth 1 Taoist cultivation. For thousands of years, the reason why successive generations of immortal cultivators have left Earth Origin Star is to return to the central Taoist temple of Zixel Star River, report this mission, and obtain their own Taoist cultivation. This matter has been passed down orally from generation to generation in the immortal sect. If the lineage of the divine transformation has ended, then the Spirit Lord will be responsible for educating those who come after. However, the Spirit Lord was getting old, and it knew that if it didn't return soon, it would turn into a skeleton in a few thousand years. So when it sensed the demonic disturbance within the core of the Earth Origin Star, it decided to take advantage of this opportunity to start a war, leave this place, and return to its homeland. It hopes that this mission, which has lasted for thousands of years, can come to an end in its own hands. After examining the core of Dragon God Star, the Spirit Lord returned to the immortal sect. It needed to awaken its dormant true form, which would take some time. Kaingsing and Baiguang, however, did not continue their seclusion. Instead, they issued an edict summoning all the nascent soul cultivators to the Lingxiao Palace. Not only those on Dragon God Star, but even those guarding Earth Origin Star, all received the decree. Chen Mobai arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, immediately with Master Chengxuan and Wenren Zuwei. They were found to be the fastest. The 2 immortal saints were already seated in front of the Lingxiao Palace, with a huge, long round table set up, and Kaingsing and Baiguang each sitting at one end. After bowing to the 2, Chen Mobai naturally sat down on the side with the white light. "Principal, you are the elder, you should sit in the first seat." After arriving in front of Baiguang, Chen Mobai pointed to the row of seats on her left and asked Chengxuan Shangren to sit in the first seat. The latter immediately declined, saying that the future belonged to the young people and that he was too old to sit in the second seat. Chen Mobai always respected the elderly and cared for the young. Just as the 2 were delaying each other, Yu Baiguang, who had changed into a pure white veil, became impatient and pointed to her left and right sides. "You 2 sit here." Upon hearing her words, Chen Mobai and Cheng Shuwen immediately obeyed and sat down on either side of Baiguang. Wenren Zuwei hesitated for a moment. Then, considering that she had the lowest seniority, she sat in the 4th position. A short while later, several nascent soul cultivators from the heaven-mending lineage arrived. It seemed they were delayed because they were waiting for Ying Guanghua and the others from the immortal sect. When Ying Guanghua arrived, he first brought his men over to greet Yu Baiguang, and also nodded and greeted Chen Mobai and the others. Chen Mobai noticed that the white light ancestor seemed to have glanced at Kingping Shangren twice, making the latter somewhat uneasy. It wasn't until he sat down next to ancestor Kaingsing that Master Kingping's complexion returned to normal. Subsequently, the Kunpeng lineage led by Qi Yuheng appeared before everyone. After bowing to Yu Baiguang and Kaian Xing, they took their seats in the center of the conference table. Then the 3 Absolutes Master, the Peach Blossom Master, and the Jade Flute Master arrived together, naturally coming to Baiguang's side. The 3 Absolutes Master and the Peach Blossom Master sat between Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei. Chen Mobai didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the white light ancestor seemed to have glanced at the 3 Absolutes Master a few more times, making the latter look a little uncomfortable. "We're still missing Master Yu Yi." At this moment, Wenren Zuwei realized that someone was missing. She thought of a possibility and immediately reminded Chen Mobai. The three of them formed a friendship when they were refining the fifth-tier water spirit talisman, so it was natural for them to help each other now. Ancestor, did you send your summoning talisman to Master Yu Yi? After glancing at the information on his phone under the table, Chen Mobai had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the old ancestor Bai Guang beside him. She's not one of us, so I didn't call her. I think my senior brother would have called her. Yu Beiguang spoke the truth, and Chen Mobai gave him a wry smile after hearing it. Yu Yi is on Dragon God Star, but she hasn't arrived yet, which means she hasn't received the notification from the Divine Transformation Talisman. Ancestor, should I inform her? Chen Mobai didn't dare to say that Yu Beiguang had done something wrong. He got up and went to the star-piercing ancestor's place. After confirming that he hadn't called Yu Yi either, he came back and asked a question tactfully. Then go ahead and shout. Yu Beiguang nodded immediately, and Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. He then immediately called Yu Yi. Upon receiving the call and hearing about the situation, Yu Yi immediately used her void travel ability to teleport towards the Ling Sail Palace at top speed. When she arrived, her face was slightly pale, clearly a sign of excessive consumption of her true energy and spiritual sense. Teleporting from Dragon God Star all the way to the outer void at full speed was almost too much for her, even as a nascent soul cultivator. Please forgive me, esteemed ancestors, for my lateness. When Yu Yi arrived, he didn't dare to say that he hadn't received a notification from his superiors, and could only apologize to the two saints of the immortal sect with a forced smile. Kaixing and Beiguang nodded, and then Yu Yi glanced at the seats and immediately sat down opposite Wenren Zuwei, giving Chen Mobai a grateful look. However, this scene made Yu Beiguang frown slightly. The observant Wenren Zuwei saw this scene and wondered when she would have the chance to remind Yu Yishengren. At this moment, with everyone present, Ying Guanghua stood up, indicating that the highest-level meeting of the three main halls of the immortal sect was about to begin. Ying Guanghua, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, was the host of this meeting. He began by recounting the achievements and losses of this war, setting the tone for a resounding victory under the wise and powerful leadership of the two immortal saints. All right, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. Ying Guanghua had Lan Haitian write a 10-page draft, but after praising the two leaders for only 3 pages, Yu Beiguang couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted him directly. Yes, then I'll keep it brief. Ying Guanghua immediately put on a fawning smile for Yu Beiguang, then turned directly to the last page of the manuscript, which contained a list of the most valuable spoils of war from this campaign. Beneath a small magical artifact, one virtual object after another appeared on the long conference table. It contains the inner cores of the two Queen Mothers, Jin and Huo, the Queen Mother's corpse, 5th-tier purple gold flame copper, 6th-tier star gold, the divine crystals of the 3 dragon gods, top-grade elemental crystals of earth and water attributes, and so on. For those things that cannot be represented concretely, words were used instead, such as heaven and earth, fetal membranes. Upon seeing these things, even Chen Mobai, a wealthy man who owned the entire eastern wilderness, couldn't help but breathe slightly faster. Since the two ancestors have made great contributions, I suggest that each of them take one of the metal and fire attribute inner cores. After putting down his manuscript, Ying Guanghua began by offering his initial thoughts. Although the allocation of these items would require a vote at this meeting, Kaixing had already given a general hint before the meeting even began. I second that. After Ying Guanghua finished speaking and sat down, Chen Mobai was the first to raise his hand in agreement. In everyone's eyes, the two of them represented the will of the two saints of the immortal sect, so upon seeing this arrangement, the other nascent soul cultivators also knew that this was the will of the two ancestors. The vote was unanimously in favor, with everyone raising their hands. Not a single person objected. No objections meant it was passed. If there were differing opinions, then the decision would be made by the two patriarchs. In that case, I'll write down the list of who owns these 2 items first. Upon seeing this, Ying Guanghua smiled and stood up. He then manipulated a small magical artifact to write the names of the two immortal saints on the two inner cores. It's written backwards, change it. However, just as Ying Guanghua finished writing, Yu Beiguang spoke up with a displeased expression. Everyone was astonished, because they all knew that Yu Beiguang possessed a heavenly metal spiritual root, which was why Ying Guanghua had written her name on her metal attribute inner core. For the fire attribute one, he had written Kaingsing. Now she says it's written backwards. So does that mean she wants something with the fire element? Why? Isn't this incompatible with her spiritual roots? Amidst everyone's confusion, they suddenly realized something and all turned to look at Chen Mobai beside her. This fire attribute inner core is useless for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but it can be used to refine the pure yang pearl. Because it possesses innate Taoist charm and is of the fifth rank essence, it can become the second primordial spirit as the owner of the artifact improves in the future. Even if Chen Mobai gets stuck at the nascent soul perfection realm in the future, he may be able to use this to obtain an incarnation at the divine transformation realm. Once they realized this, everyone understood immediately. The feelings were meant for Master Chen Yang. No wonder they said it was written backwards. Upon realizing this, Ying Guanghua immediately apologized, saying that he had taken it for granted, and then promptly changed the names on the two inner cores. They probably think I want to use this inner core to leave behind a foundation of nascent soul-level power for the Dance Weapon Academy. With this thought in mind, Yu Beiguang then ordered 2 taels of star gold for Abbot Chengshuan. This 6th-tier material was extracted from the Empress Mother's immortal body, although most of it was taken by Kaingsing, and some was used by her for sword practice. There were still 2 taels left over. This star gold can be refined into the Crimson Heart Mirror. After Yu Beiguang emerged from seclusion, he heard about Chengshuan's retreat at the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Although he despised such cowardly behavior, she was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator of the Wookiee lineage, and he had managed worldly affairs for hundreds of years, allowing her to cultivate in peace. Even if she hadn't made any great contributions, she had still put in the effort, so he was given this reward. Thank you both, esteemed elders, and thank you to all my colleagues for your recognition. Although he was very disappointed that he did not obtain the heaven and earth embryo membrane, he was still satisfied with the 2 taels of star gold. He stood up and thanked everyone. Chen Mobai was very envious of this. If he had 6th-tier star gold, he could probably upgrade the purple lightning sword again, and perhaps even give the immortal sect another 5th-tier, superior-grade peerless flying sword. However, since Master Chengshuan was more senior than him, and was also at the half-step nascent soul stage, he was completely convinced by the support he received from Ancestor Beiguang. Afterwards, the 3 Absolutes Master took a small piece from the Empress's body, intending to use it to study the technology of physical regeneration. Yuangsu and Beiming also took a piece, planning to place it in the Tao Academy for their own interested geniuses to study. Chen Mobai thought that since the 3 families already had it, his own Wookiee Tao Academy couldn't be without it either. Moreover, it was a good material for refining weapons, so he took the initiative to apply, and it was approved unanimously again. They each received a piece of meat, a piece of scale, and a section of dragon horn. The rest were all taken by Kaingsing. After these were distributed, the remaining 5th-tier purple gold flame copper, which was equivalent to elemental crystals of top-grade spirit stones, actually made everyone lose interest. But something is better than nothing. According to the distribution of merits, those who stayed behind to guard the immortal sect received less. Nangong Xuanyu chose a 5th-tier purple gold flame copper. As a sword cultivator, he would definitely prioritize improving his natal flying sword. Meanwhile, Yunhai Shangren, Meihua Shangren, Yuyi Shangren, and others chose top-grade elemental crystals, as well as some 5th-tier materials discovered underground in the Dragon God Star Sea. In addition to these, Ying Guanghua also announced that the Immortal Sect's finance department would distribute a war subsidy of 100 high-grade spirit stones to each nascent soul cultivator, and that they could even exchange them for top-grade spirit stones if they wished. This brought joy to Yu Zhao, Tao Hua, and Yi Yun. This was a huge fortune that they might not be able to accumulate even after 100 years of saving. Sure enough, they still have to make money through war. Chen Mobai was very happy about this. With this, at least he won't have to be so restrained when taking spirit stones from the immortal sects in the future. However, we should still be careful not to spend too much and cause an inflation of spirit stones in the immortal sect. Finally, let's talk about the heaven and earth membrane and the three divine core crystals. Ying Guanghua knew that this was the main topic of the day. After speaking, he glanced at the heaven and earth membrane and the divine rank of the earth dragon god, and then sat down. Since assuming the position of Hall Master Kaiyuan, Hall Master Qi has dedicated himself to his work with unparalleled enthusiasm and perseverance every single day. He never backs down in the face of challenges and difficulties, always maintaining a spirit of dedication and commitment, taking the maintenance of peace in the immortal realm as his own responsibility, and steadfastly remaining at his post regardless of day or night, heat or cold. Therefore, I believe that this membrane of heaven and earth rightfully belongs to Hall Master Qi. Yi Yun spoke up first for Qi Yuheng, as this kind of thing usually requires someone to speak for you. Since that's the case, Palace Master Ying is no less impressive, and I think he's very suitable as well. Gong Aijixu didn't say much, just this simple sentence to express his position. That's not right. Ying Guanghua only sat in the rear drinking tea and allocating resources during this war. In terms of merit and hard work, he is far inferior to Palace Master Qi, who took the lead and personally killed the insect beasts. I don't think he deserves it. The one who said this was Master Baiming. Among the nascent soul cultivators, he was known for his sharp tongue and outspokenness. There were very few people in the immortal sects that he liked. His greatest love in life was to criticize others. What do you know? A true warrior doesn't need illustrious battles. If it weren't for Palace Master Ying stabilizing the rear and mobilizing the resources of the entire immortal sect, you wouldn't even be able to activate the four symbols Dao Palace. Ying Guanghua's mouth double also spoke up. Although Yuangsu Shangren didn't like it, he was the only one present who could argue with Baiming Shangren, as they were of equal status. At this point, it all comes down to stance. Seeing this, Chen Mobai was not to be outdone. He said that Master Chengshuan had worked diligently for many years and had cultivated many outstanding weapon refiners for the immortal sect. The magical artifacts on the battlefield could only be activated with the help of weapon refiners. Therefore, he nominated Master Chengshuan. This was purely for fun, but because the White Light Ancestor was sitting next to him, the Northern Darkness Venerable suppressed the urge to mock him and decided to ignore him for now, turning his attention to criticizing Yuangsu and the heaven-mending lineage. This membrane of heaven and earth would be best if it could allow my immortal sect to have one more nascent soul cultivator. You are all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and you all have the potential to become nascent soul cultivators. However, it is still quite simple to distinguish between cultivators. Finally, Yu Beiguang couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, proceeding to the final procedure. That means we have to fight. Whoever wins will own this membrane of heaven and earth. Although Ying Guanghua knew he was no match for Qi Yuheng, he had no choice but to step forward under such circumstances, and ultimately he was defeated. Master Chengshuan simply smiled and chose to give up. He was convinced of Qi Yuheng's fighting prowess. When Chen Mobai heard that it was a duel to decide the winner, he was eager to try, but after all, he had a good relationship with Qi Yuheng and had obtained a lot of fourth-order insect beast corpses from him, so he still owed him a favor. Therefore, he ultimately did not make a move. Finally, it was time for the last 3 dragon gods to attain godhood. End of this chapter. Chapter 940, 1 by Guang's explanation. Chapter 940, 1 by Guang's explanation. Kaingsing spoke first, saying that the divine status of the 3 dragon gods could not be reused like the fruit of Dao Law. In addition, these divine crystals will also restrict cultivators, at most allowing them to cultivate a primordial spirit. After hearing all this, Chen Mobai instantly lost interest. However, apart from him, the other nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, who met the required attributes, all wore serious expressions. Regardless, this is a path to becoming a deity. Within the immortal sects, besides the fruit of Tao law, only the divine melody can assist in the nascent soul stage. And these two things are also hard for them to wait for. Regardless of anything else, the divine crystals of the three dragon gods are at least rare treasures of heaven and earth that can help those at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, if they succeed, the lifespan of those at the nascent soul stage will be enough for them to wait until the next war of creation, or perhaps they will even find a solution over the long course of time. I proposed to the palace master Shuixian that, over the past few decades, she has guided us in the hall of righteous law with wisdom and an attitude of following the nature of things and refraining from reckless actions. Although she may seem to do nothing on the surface, she has actually created a relaxed and orderly working environment that fully stimulates our enthusiasm and creativity, allowing all matters to proceed naturally and smoothly. Chen Mobai spoke first, defending his superior. Although he didn't know if Narcissus could become a god by refining the divine crystal, Chen Mobai understood that if she advanced to the next level, it would be entirely beneficial to him. First, he has repaid the favors he has received over the years. Second, she will definitely step down after she becomes a deity, and the position of master of the righteous law hall will undoubtedly belong to him. Moreover, after Narcissus transforms into a deity and takes control of a vast sea area, any resources that need to be laundered can be attributed to her. Chen Mobai even hoped that the Kunpeng Academy would object, so that Shui Xian would be at odds with them and prevent the Kunpeng lineage from becoming too powerful in the future. I think Master Meihua is quite good too. It was Yuan Su who spoke. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still had to speak up for his own people. Master Peach Blossom immediately gave Wenren Zuwei a wink, and the latter had no choice but to raise her hand and recommend Master Peach Blossom. However, to everyone's surprise, the Kunpeng lineage remained silent. It is clear that an internal consensus has been reached to abandon the crystallized divine essence of the sea dragon god. There were 3 candidates, and everyone immediately looked at Kaingsing and Baiguang. Among them, Master Plum Blossom was a disciple of Master Star Piercing, so everyone thought he might speak up for his disciple. What does junior sister think? However, Kaingsing turned to Yu Baiguang on the other side and asked, I got more spoils this time, so I'm willing to let Baiguang make the decision on these matters. Then let's go with daffodils. Yu Baiguang didn't mince words and directly chose Narcissus. After all, in her opinion, it was best to let the creatures of the sea handle matters in the sea. Moreover, it was Chen Mobai who recommended Narcissus. Upon hearing her words, Master Plum Blossom remained calm, for he was inferior to Narcissus in both cultivation and experience. The only one present who could rival Narcissus was Master Baiming. Thank you for your high regard, both patriarchs. Upon hearing the result, Narcissus breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood up to thank the 2 saints of the immortal sect. When she sat down, she was very grateful that she had built a good relationship with Chen Mobai over the years. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly today. The spiritual energy of the immortal sect cannot support too many nascent soul cultivators. Before Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian get their results, let's temporarily seal these 2 divine spark crystals. Kaingsing spoke up, saying that since he had not yet decided whether to leave or not, he would temporarily release the positions of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. If he leaves in the future, the divine crystal of the Earth Dragon God can be given to Ying Guanghua or Yuan Su. Upon hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivators whose attributes matched those of the remaining 2 divine crystals all showed expressions of regret. However, in the immortal sects, it was the nascent soul ancestor who made the decisions, so they could only nod in agreement. After the meeting ended, Kaingsing and Baiguang were the first to stand up. Respectfully seeing off the ancestor, everyone immediately stood up, but Kaingsing and Baiguang waved to the nascent soul cultivators of their own lineage, indicating that they had something to say in private. The remaining Kun Peng and Jumeng's nascent souls watched them leave, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then disappeared into the Ling Xiao Palace. The heavenly membrane is still outside of Dragon God Star. Now that Qi Yuheng has completed the procedures, he can begin refining it. The Kun Peng lineage's top priority right now is protecting Qi Yuheng's transformation into a deity. Narcissus felt the same way. She couldn't wait to go to the divine realm of the Sea Dragon God. Over the years, all the divine realms have been cracked by the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects. The core divine kingdoms and the divine crystals that form the foundation of those kingdoms are now within reach. However, halfway through her flight, Narcissus remembered something else and immediately changed course to the boundary gate. She wanted to consult the Spirit Lord about refining the divine crystal. Chen Mobai and the other two followed Yu Baiguang to a side hall in the Ling Xiao Palace, where there was a tea table and several stools. "Please sit wherever you like. Before I leave, I'll explain things to you." Yu Baiguang sat down first, and only then did Chen Mobai and the other two dare to sit down. They then sat up straight, waiting for her instructions. "When Dragon God Star is annihilated, I will leave through the boundary gate with the Spirit Venerable. Senior brother Kaingsing has not yet decided whether to leave or not." Yu Baiguang's style of doing things has always been swift and decisive, and his speech is no exception. His first sentence made the three nascent soul cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy look slightly surprised. It was at this moment that they understood why Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian had been given the opportunity to become gods. "I originally thought it was because the amount of spiritual energy in the immortal sect would increase after plundering Dragon God Star, but I didn't expect that it would take away two nascent soul cultivators. The central dojo is a long way away. The Spirit Venerable is determined to leave this time, probably to take advantage of the annihilation of Dragon God Star to launch the great space teleportation." Just as Chen Mobai and Master Chengxuan were silent, unsure how to respond, Master Yuxiao suddenly spoke up. Her words immediately surprised Chen Mobai and the other person. "Are we going to the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Galaxy? What is the great shift of the stars?" "That's right, so this is the most likely opportunity to go to the central dojo. I have already reached the nascent soul stage, so I will definitely try to reach the void refinement stage." Yu Baiguang knew the identity of Master Yuxiao, but his expression remained unchanged. "Your talent has indeed been wasted on this small earthly star. If the White Crane Dojo were still there, you might have been accepted as a personal disciple by that Tao Lord of the Immortal Sword Sect." Master Yuxiao spoke with emotion, and Chen Mobai and Master Chengxuan exchanged a glance, listening to their conversation. "Do you want to come with me? Maybe we can get back to the White Crane Dojo." Yu Baiguang asked the Jade Flute Master, who looked surprised. "I am only at the nascent soul stage, and I am afraid I cannot withstand the power of the Starry Sky Great Shift." "You may enter the realm of the Spirit Lord." Yu Baiguang's words made Master Yuxiao hesitate. After a long while, she sighed and shook her head gently. "Forget it. The White Crane Dojo has long been destroyed by the Demon Lord, and the Pill Cauldron sect has also been destroyed. Even if I go back, I won't have any acquaintances." Hearing her say that, Yu Baiguang didn't insist. "These are the notes left by Ancestor Yunya. Chunyang hasn't read them yet, so I'll leave them to you." As Yu Baiguang spoke, he took out a booklet from his own domain and handed it to Chen Mobai, who immediately accepted it respectfully. Master Chengxuan had read it before. Master Yuxiao was a very important person, and perhaps knew more than what was recorded in this notebook. Chen Mobai was very curious, but considering the current occasion, it was not appropriate to look at it, so he put it aside and listened to the ancestors' teachings first. "Next, I'll tell you something that only those who have reached the nascent soul stage throughout history could know. But since you two are qualified to become nascent souls, you can barely listen." Yu Baiguang began to explain the real reason why the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect came to the earthly origin star. This was the first time Chen Mobai had learned that the realm above the nascent soul stage was divided in this way. When he heard about the realm of star sacrifice to gods, he was even more shocked. In the end, one can cultivate to such great power. The demonic thoughts within the core of the Earth origin star have been purified over thousands of years, leaving only a trace. However, because the boundary gate is designed to attract other demonic planets, if the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect is cut off in the future, you should decisively take action to purify this last bit of demonic thought as well. Because the immortal sect is currently at its peak, whether it is the nascent soul stage or the war artifacts, once fully activated, it has the power to fight even if the three-eyed clan's Pluto star comes close again. Therefore, it still retains its demonic thoughts and follows the will of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. However, everything has its peak and then decline. If one day the immortal sect no longer has the strength to protect itself, then decisively purifying demonic thoughts and avoiding war is the right thing to do. Yes, ancestor. Chen Mobai naturally agreed with this after hearing it. In his view, starting a war was far too dangerous. Fortunately, the dragon god star they encountered this time had already been wiped out by the Queen Mother's calamity. After killing the Queen Mother, they easily won a great victory. If there are still native inhabitants of Dragon God Star, their entry would surely trigger a resistance from the will of heaven and earth, empowering these beings to fight against the extraterrestrial demons of the immortal sect. Without the Queen Mother, the immortal sect would likely face a 3-headed, peak-stage nascent soul dragon god, or even the Dragon King's guards within his divine kingdom, who had accumulated countless years of immortality through the art of eternal life. Compared to that, he felt that once he took control of the immortal sect, he could turn his attention to the heavenly river realm. With his leadership, the immortal sects can use the 5-element sect to quietly plunder the resources of the heavenly river realm to replenish themselves. It is very difficult for someone at the nascent soul stage to leave Earth origin star and go to the central dojo of the purple cloud star river. Chen Mobai could have waited until he had used the resources of the heavenly river realm to cultivate his void realm before going. If all else fails, go to the celestial realm of spirits, go wherever it's safest. After all, in the heavenly river realm, the legendary celestial venerable, water mother, ghost mother, and true king of the void are not just beings at the refinement void realm. According to Yu Baiguang, even in the central dojo of the purple cloud star river, a person at the Tao integration realm is a powerful being, known as a true immortal. In other words, the Linkong immortal realm at least has the cultivation techniques and resources that would allow Chen Mobai to achieve the Tao integration stage. This is the Queen Mother's inner core. It's useless to me, so you can take it. At this moment, Yu Baiguang suddenly took out a crimson fist-sized inner core and placed it in front of Chen Mobai. This. Chen Mobai's eyes widened, and he froze on the spot. When the spoils were being distributed, he wondered why Yu Baiguang would choose a fire attribute inner core, but when it was given to him, he never dared to imagine it. After all, although he was from the dance weapon lineage, he had only met this ancestor once. No matter how much he favored the younger generation, giving him a 5th-level peak inner core was something he would never dare to dream of. This item is far too precious. I am unworthy to accept it. Chen Mobai thought about it for a moment, but still felt it wasn't appropriate for him to accept it, so he declined for the time being. After I leave, our lineage will be without a nascent soul cultivator to oversee it, and you are the most likely candidate. Here, you can refine this into a pure yang pearl, which will be a rare treasure for you, but for me, it is merely a pretty ornament. Take it. Yu Baiguang spoke casually, but she had thought about this explanation for a long time, just so that she could give the item to Chen Mobai without letting others notice anything amiss. The principal is already at the half-step nascent soul stage, and this thing is fire attribute, so why not give it to him? This thing is useless to me. At most, it can only replenish some vital energy and improve my body tempering. My great Tao lies in the Cantong Qi. The ancestor has already secured star gold for me, so Chun Yang, you shouldn't refuse it. Master Chengxuan immediately interrupted Chen Mobai. He understood perfectly well that, within the entire immortal sect, only Chen Mobai was qualified to possess this inner core. The Jade Flute Master standing to the side was somewhat puzzled. Like Master Yu Yi, she was unaware of the inside story and also felt that Yu Beiguang was too kind to the younger generation. However, she only thought that Yu Beiguang wanted to leave behind the hope of becoming a god for the dance weapon lineage before he left. In that case, I shall accept your offer. Chen Mobai definitely wanted it very much. His 2 refusals showed his noble character. He then immediately accepted the crimson inner core with both hands and placed it into his own domain. Yu Beiguang breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that the man had accepted the gift. This is a note I wrote. After the Dragon God Star matter is over, go and read the complete Immortal Sect Sword Manual. Remember to bring the Finger Profound Sword with you. If you don't understand anything after reading it, you can ask me while I'm still here. Yu Beiguang then took out the note she had prepared beforehand. Chen Mobai assumed that her reputation as a peerless swordsman had reached her ears and gratefully accepted it. He possesses the sword intent of the heavenly sword, and if he were to randomly extract a segment of the sword intent from the Finger Profound Sword, he would likely be able to thoroughly comprehend the immortal sect sword techniques. Therefore, he is not afraid of exposing his talent now. Finally, Master Chengxuan mentioned the wicks of the 8 views of Tushita Heaven lamps, and Yu Beiguang signed the agreement immediately. I remember there was a 5th-tier fire, Yang Fiend near Chicheng Mountain. Yu Beiguang realized that Chen Mobai was cultivating the Yuanyang Sword Fiend, which was already at the peak of the 4th level. He could condense the sword into threads and try to condense the 5th-level fire Yang Fiend to comprehend the principle of one sword breaks all laws. Should we tell Ancestor Kaingsing? After hearing this, Venerable Chengxuan asked with some hesitation, there is indeed a complete 5th-order fire Yang Fiend in the 5th-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain, but there is only one. Even with the assistance of the Wanbao Cave's formations, it might take 1,000 years to be able to be conceived after it is used. Wait. After saying those 2 words, Yu Beiguang immediately disappeared from the spot. A minute later, she brought over a document with Kaingsing's signature, then took a pen and quickly signed it herself. Give. Yu Beiguang handed the document directly to Master Chengxuan. After a careful reading, the latter saw that it stated that Master Chunyang, the deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, had made outstanding contributions in this war and was awarded a 5th-order fire Yang Sha. Master Chengxuan, the guardian of the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein, was requested to provide assistance. End of this chapter. Chapter 942 Danding Sect, Zizio Palace. Chapter 942 Danding Sect, Zizio Palace. After the distribution of treasures at the Ling Xiao Palace was completed, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects began to digest what they had gained in this war. Although Chen Mobai had acquired a lot of things, he did not slack off at this time. Instead, he continued to stay on Dragon God Star, directing the array masters of the immortal sect to set up the Earth Network Array. This is also a rare opportunity. After all, he will be setting up a celestial canopy and Earth network in the Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Eastern continent in the future. Although Kaingsing has already taught him these things, he will definitely not be able to fully understand them without practice. With 2 celestial saints above him, Chen Mobai rarely slacked off and worked diligently. In order to set up the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array, all of the most elite array masters of the immortal sect were sent to Dragon God Star. Yunhai Shangren withdrew most of the elites from his own array master association, while Chen Mobai mobilized most of the people from the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau to come here. Chen Mobai did not allow any of the leaders from the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau to come over. They all stayed behind to guard the immortal sect. It is precisely for this reason that Yun Yangbing, who has less seniority, is able to manage and command everyone under him. Yun Yangbing was very grateful to Chen Mobai for this. After all, not just anyone in the immortal sects can access the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. As the ultimate realm of immortal sect arrays, only those who can glimpse its full extent, besides the star-pulling master, are Yunhai Shang Ren and Chen Mobai, both fifth-tier array masters, as well as the director of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Management Bureau. Chen Mobai's decision to put Yun Yangbing in charge of the Earth Network array this time clearly indicates his intention to groom him into the future director of the Heavenly Curtain Earth Network Management Bureau. Yun Yangbing didn't care much about this. His pursuit of array formations was more about power. However, the director of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau is the only civil servant in the immortal sect who can comprehend a complete sixth-order grand formation in his official capacity, and he is extremely eager for it. Therefore, Yun Yangbing devoted himself wholeheartedly to the setup of this Earth Network array, relying on his abundant energy after achieving core formation to work tirelessly without sleep. Besides Yun Yangbing, Chen Mobai also took the lead, guiding a group of elite array masters from the immortal sect to traverse all parts of Dragon God Star over the years. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After killing the Queen Mother, Chen Mobai spent nearly 10 years finally inserting the corresponding array plates required for the Earth Network array into all the Earth Vein spirit cores of Dragon God Star. As the great array connected, beams of bright light shot into the sky, and then, under his control, they crisscrossed the Earth, slowly weaving into a grid that covered the entire Dragon God Star. The moment the Earth Network array took shape, Lin Dayaming, who had transformed into Ling Shu, opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Although his spiritual essence can be integrated with the Earth's spiritual veins, making it undetectable even by the technology of immortal sects, it certainly cannot be hidden from the Earth Network array. Once the Earth Network array is formed, the entire Earth's spiritual veins will be connected and then combined with the sky, becoming one. And only Kaingsing, the only sixth-order array master in the immortal sect, can accomplish this. Lin Dayaming was very clear that he might be able to deceive Chen Mobai and Yunhai Shangren, but he could never deceive Kaian Xing. So at this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, in his last few years, probably because he had become more skilled, he was able to condense the essence of the embryo even faster. Even after deducting what he was going to give to the Ascension sect, he still had almost a complete one. However, there's never too much of this stuff, so he continued to refine it on Dragon God Star whenever possible. But now I have to leave. With this thought in mind, Lin Dayaming put away the last wisp of his embryonic essence, collected the array flags and array plates around him, took one last reluctant look at the cave where he had been guarding for so long, and turned to leave. 3 days after he left, the light network of the Earth Network array also covered this area. Half a month later, Chen Mobai had completely connected the Earth Network array. He stood on the Vermilion Bird Palace, with Yun Yangbing and thousands of other immortal sect array masters beside him. They all looked proudly at the crisscrossing array that covered the entire planet. Besides the Earth, the sky was also filled with thousands of rays of light of various colors, forming the same completed celestial array. The 3 dragon god domains, which were originally hidden in the void, were also connected by these rays, resembling 3 suns extending rays of light, shining with blue, yellow, and green hues in the heavens, illuminating the entire Dragon God Star. The Cloud Sea Master piloted a starship, carrying the elites of the Immortal Gate Array Master Association, traversing the 9 heavens, constantly inspecting the final work before the merging of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network. Chen Mobai was not careless either. After the Earth Network array was connected and linked together, he used the array plate to adjust the spiritual pivots in various places. After the trial run, we discovered that there were still quite a few problems. However, because the great array is connected, all these problems will be displayed on the array plate. After Chen Mobai found out the location, he sent Yun Yangbing and others to repair it. Another half-month passed, and the Sky Curtain and Earth Network had begun to operate normally. After Chen Mobai and Yun Hai Shangren checked each other's work, They went to the Ling Xiao Palace together to request the star-pulling ancestor to merge the two great formations. Soon after, Kaingsing flew out from the Ling Xiao Palace, pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the earth. Heaven and earth merged together between his hands. Finally, heaven and earth converged, and endless rays of light burst forth from a dazzling pearl of light, falling upon the spiritual cores throughout the world. Kaingsing seemed to have noticed something, but she didn't speak and clasped her hands together. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai felt as if another layer of celestial membrane had been added to Dragon God Star, covering and encompassing all living beings on the planet. After the celestial and terrestrial networks merged, Kaingsing waved to Chen Mobai and Yunhai, and the two immediately came to his side. These are the energy distribution points of the underground sea and mineral veins of the entire planet. Have Ying Guanghua mobilize the people of the immortal sect to come here and excavate them all in the shortest possible time. As Kaingsing spoke, he conjured a planet model out of thin air with patches of light on it. With a tap of his finger, the specific mineral distribution and quantity of the minerals would appear. Yes, Chen Mobai was a member of the three great halls, so he was the one who took over the planet model. The star core will be taken away by the spirit venerable, but the spiritual veins in the land and sea of Dragon God Star can still be drawn and infused into the immortal sect. After deducting losses, it can also provide the immortal sect with the spiritual energy of one more nascent soul cultivator in a short period of time. Kaingsing then gave instructions to the man on the cloud sea, who immediately nodded in agreement. His next task was to use the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to extract and transport the spiritual veins of Dragon God Star to the immortal sect. Once all the mineral deposits and spiritual veins are removed, the planet will be doomed. At that time, the Spirit Lord will take away the star core. After Kaingsing finished speaking, he handed the golden orb in his hand to the man on the cloud sea, who immediately accepted it respectfully. This was the core of the Dragon God Star's heavenly canopy and earthly network. It was needed to control the great formation and extract the planet's spiritual veins. After giving the instructions on both matters, Kaingsing disappeared from the spot. Chen Mobai and Yunhai discussed for a while, but whether it was mining or extracting and transporting spiritual veins, more manpower was needed, and the array masters alone were not enough, so they decided to hold a small meeting for nascent soul cultivators. However, since many nascent soul cultivators had already returned to their immortal sects, they also made a trip back through the boundary gate this time. Only half of the nascent soul cultivators came to the Immortal Affairs Hall this time. After all, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian were attempting to reach the nascent soul stage, and Bei Ming Shangren was supporting the former. Yu Zio and you were not interested in this, and Tao Hua and San Ju also declined to participate, citing other commitments. Aside from the nascent soul cultivators in the three main halls, the largest number of cultivators were those who mended the heavens. Nangong is quite familiar with Dragon God Star, so I plan to entrust the mining to him. What does Master Chen Yang think? Ying Guanghua shared his thoughts and politely asked Chen Mobai, because he knew that Chen Mobai and Nangong Xuanyu had a grudge. Since Ancestor Kaingsing has entrusted this matter to Palace Master Ying, then Palace Master Ying can take full responsibility. I have no objection. Chen Mobai also knew that Nangong Xuanyu was the most suitable candidate. Their feud had been settled when Ancestor Kaingsing sent him to Dragon God Star, so he nodded. The heavenly canopy and earthly network array has been set up, and the insects and beasts are no longer a threat. In order to save on the budget, I plan to withdraw the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Great Dao Palaces and their corresponding war artifacts. What do you all think? Ying Guanghua brought up another matter. After the Mother Queen was killed, because there were still many insect beasts underground, the three major Dao palaces remained stationed on Dragon God Star to protect the immortal cultivators who were mining and gathering resources. Even without using them, the spiritual energy and spirit stones required every day were astronomical figures, which caused Ying Guanghua, who was in charge of logistics, great heartache. Now that the great formation is complete, The insects and beasts will no longer be able to absorb any spiritual energy, and will even be gradually suppressed and extinct by the Earth network formation. Therefore, he immediately made this proposal. All of these were passed unanimously. Although they weren't in charge of the household finances, they knew the family wasn't wealthy, so they tried to save as much as they could. After the war artifacts were withdrawn, it was time for Ying Guanghua to show his skills, and Chen Mobai took the opportunity to return to the immortal sect to recuperate. Since the opening of the gate, with the immortal sect's nascent soul cultivator personally overseeing the operation, he has been walking on thin ice, working diligently and personally handling everything like never before. Unbeknownst to him, 18 years have passed. Chen Mobai can swear that this was the most arduous period of his career. Now that I've finished the Earth Network array, I can finally rest for a while and take care of my own things. First and foremost, spend time with your family. Chen Mobai has not seen Chen Ziohe since she formed her corps. Back in their own courtyard, the family of three felt exceptionally warm and happy. While enjoying family time, Chen Mobai also took out the notes of ancestor Yunya and started reading. It records many things about the Dan Ding sect, saying that it is a major sect of the White Crane Dojo, and that its founder, the Dan Ding Taoist, came from the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River. Dan Ding Dao Ren once had the opportunity to listen to a lecture under the Zai Zio Dao Zun, and obtained the pure Yang scroll of the Cantong Qi, as well as two heavenly books, the Purple and Green Scroll and the Phoenix Script. His cultivation level was at the peak of the refining void realm, and he was only one step away from the separation and union Dao. Countless millions of years ago, the Purple Cloud Taoist master, possessing profound cultivation, suppressed the demon lord who worshipped the stars and gods, and transcended to the other shore. After the Purple Cloud Taoist transcended, his disciples began to split up and even fought each other over the method to reach the other shore, ultimately leaving the central Taoist temple in ruins. Because of his insufficient cultivation, Dan Ding Dao Ren left the central Taoist temple and borrowed the White Crane Taoist temple from his friend Wang Jai Dao Jun to begin his Taoist practice. Unfortunately, due to insufficient foundation, he ultimately failed to achieve enlightenment. However, due to the war and turmoil at the central dojo, Dan Ding Taoist did not return. Instead, he stayed at the White Crane Dojo to live out his days in peace and leave behind the Dan Ding lineage. Therefore, in a sense, the Dan Ding school can also be considered as being transmitted by the Taoist master. Chen Mobai could tell that when ancestor Yunya wrote these words, he was very proud in his strokes. Since it was transmitted by the Taoist master, why is there no Taoist master's method? Chen Mobai muttered a couple of things to himself, then continued reading. This notebook of the Cloud Fang ancestor, besides explaining the origin of the Dan Ding school, also contains his understanding of the great law of the Cantong Qi. After memorizing all of this, Chen Mobai turned to the last page. The contents recorded here are actually about the Zixio Palace. It turns out that this Zixio Palace is where the Zixio Taoist Venerable preaches to all the heavens. Dan Ding Dao Ren was originally an ordinary Qi cultivator on a planet. By chance, he entered Zai Zio Palace, sat on a futon, listened to the Taoist master's lectures, and progressed all the way to nascent soul, spirit transformation, and even void refinement. Zixio Palace will appear in the universe, wherever living beings are born. Zixio Daozun widely spreads the art of Qi cultivation and the method of longevity, opening the door to transcendence for all living beings. Even after the Taoist master transcended the other shore, the Zixio Palace continued to follow this rule, circulating throughout the universe. However, without the Taoist master, even if one could enter the Purple Cloud Palace, at most one could only gain some insights into cultivation. However, there are also rumors that because Zixio Palace is where the Taoist master sat for the longest time, there may be methods left by the Taoist master for transcending to the other shore. The reason why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect were willing to come to Earth Origin Star was because they knew that every 1,200 years, the Purple Cloud Palace would descend upon this planet. Zixil Palace. Chen Mobai silently recited the term in his mind, recalling the last time he descended, when the master of Zhenyang Temple had cultivated his primordial spirit, which was 1100 years ago. In other words, in another 100 years, he will be able to witness the arrival of the real Zixil Palace. This is yet another opportunity. Perhaps this is the opportunity to transform into a deity. Thinking this through, Chen Mobai closed the notebook of Ancestor Yunya and kept the matter in mind. However, when the Purple Cloud Palace descended last time, did the two immortal saints enter? Chen Mobai thought of this matter again. When he has time in the future, he will ask Ancestor Bai Guang. With that thought, he took out the note on comprehending the immortal sect's sword technique. However, before that, he still needs to further refine his swordsmanship. End of this chapter. Chapter 943, The Jade Tree in the Alchemy Cauldron, the Pure Yang Pearl. Chapter 943, The Jade Tree in the Alchemy Cauldron, the Pure Yang Pearl. As soon as Chen Mobai arrived at the Dance Weapon Academy, Master Chengshuan immediately sensed it. Here it is, everything is ready for you, Master Chengshuan said with a smile, and then the two of them went to the depths of Wanbao Cave together. Chen Mobai came for the 5th-tier Fire Yang Fiend. Although even if the Yuan Yang Sword Fiend is upgraded to the 5th tier, it is still far from being able to break through all laws with one sword. As long as he masters it, he may gain more when he comprehends the Yuan Yang Sword or even the immortal sect's sword techniques in the future. With the end of the war, the virtual platform Little Red Sky, which consumes spiritual energy, will soon be shut down by Ying Guanghua. When the Yuan Yang sword is taken out, even if it is to be returned to the Chunyang Academy, Chen Mobai, with his status, will definitely have no problem borrowing it to study for a period of time. This 5th-tier Fire Yang Fiend is inside the 9-Dragon Cauldron. As Master Chengshuan spoke, he used the incantation to control the treasure, and a large bronze cauldron immediately rose from the lava and landed in front of them. The two were now standing on the Black Island where the 5th-tier Vermilion Fruit Tree was located, with Qin Baiken, who was in charge of guarding the place, beside them. 9 dragon patterns adorn the 9-Dragon Cauldron, but only one of the fire dragons shines. As Master Chengshuan lifts his right hand in a half-open motion, a crimson crystalline light rises from the cauldron. Chen Mobai immediately took out a specially made spirit sealing tube that he had prepared beforehand and absorbed the 5th-order Fire Yang Fiend into it. Do you intend to seclude yourself here or return to Wangwu Grotto Heaven? When Master Chengshuan put the 9-Dragon Cauldron back, he asked Chen Mobai a question. I've never been inside the Taoist Academy's small realm before. I wonder if I could go in and have a look around. Chen Mobai remembered this. Each of the 4 major academies had a small realm, a domain left behind by the nascent soul ancestor. It was also the foundation of the academies, containing most of the precious medicinal herbs and 5th-order spiritual energy. Perfect timing. There are some things I need to tell you about within this small realm. While speaking, Master Chengshuan taught Chen Mobai how to enter and exit the Jade Flat Small World, and then demonstrated it to him, opening the Void Portal. Chen Mobai nodded repeatedly, memorizing all of this in his small book. I'll take you inside for a look around. As the host, Master Chengshuan pointed to the Void Portal in front of him and stepped in first. Chen Mobai immediately followed him in. Once you enter, Turtle Treasure starts popping up windows non-stop. Chen Mobai decided to ignore it for the time being. Strangely enough, despite his repeated visits to Dragon God Star, which was discovered during this war, Gui Bao did not react in any way. He guessed that the Turtle Treasure would only be triggered by 2 different realms. Different planets in the same universe were assumed to be in the same realm, so they were ignored. This can be seen from the intense pop-up windows that appeared when Chen Mobai entered and exited various minor realms, and even the major secret realms within the Heavenly River realm. It was only after this experiment on Dragon Star that Chen Mobai confirmed this. However, this raises another problem. This conclusion means that the Heavenly River realm and the Earthly Element Star are not in the same realm. Recalling the legend of the heavenly river realm which was created by the jellyfish, could it also be a realm of a powerful being? It's just that the jellyfish was so powerful that it possessed such a vast expanse of heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, sun, moon and stars, and even endless resources. Could it be that one must ascend to the spirit void immortal realm, to be in the same realm as Earth origin star? However, these things were merely Chen Mobai's own wild thoughts. To truly verify this, he would have to ascend to heaven in the heavenly river realm. As soon as Chen Mobai stepped into the Jade Plain small realm, he felt the warm climate like springtime. The entrance is located atop a mountain, overlooking a sea of clouds. Within the clouds grows lush medicinal herbs, while an artificial sun overhead casts a soft glow, nourishing the spiritual plants below. Pure Yang, these medicinal herbs represent the culmination of thousands of years of effort by the Taoist Academy. Master Chengshuan pointed to the boundless, lush medicinal fields within the small realm, his tone tinged with pride. Chen Mobai followed him and flew towards the center of the small world. Standing in the sky, he saw that the green medicinal fields were like emeralds inlaid on the earth, and they were planted with all kinds of rare flowers and herbs that were over 1,000 years old. There was a Ganoderma lucidum that had already blossomed with 9 leaves, seemingly already a spirit. It lazily revealed half of its body in the earth, basking in the sunlight and radiating a warm glow. Chen Mobai listened with the sound of an empty valley and heard the extremely rich medicinal power within it. Taking one piece was the main ingredient of the nurturing infant pill. There are also the winding roots of the Polygonum multiflorum, its vines coiling like dragons, breathing in the essence of heaven and earth, and an unnamed pure white flower blooming on the cliff, its white petals as pure as the first snow, exuding a refreshing fragrance. These are all 5th-grade medicinal herbs, and even someone as worldly as Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at them. Before long, the two arrived at the center of Yupping's small world. The spiritual energy here is already at the 5th level. Chen Mobai saw a jade tree laden with various spiritual fruits, and next to the jade tree was a deep pit. This is the jade tree of the pill cauldron brought by Ancestor Yunya from the White Crane Dojo. It is also a treasure of the pill cauldron sect. It is a Tao fruit left behind by the pill cauldron Taoist after his passing. Some of the spiritual fruits are the spirits of magical artifacts, and some are pill formulas. After a cultivator refines them, he can completely master the method of refining that magical artifact or pill formula. Master Chengshuan pointed to a jade tree as tall as a person and began to introduce it to Chen Mobai. Our lineage actually possesses such profound resources. Chen Mobai was greatly surprised after hearing this. He counted carefully and found that there were 36 fruits on the jade tree, each fruit a different color. But under his voice echoing through the valley, one could faintly hear the howling of the spirit of the magical artifact. According to the notes of Ancestor Yunya, the pill cauldron Taoist mastered the Daoshuai fire, making him a grandmaster-level figure in both alchemy and weapon crafting. This is the origin of his title, Pill Cauldron Taoist. He even once collaborated with someone to refine a batch of 7th-grade pills in the central dojo. However, because the Kantanki was so useful, the Danding school focused on weapon crafting, and alchemy gradually declined. The Jade Flute Master is the spirit of a magical artifact born from a fruit on the jade tree. Long ago, Ancestor Yunya took it and forged it into a jade flute, which he then gifted to his Taoist partner. Master Chengshuan then revealed another secret matter, which Chen Mobai suddenly understood. Doesn't that mean that all the magical artifact spirits on this jade tree can transform into human form and become nascent soul seeds? That's not it. The reason why Master Yuxia was able to become Jiang Xuanju is probably not only because of the spirit of the magic weapon, but also because of Ancestor Yunya or even her Taoist partner. Over the thousands of years, many cultivators in our lineage have picked the fruit on this jade tree, but only she has been able to become a spirit and take over a human body. Master Chengshuan's words made Chen Mobai nod slightly, and then he pointed to the deep pit next door. This is the fire spirit tree that I transplanted when I was experimenting with the instant bloom of flowers. I was in a hurry to leave seclusion at the time and forgot to pack it up. Master Chengxuan spoke somewhat embarrassedly, then gently waved his sleeve, and the hole was filled in. This is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy within the small realm. It's a pity that the fruit with the sword was taken away by ancestor Yunya a long time ago. However, the fruit for refining the bead-shaped magic weapon is still here. If you want to refine the pure yang pearl, you can take this one. Master Chengxuan pointed to one of the green fruits, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly. This would be of great use to him. Next, Master Chengxuan explained how to harvest the fruit from the jade tree, and even demonstrated it on the spot. However, since it was his first time, his movements were a bit clumsy, and he only managed to pick a white fruit from the jade tree after 3 attempts. The 36 fruits on this jade tree were the most prized achievements of the Taoist Dan Ding during his lifetime. The insights gained from refining 18 different magical artifacts have even become spiritualized. Even a cultivator without a foundation in artifact refining can directly advance to a 5th-tier artifact refiner by mastering one of the techniques. However, that would be too wasteful. According to the rules of the Dan Ding sect, one needs to advance to the 5th-level weapon refiner before choosing one of the fruits to refine. This way, the weapon crafting skill represented by the fruit can be raised to the 6th level. Therefore, throughout history, only 5th-level weapon refiners of the Dance Weapon Academy have been able to obtain the fruit from the jade tree. However, since the skills of a 6th-level weapon refiner are practically useless in the immortal sect, although Master Chengxuan was qualified to refine it before, he never took the fruit. After obtaining the star gold during this war, he saw hope that his natal magic weapon could be upgraded to the 6th tier, so he took the fruit of the mirror-shaped magic weapon. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Just as Master Chengxuan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and handed over the 5th-order vermilion fruit tree lamp wick that he had already refined to Chen Mobai. Thank you, Principal. Chen Mobai thanked him again. Soon, he was the only one left in the jade flat small world. Chen Mobai took out the tortoise treasure, located the place and named it. However, it felt somewhat unnecessary. With his current status, he can come and go as he pleases in the jade plain small realm. He has no need for the turtle treasure. But after using the turtle-shaped location tool, things became much quieter. After Chen Mobai finished this task, he came to the jade tree. While his memory was still fresh, he used the same method as Master Chengxuan to take down the fruit that represented the precious pearl. After the fruit was picked, another identical fruit appeared in the same spot. However, this fruit was illusory and transparent. This means that the essence has been taken away. If someone in the Dan Ding sect can cultivate to the level of a Dan Ding Taoist, they can regenerate the essence of the fruit that was taken away. Unfortunately, no one in the Dan Ding school has been able to achieve this to this day. Chen Mobai bowed to the jade tree, then sat down beneath it, looking at the fruit in his palm that resembled a piece of jade, and gently closed his eyes. His crown chakra suddenly became transparent, and then a small, crystal-clear figure flew out from it. It was Chen Mobai's nascent soul. If one does not reach the nascent soul stage, the only way to refine the fruit of the jade tree is to use the nascent soul stage. As soon as his nascent soul emerged, Chen Mobai felt that he was more in sync with the 5th-order spiritual energy in the jade flat small world. With every gesture, a surge of rich spiritual energy rushed towards him. The power of spells cast by a nascent soul cultivator is multiplied, and this is precisely the reason why. However, for the nascent soul to leave the body, whether in the heavenly river realm or on earthly star, is a desperate measure. Moreover, before the nascent soul has reached the divine transformation stage, it is extremely fragile. If it tries to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a long time, it may even cause the nascent soul to dissipate and its essence to be depleted. So after Chen Mobai's nascent soul left his body, he immediately took the fruit from his palm, opened his small mouth, and ate it bite by bite. After finishing the green fruit, the nascent soul immediately disappeared into the purple mansion sea of consciousness. Chen Mobai kept his eyes closed and began to enter the state of the small book, trying to understand and comprehend the knowledge he had ingested. He originally thought the process would be quite difficult, since his weapon refining level was entirely due to the Cantong Qi, and was actually far inferior to that of Master Chengxuan. But to Chen Mobai's surprise, after his nascent soul consumed the fruit, it blended in perfectly, without the slightest rejection. The Dan Ding Taoist's understanding of the pearl-shaped magical artifact flowed through his mind like a rushing stream, and was subsequently fully comprehended. Chen Mobai probably has an explanation for this. It must be because his foundation is exactly the same as that of his ancestor, the Dan Ding Dao Ren. Both are pure Yang scrolls and Cantonki, the two great heavenly books of purple and green and phoenix seals, so refining this fruit is like the alchemist eating it, being perfectly digested. Chen Mobai then recalled the blueprints for refining the pure Yang pearl, a magical artifact that he had memorized. He found that some things he hadn't understood before were now as clear as looking at a primary school math problem. He even felt that he could make further modifications based on his own understanding. Chen Mobai understood this very well. After all, the Pill Cauldron Taoist also cultivates the pure Yang scroll, and he also possesses the pure Yang set. The contents of the pure Yang set within the immortal sect were left behind by the primordial Yang ancestor. Although Ancestor Yuanyang was also a remarkable person, he was confined to the earthly star. His vision and knowledge could not compare with those of Taoist Danding. Now that Chen Mobai had obtained all of Taoist Danding's understanding of the pure Yang pearl, he could completely look down on Ancestor Yuanyang's achievements in this area. If Chen Mobai now possesses the nascent soul realm and has 6th-tier materials, he could even directly refine a 6th-tier pure Yang pearl. Unfortunately, neither of these two conditions can be met. However, a 5th-order pure Yang pearl is already enough for him. After recalling the contents, Chen Mobai took out the fire attribute inner core of the Queen Mother. The energy contained within this inner core completely surpassed the level of the nascent soul stage. That is why he needs to be extra careful if he wants to refine it. Moreover, to refine a 5th-order pure Yang pearl, one needs innate pure Yang Qi. He happens to have it. As Chen Mobai uttered his thoughts, the nascent soul within his purple mansion sea of consciousness opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of innate pure Yang energy, which, under his control, slowly entered the inner core of the Mother Queen. Unfortunately, his innate pure Yang energy was almost negligible compared to his inner elixir. However, because the inner core contains the innate fire essence refined by the Queen Mother, Chen Mobai can use it as a raw material to enhance his innate pure Yang energy. His wisp of innate pure Yang energy was separated from the complete Tao of the primordial Yang ancestor. Originally, he intended to use this as a foundation to transform all his pure Yang true energy into innate pure Yang. Unfortunately, acquired energy needs to absorb innate spiritual energy to reverse back to innate energy, which is why Chen Mobai's wisp of innate pure Yang energy has been unable to grow over the years. Within the immortal sects, there is indeed a topic about reversing the innate from the acquired, but progress has been slow due to the lack of corresponding innate energy. Chen Mobai originally planned to guide Yuangsu and others to focus on this topic after he became a god and took control of the immortal sect. Who knew that the opportunity would come, and he would receive this inner core from the white light ancestor? The Empress's countless years of hard work have all become his resources. Moreover, Chen Mobai also discovered that the true spirit of the Mother Empress, which should have been present in the inner core, had long been cleared away, presumably by the white light ancestor. Now, only the purest innate fire essence remains in the inner elixir. Knowing this, Chen Mobai was even more grateful to Ancestor Bai Guang. He began to use the ignition technique from the pure Yang scroll. Before long, the wisp of innate pure Yang energy that had seeped into his inner core began to burn and transform the vast innate fire element, just like a spark. Chen Mobai felt relieved to see the wisps of innate pure Yang energy growing stronger. Once all the innate fire element has been transformed into innate pure Yang energy, this inner core will become a 5th-order pure Yang pearl. Because his own cultivation level is only at the nascent soul stage, this process will definitely take a long time. It's almost like a snake swallowing an elephant. However, Chen Mobai was not in a hurry at all. After all, both the immortal sect and the eastern wilderness have now settled down and are peaceful, giving him time to cultivate and improve himself. After condensing 10 strands of innate pure yang energy into one, Chen Mobai stopped the process of refining the pure yang pearl. He hadn't forgotten that his main purpose in coming here was to condense the fifth-order fire yang fiend. After retrieving the inner core back into his own domain, Chen Mobai took out the spirit sealing tube and, looking at the bright red fire yang energy inside, pulled out the stopper from his sword gourd. At the level of condensing sword into threads, the fourth-order mastery of the Yuan Yang sword fiend resembled a wisp of light, flickering and moving in the palm of the hand. Under the control of divine sense, the spirit-condensing talisman on the spirit-sealing tube was removed. Although it was only a fifth-order fire yang fiend, it was still a power that Chen Mobai needed to refine with great care. Any power that reaches the fifth level, even without a cultivator wielding it, is beyond the reach of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Listening to Chen Mobai's empty valley sound, he sensed that this fifth-tier fire yang fiend was exceptionally violent. If not handled properly during the refining process, it could very well backfire and fail. Fortunately, he had never refined the Yuan Yang sword fiend into his body, so even if he failed, at most the sword gourd would just explode. But given Chen Mobai's reputation as a genius in the immortal sects, failure is definitely not an option. So he wasn't in a hurry. First, he used the fourth-order Yuan Yang sword fiend to sense and contact the fifth-order fire yang fiend. At the same time, the Yuan Yang sword fiend he intercepted with the heaven-severing longevity sword fiend was also added to the wisp of sword thread in his palm. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mobai unknowingly entered a state of deep meditation. Within the Jade Flat Minor realm, the rich fifth-order fire spiritual energy, refined by the Jade Tree, was released throughout the entire realm. Chen Mobai, sitting before the Jade Tree, continuously absorbed and refined this spiritual energy. Chen Mobai's mind followed the intercepted Yuan Yang sword intent and entered the sword thread. This Yuan Yang sword aura, which was at the fourth level of perfection, seemed to become an extension of his hands and feet, and he controlled it as if it were his own arm. However, as the sword threads came into contact with the fifth-order fire yang fiend, waves of indescribable heat began to assault his divine sense, causing his nascent soul to feel an indescribable scorching sensation. Fortunately, he was born with a fire spirit body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to overcome this hurdle alone. Feeling that he could withstand the impact of the fifth-order fire yang fiend's aura, Chen Mobai began to carefully control the sword threads, refining them little by little. This process is similar to how he used his innate pure yang energy to transform the innate fire element of the Mother Empress's inner elixir, except that one is a return from the acquired to the innate, while this is a transformation from the fourth to the fifth level. The difference is that condensing innate pure yang energy is self-centered, drawing power from the inner elixir to replenish oneself. To condense a fifth-order sword aura, one must gradually replace oneself, transforming one's imperfections and immature swordsmanship bit by bit until it becomes perfect. As time passed, Chen Mobai felt that his Yuan Yang sword qi seemed to have crossed a certain limit and bottleneck. The scorching qi that he originally needed to endure was now like a hot spring, making the sword threads extending from his mind more active. After meditating for several more days, Chen Mobai confirmed that the Yuan Yang sword fiend had successfully advanced to the next level and slowly opened his eyes. The sword threads in his palm had changed from orange red to dark red. Chen Mobai sensed that his fifth-tier Yuan Yang sword strike would likely damage even the Azure Frost sword. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had cultivated a fifth-order technique on his own. The moment Yuan Yang sword demon reached the fifth level, he felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the power and techniques of fire attribute. In his mind, the Crimson Flame sword technique inherited by the Five Elements sect was originally only able to be cultivated up to the Golden Core perfection stage. But now, he felt that it was not impossible to complete the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai sat upright before the jade tree, with the crown of heaven and earth and all beings appearing above his head, seemingly merging with the jade tree before him. Within the heavenly calculation bead, many fire attribute cultivation techniques from various immortal sects, as well as the Crimson Emperor's universal illumination scripture from the longevity sect, were extracted in an instant. All the content that could be integrated with the Crimson Flame sword technique was then used to complete and generate the chapters related to the formation of the nascent soul in the Crimson Flame sword technique, under the influence of observing himself within the square-inch book. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light in Chen Mobai's eyes dissipated, and the crown of all beings of heaven and earth slowly disappeared into the void. In his mind, a brand new Crimson Flame sword technique had been perfected. Although it can only be cultivated to the early stage of nascent soul, it can condense 36 strands of Crimson Flame true Qi. Moreover, Chen Mobai has also revised the previous chapters on Qi refining, foundation building, and core formation. Compared with the other techniques of the Five Elements sect, this sword technique can be said to be the best. Chen Mobai took out a blank jade slip, inscribed the contents and text of the sword technique on it, and then gave it a new name. Because he was bad at naming things, he only changed one character. The Crimson Flame Sword Manual. Chen Mobai hadn't expected this. It was an unexpected surprise. After mastering the Fifth Order Yuan Yang Sword Fiend, his understanding of fire attribute techniques, especially sword techniques, had reached a master level, thanks to his superior strategic acumen. Unfortunately, all of these are on the path of one sword to break all laws. After all, even someone as powerful as the Yuan Yang ancestor had not managed to entrust his primordial spirit to the sword path. And Chen Mobai, who only reached such a level after intercepting the sword intent of the Yuan Yang ancestor and integrating it with the Fifth Order Yuan Yang sword fiend, is even more remarkable. Regardless, his swordsmanship skills have made a qualitative leap. Originally, he was just entering the realm of condensing swords into threads, but now he has at least truly mastered this realm of swordsmanship. It only takes 9 years from learning to mastering the skill. If I spread this knowledge, I can further solidify my image as a sword genius. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai calmed his mind and sat upright for half a day to regulate his breathing. Once he was sure that his energy and spirit had returned to their peak, he stood up and looked at the jade tree in front of him. This precious plant of the Dan Ding sect even has the function of helping cultivators achieve enlightenment. No wonder Master Chengxuan often prefers to retreat to the jade flat small realm for meditation. Under the influence of the Fangkun book, Chen Mobai was able to grasp everything within and outside himself, and naturally saw the scene where his heaven and earth crown and the jade tree aura blended together and complemented each other. According to the people in the heavenly river realm, his cultivation foundation is inherited from the Dan Ding Taoist. If he can refine this jade tree Tao fruit, wouldn't he be able to reach the nascent soul stage without any obstacles? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's gaze toward Yushu also became slightly fiery. In this way, he would have a guaranteed path to success in his attempt to reach the nascent soul stage. It's just that we don't know if the others in the dance weapon lineage will agree if he wants to refine the jade tree. Chen Mobai thought about it and figured that according to the customs of the immortal sects, they probably wouldn't agree unless it was a matter of life and death for Earth Origin Star, and he absolutely had to become a god. With a slight sense of regret, Chen Mobai once again performed the ancient ritual of the dance weapon lineage before the jade tree in front of him, and then rode the Tei 5 smoke silk towards the entrance of the jade flat small world. Greetings, Venerable Chen Yang. After leaving the small realm, Chen Mobai stood atop a 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree above the Black Island at the deepest part of the Wanbao Cave, while Qin Baikan, the Shaoyang true person, bowed to him from below. After Chen Mobai and Qin Baikan exchanged a few words, a silver light flashed in the void, and Master Chengshuan appeared out of thin air in front of them. "Chen Yang, your teacher's lifespan is almost over. Do you want to go see him one last time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai froze on the spot, and then immediately followed Master Chengshuan away. "After I cried at my grandfather's grave, Zhu Yuanzhang asked me to inherit the Ming dynasty." End of this chapter. Chapter 944, Human Puppet. Chapter 944, Human Puppet. When Chen Mobai met Qi Yucheng, the latter was sitting by the window in his dormitory room, his face covered with wrinkles and his breathing barely perceptible. Opposite him was Hong Mengqi, but the latter looked much better. As a core formation cultivator, Qi Yucheng's aged appearance indicates that he has lost control of his vital energy and spirit, and is heading towards death. "They're here." Upon seeing Chen Mobai enter with venerable Chengshuan, Qi Yucheng's eyes lit up slightly, and a very happy smile appeared on his face. "Then I'll go now. I'll come back to keep you company tomorrow." When Hong Mengqi saw Chen Mobai, he also got up to take his leave and left with Master Chengshuan, leaving the master and disciple behind. "Teacher." Chen Mobai's voice trembled slightly, but Qi Yucheng smiled and asked him to sit down. "I have a solid foundation, and I should have about 6 months left." As Qi Yucheng spoke, he pointed to the teapot on the table, indicating that Chen Mobai should pour the tea himself. "Teacher, Venerable Yungsu has completed the Usara Dharma form. I will go and beg the 2 patriarchs to grant you a spot." Chen Mobai recalled what the star-piercing ancestor had once said. Because the spiritual energy of the immortal sects was insufficient, the Yungsu research was sealed away after it was completed. "No need. Today you've obtained the Usara Dharma form for me, and tomorrow Ying Guanghua can use that as an excuse to get 2 more nascent soul cultivators from the heaven-mending lineage. The southern dipper of the Kunpeng lineage will definitely be included as well. Even if you become a nascent soul ancestor, you can't break the rules for your own people. If the rules are broken, the immortal order that has been stable for thousands of years will fall into chaos." Qi Yucheng initially refused, but halfway through his speech, he began to lecture her in a long, rambling manner. Chen Mobai frowned, wanting to retort, but Qi Yucheng said something that made his eyes widen. "Moreover, if I were to reach the nascent soul stage, I would have to meet with the 2 patriarchs, and I would not be able to pass the review process." "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Qi Yucheng smiled slightly, then raised his right hand. It was unclear what switch he had activated, but the skin on his right hand parted, revealing veins and blood vessels that were unlike those of a human. The blood that should have flowed out turned into a dark blue liquid. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, then seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, "Human puppet! Zinji said that you took down his stronghold in Yumu City, and I knew you must know this." Perhaps because he was about to die, Qi Yucheng let go and revealed the secrets he had kept hidden in his heart for many years. "Teacher, you've researched forbidden techniques." Chen Mobai looked at the frail old man in front of him with disbelief. In his mind, Qi Yucheng was a highly respected person who would never do such a thing. "It's not just research, it's even hands-on experimentation. According to the standards of the immortal sect, I have also practiced forbidden techniques and should be locked up and imprisoned." As Qi Yucheng spoke, he took out a thick stack of books from his own domain and placed them on the table. "I have never asked you for anything in my life, but before I die, I want to ask you for one thing. I wonder if you can grant my request." Upon hearing Qi Yucheng's words, Chen Mobai frowned. The two looked at each other for a long time before he took a deep breath and shook his head in refusal. "Teacher, I will not do anything that violates the rules of the immortal sect." Although Chen Mobai wanted to achieve the nascent soul stage on his own, if that failed, refining the Tao Law fruit was not out of the question. However, such a mistake was absolutely unacceptable. "Don't worry, here in the immortal sect, I've only tested the puppet technique on myself." Hearing Qi Yucheng's words, Chen Mobai breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been considering whether or not to take action. "In that case, teacher, you can rest in peace. I will take care of your affairs after your death." Despite their long-standing master-disciple relationship, Chen Mobai was unwilling to let Qi Yucheng suffer further disgrace after his death. As long as he was certain that Qi Yucheng hadn't experimented on other people with human puppets, he was willing to keep it a secret. This is the data on human puppets that Xinji and I researched together. With your talent, you'll easily be able to understand and master it after reading it. Teacher, after you die, I will burn these things for you to protect your reputation. Before Qi Yucheng could finish speaking, Chen Mobai interrupted him. Within the immortal sect, as a disciple, this was all he could do. Can't we even maintain this teacher-student relationship after all these years? Qi Yucheng pleaded. Chen Mobai thought about how he was able to gain a foothold in the immortal sect and become the head of the dance weapon lineage, all thanks to the old man in front of him in the early stages. His heart softened slightly. "Tell me first, I'll listen. I have already turned myself into a human puppet. After I die, you will activate me according to the method recorded above and help me verify whether this path is feasible." As Qi Yucheng spoke, he handed a stack of books on the table to Chen Mobai. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do." Chen Mobai didn't accept it and directly shook his head in refusal. "How about sending my body out of earthly element star and handing it over to Yan Xinji?" Qi Yucheng made another request, but Chen Mobai remained silent. "Would you like to hear my story?" Qi Yucheng suddenly asked this question. "Please speak," Chen Mobai nodded. "Xinji and I are best friends. We studied puppets together and developed the formless puppet, which is the pinnacle of immortal techniques. But no matter how much we improved, we couldn't break through the shackles and create a fourth-order puppet with ordinary materials, because it's almost impossible for ordinary materials to withstand and unleash the power of fourth-order spells. However, if a human puppet is used as the foundation, this can be achieved because the human body contains infinite evolutionary potential, but many people lack the correct direction for cultivation. After being refined into a puppet, it can be improved endlessly, even breaking through to the fourth rank and approaching the level of a god. However, within the immortal sect, experiments with human puppets are absolutely forbidden. Even the two of us dare not overstep the taboo. But I did not expect that, after Yan Xinji abandoned the way of puppets, he would cooperate with Lin Daoming to start adjusting the human body from the embryo and secretly conduct experiments with human puppets at the same time. When the immortal sprout of Yumu City was discovered, Yan Xinji sent me the data on human puppets that he had been researching for many years. After reading it, I was very tempted, but I still held firm to my bottom line. It wasn't until after you formed your nascent soul, when I was in the last few years of my life, that I began to experiment on my own body. Now there's only one last step left to complete this experiment. If I succeed, you can seal me away again or even destroy me. I just want to know the result." Hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed and nodded. "Teacher, I agree, but I need to report this to the two patriarchs." Upon hearing this, Qi Yucheng's eyes flashed, and then he nodded slightly, pointing to the stack of books. After leaving the room, Chen Mobai first told Master Chengxuan about the matter, and the latter was also very surprised after hearing it. "I never expected that his connection with Yan Xinji hadn't been severed." Venerable Chengxuan muttered to himself. Qi Yucheng was old and had already resigned from his position in the Taoist temple when the war began. However, since he had spent his whole life in Chicheng Mountain, he did not leave after retirement, but he never expected that he would do this at the last moment of his life. After discussing it for a while, the two decided to tell the White Light ancestor about the matter first, since family scandals should not be aired in public. However, when it came time to report, the two began to deny each other's involvement. "Chunyang, you are now in charge of the dance weapon lineage. You should talk to the patriarch about this matter." "Principal, you're too kind. You're still so vigorous despite your age, please do the reporting." However, Master Chengxuan was still shameless, so Chen Mobai could only call old ancestor Baiguang. He had already asked for his contact information when they were in the Lingxiao Palace. Such a thing actually happened. Upon hearing this, Yu Baiguang frowned slightly, and then surprisingly rushed over from Dragon God Star. However, when they arrived at Qi Yucheng's room, they were surprised to find that the latter had lost all signs of life. Master Chengshuan immediately went to Qi Yucheng, who was leaning against the window with his eyes closed, and examined his body, dead. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's pupils constricted. Yu Beiguang also used his divine sense to investigate and saw that Qi Yucheng had been transformed into a human puppet. After scanning it, he sent it to the professional stargazer. "Junior sister, if it's convenient, could you bring him here so I can take a look?" After watching it, Kaixing made a special phone call. The Lingxiao Palace needs a nascent soul cultivator to oversee it, and since Yu Beiguang has returned to the immortal sect, he cannot leave. "Do you want to come with me?" Seeing Chen Mobai standing blankly in front of Qi Yucheng's body, Yu Beiguang asked him a question with some heartache. It would be a huge blow to anyone's moral compass to discover that their highly respected teacher had ultimately lost his integrity in his later years. Okay. After hearing this, Chen Mobai finally realized that Qi Yucheng was dead. He was grieving, but also filled with doubt. It shouldn't be this fast. Then I'll stay and clean up the mess. Master Chengshuan spoke, secretly transmitting his voice to Chen Mobai, indicating that he would not spread this matter. "Thank you, Principal," Chen Mobai said gratefully, and then together with Yu Beiguang, they carried Qi Yucheng's body through the boundary gate and arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. "That's interesting." After Kaixing finished reading the stack of books that Chen Mobai handed over, he injected spiritual power into 13 key parts of Qi Yucheng's corpse lying in front of the main hall. In a short while, the corpse, which had lost all signs of life, had its withered and aged skin become transparent, revealing all its internal structures. After examining the area thoroughly, Kaixing frowned slightly, as if he had discovered something. Strangeness. When Chen Mobai heard him say that, he didn't dare to ask why it was strange. "Don't speak in riddles." But he didn't dare, while Yu Beiguang did and asked directly. "This puppet technique actually succeeded. What's so strange about success? This forbidden technique could not have been successfully mastered so easily without hundreds or thousands of trials." Kaixing glanced at Yu Beiguang and Chen Mobai and said something that startled them both. "So Qi Yucheng is lying, and he's been experimenting with other puppets besides himself. It might not be him. Maybe Yan Xinji conducted the experiment and gave him the data, which is why he was able to modify himself so perfectly and successfully." However, Kaixing suggested another possibility. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked at the stack of books, which Qi Yucheng had given him but he hadn't read yet. There is indeed a lot of experimental data from the dragon-tiger ancestors, but the quantity is still relatively small. Kaixing understood Chen Mobai's meaning, spoke up, and then returned the stack of books to him. "With your talent, you will eventually reach the same level as the two of us. You will be able to make your own decisions about these things in the future." Kaixing's words implied that as long as Chen Mobai did not violate the fundamental principles of the immortal sect, he would generally not be held accountable for minor matters such as examining forbidden techniques. Chen Mobai raised both hands and respectfully accepted the stack of books. After scanning the contents with the heavenly abacus, he entered the state of reading the book in a small space and began to peruse it. This human puppet technique truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden art. It requires conducting various experiments on human bodies to collect data and ensure that the person can be gradually transformed into a puppet while still alive. Yan Xinji also put forward another theory, believing that the immortal sprout he had created was the most perfect human puppet. As long as they can grow in the future, they will be able to produce nascent soul cultivators in large numbers. Even reaching the nascent soul stage is not impossible. Cremate him, let this matter end here, and do not upload this forbidden technique to the National Library. Kaixing pointed to Qi Yucheng's corpse. "Thank you, ancestor." After hearing this, Chen Mobai said gratefully. With his permission, Qi Yucheng was able to be laid to rest peacefully. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect with Qi Yucheng's body, and with the help of Master Chengshuan, completed the funeral. After the body is cremated, all the past turns to dust. The burial site was chosen to be Qi Yucheng's hometown, Kaianshan City. Duanmu Longrong and Wang Shui also came and offered incense. Our generation can be considered a failure, with not a single one reaching the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, we have the pure Yang generation. Standing before Qi Yucheng's tombstone, Hong Mengqi remarked with emotion that Qi Yucheng had at most a few years left to live. Yes, thank goodness for Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, the equally aged Duanmu Longrong nodded and said that she too had reached the end of her life, and her vitality was already dissipating. If Qi Yucheng hadn't had any accidents, the two of them would probably be dead by now. The future is in your hands, Hong Mengqi said to his disciple Bian Jingchun. She also has the hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Seeing their grief, Chen Mobai silently finished offering incense, and then stayed by Qi Yucheng's grave for 3 days. Teacher, may you rest in peace. Upon returning to Wanggu Cave, Chen Mobai received more bad news. Duanmu Longrong had also passed away after returning home. He could only sigh and ask Zhuang Jialan to make the trip for him. Qi Yucheng's death left Chen Mobai depressed for a long time. Besides, he didn't know how to tell Qing Nu about Yang Jing's possession. Kaianshan City. Before Qi Yucheng's grave, a puppet of Yan Xinji appeared. After scanning it around, he could hardly believe it. You were cremated. Did you really die like that? Subduing dragons and tigers, slaying ghosts and capturing demons, chanting the names of gods and Buddhas, and opening a new era for the sun and moon. End of this chapter. Chapter 945, appointed as Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. Chapter 945, appointed as Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. At the Grand Assembly in Kaiyuan Hall, Shui Xian announced her resignation from all her current positions for personal reasons, dedicating herself to cultivation. However, the 3 main halls could not be without a leader for a day. After a fair and just vote, Chen Mobai, the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall, was unanimously elected as the new hall master. In a sense, the 3 hall masters are the masters of the immortal sects. After realizing his childhood dream, Chen Mobai returned to his hometown and told his grandfather the news at his grandfather's grave. Because the graves of his relatives were all together, after visiting his maternal grandfather's grave, Chen Mobai also paid respects to the graves around the perimeter. Besides him, Shi Wanyu and her daughter also came along. It just so happened that it was the end of the year holiday, and Chen Ziohe had some free time. However, after Chen Ziohe reached the core formation stage, she was promoted to a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. Currently, she has 2 options. One is to take up a temporary post elsewhere, and the other is to stay in Wanggu Cave and wait for a suitable vacancy. Since all the suitable positions for her in the 3 main halls and departments are already filled, and Chen Mobai is unwilling to use any underhanded methods, she can only wait if she wants to stay. If one were to take up a temporary post outside the region, one could accumulate more merits, making it easier to obtain the nascent soul elixir from the outside in. However, after careful consideration, Chen Ziohe decided to stay in Wanggu Cave. After all, although Chen Mobai's elixirs had supplemented Shi Wanyu's lifespan, it hadn't been extended much. In the final years of her life, she still wanted to stay by her mother's side. Chen Mobai was very pleased with this. Because Wang Xinying was still on Dragon Star, Chen Mobai offered an extra stick of incense on her behalf. My aunt participated in the war this time. After she comes back, she should be able to get the golden elixir jade pill right. On the way down the mountain, Shi Wanyu asked about Wang Xinying. The 2 of them had a pretty good relationship. Everything has been arranged. Chen Mobai said something lightly, and Shi Wanyu didn't ask any more questions, because she knew that her husband always kept his word. Because of the additional spiritual energy from the newly established nascent soul cultivator, The immortal sects will refine more core formation elixirs based on seniority and merit. Because Chen Mobai is related to Wang Xinying, he entrusted Taiyuan Academy to submit her name to the academy. Just like when he used the core formation elixir on Yan Bingxuan, Master Kingping naturally helped with this as well. The only concern is that Wang Xinying's talent is only average. Although she has been working hard to improve her spiritual root over the years, there is still a fundamental gap compared to the geniuses of the four major academies. Even with the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she cannot say that she is completely confident. However, Wang Xinying is not young anymore. She has already passed half of her 240-year lifespan in the foundation establishment stage. Now is the time when her essence, energy, and spirit are at their peak. If she does not take advantage of this time to break through to the core formation stage, although her spiritual root value will increase over time, her other attributes will decline year by year. Chen Mobai also possesses two other types of golden cores, water elemental golden core and wood elemental golden core, which are also incompatible with her attributes. However, when he left the eastern wilderness a few years ago, he had already instructed Qing Nu to collect the materials for a batch of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills. It is unknown whether they have been successfully refined yet. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai realized that it had been a long time since he had returned to the eastern wilderness. Now that he had left Dragon God Star and was no longer under the watchful eyes of the two immortal saints, it was time to go back and take a look. You all go back first. I'm going to check on the Jade Phoenix Tree area in Dangxia Mountain. Chen Mobai sent Shi Wanyu and her daughter back to their hometown in Dangxia City first, and then used his void walking ability to teleport to the long-missed Dangxia Mountain. Everything on the mountaintop was exactly the same as when he left, without any changes. After he achieved Nascent Soul, this place was listed as a cultural relic of Dangxia City, just like the Jeddah Courtyard in Yumu City. However, since he was no longer stationed here, the spiritual energy of this fourth-grade superior spiritual vein was controlled, leaving only the portion for the normal growth of the Jade Phoenix tree. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he called the Tianmu Dilu Administration Bureau. Soon after, the mountaintop was once again filled with fourth-grade high-level spiritual energy. The once somewhat subdued jade sycamore tree also sensed this, and its verdant leaves released an even fresher fragrance. Chen Mobai arrived under the jade phoenix tree and listened for a while to confirm that only the officials of the Dangxia City Immortal sect and the staff of the two universities had come up after he left. He nodded in agreement. Although all traces he left here had been erased after he formed his nascent soul, he still did not want anyone to spy on or inquire about him. After returning to the cabin, he took out the tortoise treasure and went to the eastern wilderness. Greetings, Master. Inside the Yellow Dragon Cave, Zhuo Ming, along with the Tai Sui boy and the little yellow dragon girl, bowed to Chen Mobai, who had just emerged from seclusion. It's been a long time. I'm so happy to see you break through to the mid-stage of core formation. Chen Mobai immediately noticed that Zhuo Ming's aura had reached a new level and couldn't help but smile. It's not just me. Junior sister Luo and junior brother Jiang have also broken through, as have senior brother Yi Yun and senior brother Zhou Wangshan. Zhuo Ming was very happy to receive Chen Mobai's affirmation. After talking about her junior brothers and sisters, she also talked about the other core formation cultivators in the same sect. The five-element sect is now thriving, swallowing up various resources from the three regions of the eastern wilderness. The cultivators within the sect have no shortage of various cultivation resources, as well as breakthrough pills refined by Qing Nu. Within a few decades after forming their core, they have all broken through to the mid-stage of the core formation. For the others, this was all expected. Jiang Xingheng, however, had a relatively short time to form his core, only a little over 30 years, yet he also broke through, which surprised Jiang Xingheng. However, considering that this disciple cultivates the Longevity Sutra, it is understandable. After all, almost all the difficulties of this cultivation method have been overcome by the predecessors of the sect, especially after Zhou Shenqing revised it, With his insightful perspective as a nascent soul cultivator, Jiang Xingheng will not have any confusion before he forms his nascent soul. Chen Mobai then inquired about Qing Nu and learned that she was in Wanhua Immortal City, leading the pharmacists of Dangxia Pavilion in refining pills. Master, Dangxia Pavilion's annual profits are now almost a third of the sects. When Zhuo Ming talked about this, she looked envious. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Before the war began, the Five Elements sect was able to save 50 million spirit stones every year, and over the years, this number has only increased. In other words, King Nu's Dangxia Pavilion can now generate at least tens of millions of spirit stones in net profit every year. Even he, a nascent soul cultivator, could only marvel at how lucrative the pill business was here after hearing such a figure. However, this is also thanks to the Five Elements sect backing them up. Otherwise, if another force were to open it, even a holy land, it would probably be constantly robbed by thieves in the three regions of the eastern wilderness. After all, a local official is more powerful than a distant one. The Holy Land is far away in the east, and the Five Elements sect has already connected the three territories of the eastern wilderness, eastern Wu, and eastern Yi through a large teleportation array. As long as someone dares to make a move, the Five Elements sect cultivators, led by Mo Duguang, a nascent soul sword cultivator, can arrive at the various branches of Dangxia Pavilion in the shortest possible time. Even if a cultivator manages to seize the pills from Dangxia Pavilion, very few can escape the pursuit of the Five Elements sect. Some skeptical outsiders tried several times, but unless they hid deep in the desolate ruins or fled overseas in time, they would basically be sought out by the Five Elements sect as a warning to others as long as they were in the three regions of the eastern wilderness. The fact that Chen Mobai was able to achieve this was naturally the result of his painstaking efforts. The little sky canopy Big Dipper array hangs right in the sky. The Unicom project, which Song Huangda is in charge of, has now been fully rolled out across the three regions of the eastern wilderness. Among them, the Dangxia Pavilion's branches are only located in major immortal cities, where the signal is strongest. After a robbery, unless someone can instantly teleport away like Chen Mobai, others will leave traces, whether they use escape techniques or flying boats. As long as there is a trace, the Five Elements sect will find it. Chen Mobai returned mainly because he missed Qing Nu, and also to inquire about the progress of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. After sending the message to Qing Nu, he waited at the Yellow Dragon Cave. Zhuo Ming, as his apprentice, stayed by his side the whole time. Through her, Chen Mobai learned about what had happened in the eastern wilderness during his nearly 20 years of seclusion. First of all, the wind and rain dock outside the Huanglong cave has also been transformed. Under Zhou Yi's diligent efforts, not only was a huge artificial island filled in, but the wind and rain immortal city was also completed. This immortal city has now become a bridgehead for communication between the eastern wilderness and the eastern Wu region. The annual profits it can earn are second only to those of the northern abyss immortal city, the core of the three domains. Zhou Yi, you've worked hard. At this moment, Chen Mobai remembered that the infant nourishing pill was still in his possession. It was agreed that he would give it to him after he finished this matter, and he wondered if the other man was anxious. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai used the Tongxiani to send a message to Zhou Yi. Just after Zhou Yi completed the construction of the Wind and Rain Immortal City, he stayed in this immortal city, which was right next to the Yellow Dragon Cave. Upon receiving the news, he rushed over immediately. Greetings, junior brother sect leader. After Zhou Yi entered, he solemnly bowed to Chen Mobai. I have made some progress in my cultivation, and my seclusion has lasted a bit longer than usual. I apologize for keeping senior brother Zhou waiting. Chen Mobai first apologized to Zhou Yi, who repeatedly said he dared not. I wonder how senior brother Zhou's 5 elements true qi and primordial true qi are coming along. Reporting to junior brother sect leader, I achieved great success 10 years ago, fulfilling the requirements for nascent soul formation. Over the years, through further training, I have added even more true energy." After hearing this, Zhou Yi understood Chen Mobai's meaning, suppressed his slightly excited feelings, and answered about his cultivation progress. "That's good. This is the nascent soul pill. Senior brother Mo took this before to condense his nascent soul. I hope that senior brother Joe will also succeed and become the fourth nascent soul cultivator of our five-element sect." This was something he had promised, so Chen Mobai took out a glass bottle containing a single infant nourishing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Zhou Yi. "Thank you, junior brother sect leader." Zhou Yi bowed deeply and accepted the long-awaited infant nourishing pill with both hands. The five-element sect currently has 3 nascent soul cultivators. He knows that Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang both successfully formed their nascent souls by consuming this ancient elixir inherited from the longevity sect. These 2 real-life success stories made Zhou Yi realize that this infant nourishing pill was far more powerful than the infant condensing pill he had treasured. The moment Zhou Yi received the infant nourishing pill, he felt that all the effort he had put into the five-element sect over the years had been rewarded, and all his hard work had been worthwhile. "If I had known that following the sect leader would bring such good things, I should have surrendered much earlier." This is what Zhou Yi is thinking right now. Where will senior brother Zhou choose to form his nascent soul? Chen Mobai asked again. "Primordial immortal city." Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, after all. It was the place he was most familiar with, and the 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein was more than enough for someone who had reached the nascent soul stage. However, Chen Mobai felt that it would be better to add another insurance policy. The 5-element spiritual energy is balanced in the 1 yuan secret realm, which is most suitable for you who have cultivated the 5 elements true qi. However, the key is with Qing Nu, so senior brother Zhou, please wait for half a day. Chen Mobai planned to open the 1 yuan secret realm to Zhou Yi to form his nascent soul. Although he had taken the core of the 5th-order spiritual vein, the heavenly yuan pearl, there, it was still much better than the Hunyuan immortal city for Zhou Yi, who cultivated the orthodox Hunyuan true qi and the 5 elements of true qi. "Thank you, junior brother sect leader." Zhou Yi was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had thought about this before, but after that place fell into Chen Mobai's hands, it was never open to other members of the sect. In addition, he was not as close to Chen Mobai as Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang, so he did not dare to speak rashly. Then Chen Mobai and Zhou Yi talked about the situation in Eastern Wu. The Sun family has completely declined. In recent years, relying on the resources of our 5-element sect, the Lu family has gained an outsider golden core cultivator and a true core formation cultivator. They have already replaced the Sun family and become the #1 family in Eastern Wu. As the place of his birth, and with Zhou Yi stationed in Fengyu Immortal City, dealing with the Eastern Wu every day, he naturally wanted revenge. However, he also kept Chen Mobai's words in mind. After all, he had not yet obtained the infant nourishing pill, so he had been very honest all these years, only secretly targeting the Sun family. He deserves some credit for the Lu family's rapid rise over the years. The two chatted for a while, and then King Nu returned to Huanglong Cave. She was very happy to see Chen Mobai, but she restrained herself because Zhou Yi and Zhu Ming were present. Only after Zhou Yi left with the jade pendant key to the 1 yuan secret realm did she slightly reveal her true feelings. The couple hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Zhu Ming, with great insight, led the Tai Sui child and the little yellow dragon girl away. Soon, the room was filled with the vibrant energy of spring. End of this chapter. Chapter 946, The 5 Elements and 9 Palaces are complete. Chapter 946, The 5 Elements and 9 Palaces are complete. After meeting Qing Nu, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then decided he could no longer hide it from her, and told her about Yang Jing being possessed by the Ascension sect leader. Click. Upon hearing this, King Nu lost control of her emotions and crushed the wooden armrests of the chair. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had seen her reveal murderous intent, which showed how much she valued her younger sister, Yang Jing. I have just taken office as the master of the righteous law hall. After the war ends, I will personally lead the heaven-mending group to sweep through the Ascension sect in the starry sky, hoping to rescue Kong Feikin. Yang Jing had been taken away for too long, and after being possessed, Chen Mobai was powerless to stop him. Now, he could only hope that Kong Feikin was still all right. It's all because Xiao Chen was bewitched. If he were more mature. King Nu became even more agitated upon hearing the name Kong Feikin. However, Chen Mobai knew that with so many top cultivators from the Ascension sect targeting him, even if Kong Feikin didn't fall for the trap, someone else would take Yang Jing away. The reason Qing Nu was able to stay was probably because of Yan Xinji and Lin Dayaming, who was the then master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Let's not talk about this now. After all, he's our younger brother. If we have the chance, we should try to save him. Chen Mobai could only offer this consolation. Although he didn't think much of Kong Feikin either, he could only say those things to King Nu. At this moment, his role as her brother-in-law was mainly to show his masculine side. Wah! Upon hearing this, King Nu threw herself into Chen Mobai's arms and cried, "Thank goodness for you. It's just a pity that my cultivation is too weak, otherwise I could have gone back to help." Hearing Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai was actually glad that her cultivation had only reached the core formation stage. If she had reached the nascent soul stage, she definitely would have wanted to return to the immortal sect. At least Qing Nu has firmly remembered the grudge against the ascended cult leader. With your talent and the resources of the eastern wilderness, you may even reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Don't let this leave you with inner demons. Leave the Ascension sect to me. Chen Mobai spoke with great confidence, saying that after mastering the Fifth Order Yuan Yang Sword Fiend, he could be considered invincible in the immortal sects, except for the nascent soul True Monarch. Although those evil giants of the Ascension sect were all top-tier nascent soul cultivators, Qi Yuheng could easily defeat them, so he obviously had no problem doing so either. "I've always been the one asking you for help," King Nu said with a guilty look that since they met, it was always the three of them, siblings, who had caused trouble for Chen Mobai. It was fortunate that Chen Mobai had a strong foundation. Otherwise, any cultivator from any immortal sect would probably not have been able to deal with so many nascent soul cultivators of the ascended sect master. "You are my wife, and they are my younger brother and sister. It is only natural for me to help them." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, King Nu secretly resolved to improve her cultivation as soon as possible, so that she wouldn't have to rely on him for everything. After discussing that, the two began talking about the newly refined golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Because Chen Mobai knew that he might not be back for a long time while he was leading the war, he had told Qing Nu that after he finished making the pills, apart from the one reserved for Wang Xinying, the rest could be put directly on the Lingbao Pavilion. Qing Nu was already very skilled at refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, and she produced 10 pills, all of which were free of poison. However, she still entrusted this task to Yi Yun for screening. After all, once a core formation item is put on the market, it will definitely be snapped up. It's better to follow the old rules, decide on the candidates first, and then put them on the shelves one by one. 4 pills have already been redeemed. King Nu then mentioned the list, which included Yuan Chai, Yu Lion, Wan Dengyang, and Ban Jiaden. The rapid development of the 5-element sect in recent years has led to a shortage of cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage. After all, Qing Nu had already refined dozens of core formation elixirs. Those who were supposed to form cores had basically already done so, and those who hadn't yet reached the foundation establishment stage had essentially exhausted their opportunities. In the previous batch of Wood Essence Golden Cores, besides Chu Zuoshu and Liu Wenbai, Wood Yuan also successfully formed his own core, while Yan Yuanhao failed. Of the 4 people exchanged this time, Yuan Cha and Yu Lion were Chen Mobai's direct subordinates. After the two of them reached the peak of foundation establishment, Yi Yun naturally made arrangements for them immediately. Ban Jiaden was a sword cultivator from the Golden Vein, one of the original 5-colored immortal seeds. Wan Dengyang was someone Chen Mobai had promised to set an example for outsiders. Following Chen Mobai's guidance, he had already taken the water element golden elixir and the wood element golden elixir, primarily to accumulate experience. Now, with this golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill, coupled with countless insights from the Northern Abyss City Library and the enhancement from the jade crane technique, if this still didn't work, Chen Mobai would be out of options. Let's give Yan Yuanhao another chance. After listening, Chen Mobai thought of the sect cultivator who had made great contributions to the desertification control in Han County and spoke to Qing Nu. Yan Yuanhao used most of his sect's contribution points to exchange for the wood essence golden core last time. After failing to form the core and recovering, he kept accepting missions in Baiyuan City, hoping to accumulate enough points for a second exchange. Then I will hire him to escort the pills in the name of Danxia Pavilion. After hearing this, Qing Nu understood Chen Mobai's meaning. They would not break the sect's rules. Since Yan Yuanhao's contribution was insufficient, they would use their own methods to make things work. After discussing the matter, Chen Mobai took a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and headed to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. He brought Zhuo Ming with him on this trip. During the 20 years he was busy with the war to establish the immortal sects, Zhuo Ming, on the Five Elements sect side, also diligently completed the arrangement of the Five Elements mystery, Five Elements array, and the positive and negative 9 palaces array according to his master's instructions. However, although the grand formation was completed, the final step of integrating and fusing the spiritual veins involved the realm of a fifth-order formation master, which Zhuo Ming was unable to accomplish. Chen Mobai's return came at just the right time, as Zhuo Ming had only just completed the infrastructure for these large formations this year. Minger, you've worked hard. As Chen Mobai rode the Tei 5 smoke silk, he looked down from the sky at the scene where the spiritual cores of the 2 fifth-order great formations in the eastern wilderness shone brightly, and couldn't help but praise his disciple beside him. It was also thanks to the concerted efforts of the sect's array masters, as well as the help of Tai Sui Tong Zai and Zio Huang Long Nu. Zhuo Ming didn't take credit, but pointed to the Tai Sui Tongzi who was following beside him, and the latter immediately stood up straight in front of Chen Mobai. Little yellow dragon girl didn't go out. After all, she was a true spirit, and nominally she was with Qing Nu. Normally, she wouldn't leave the house unless there was something to do. The news of Yang Jing's possession deeply affected Qing Nu, who decided to change her faith in the Foundation sect and begin refining pills to enhance her cultivation, hoping to achieve the perfect golden core, and then the nascent soul stage in the shortest possible time. Chen Mobai naturally agreed. Over the years, besides running the Danxia Pavilion business and refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Qing Nu had not forgotten her husband. She even directed the Five Elements sect to collect materials for a batch of pure yang condensing true pills. The elixir is currently being nurtured and will be ready in a while. Chen Mobai was very grateful for this. He had personally experienced the effects of the pure yang condensing true qi pill, which allowed him to quickly accumulate true qi. With 10 pills made this time, plus the one he still had, it might even allow him to reach the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. For 20 years during the war, under the watchful eyes of the 2 immortal saints, Chen Mobai only dared to methodically absorb and condense spiritual energy to refine true qi, which made him, who was used to rapid progress, somewhat uncomfortable. With the departure of Ancestor Bai Guang and the Spirit Venerable, his constraints will decrease. Having learned about the Purple Cloud Star River, the Central Dojo, and the realms beyond the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai also hopes to master even greater power in the shortest possible time. The resources in the eastern wilderness are his greatest asset for progress. Therefore, we still need to continue collecting the materials for the pure yang condensing true essence pill. As Chen Mobai was thinking, he had already brought Zhuo Ming Tai Sui Tongzi to Shenmu Immortal City. Fu Zhangju is in charge here, while Zhou Shenking has gone to Baiyuan Immortal City to oversee things while Chen Mobai is in seclusion. Junior brother, it's been a long time. Fu Zongju was overjoyed to see Chen Mobai. He even performed a fancy trick, riding a lifelike wooden dragon that was 1,000 feet long and circled 3 times in the air to greet him. I didn't expect that my senior brother would actually finish repairing the little azure dragon. Amazing. Upon seeing the wooden dragon, Chen Mobai immediately understood what was going on. Listening to the echoes of the empty valley, he discovered the fourth-order power contained within it and couldn't help but praise Fu Zongju highly. The fact that this repair was completed means that Fu Zongju has thoroughly understood all the blueprints. The highest level of the longevity puppet technique, the longevity azure dragon, is a fifth-order power. As the current successor of the longevity cult, Chen Mobai felt that he should have the style of the longevity azure dragon in the future. It's also thanks to my junior brother's guidance before, but activating this little azure dragon requires top-grade spirit stones, and one stone can only last for a month or so. Given Fu Zongju's status, only top-grade spirit stones could give him a headache. Don't worry, senior brother, leave this to me. Each little azure dragon is equivalent to the power of a fourth-tier cultivator. If every core formation cultivator in the wood vein could carry a little azure dragon, then apart from the Holy Land, the 5-element sect would truly have no forces to fear. Chen Mobai naturally gave his full support to this. Once the 5 elements grand array is completed, this place will soon be upgraded to a 5th-order spiritual vein. At that time, it will be much more efficient to collect spirit stones here. Fu Zongju was overjoyed upon hearing this. After the two had tea and reminisced, Chen Mobai went to the Divine Tree Secret Realm to absorb the wandering spiritual consciousness of the Great Tao Tree using the Devouring God technique. After finishing this task, Chen Mobai led Zhu Ming to check the final preparations for the mysterious 5 elements array. Zhou Shenking, who had heard the news of his emergence from seclusion, also came over, while Mo Duguang accompanied Chu Zuoshu to the eastern lands. Chu Zuoshu now leads the 5 Elements Merchant Guild, and in addition to the 3 border regions of his homeland, he has also expanded his business to Dongyu and the eastern lands. The reason why all the materials for this batch of pure yang condensing true pills were collected was the result of Chu Zuoshu's hard work. However, he was able to bring all the precious main medicines back to the eastern wilderness, entirely thanks to Mo Duguang, a nascent soul sword cultivator, who protected him along the way. This time, Yue Zhudao negotiated a big deal worth millions of spirit stones in the eastern lands. Chu Zuoshu used the influence of the 5-element sect in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent to finally gather all the goods. In order to ensure that these goods were transported to the eastern lands intact, Mo Duguang was once again invited out of the mountains. Senior brother Mo is working too hard. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. It's all right, there's a large teleportation array here. It won't take much time to go back and forth. Zhou Shenking waved his hand dismissively. Those who know the customs of the Tian realm understand. Goods worth millions of spirit stones are highly sought after by cultivators without a powerful figure in charge. It was even possible that during the transaction, the other party would swallow the person and the goods together. It was only after Mo Duguang reached the nascent soul stage that Chu Zuoshu and Yue Zhudao dared to discuss such a large business. I gave Zhou Yi a nascent soul pill. After he completes his nascent soul formation, we'll see how things go and let him take charge of these matters. When Chen Mobai brought this up, Zhou Shenking nodded in agreement. Then we'll have Zhou Yi stay in Dongyi for a long time. The large teleportation array there connects directly to the 9 Heavens immortal city in the east, so it will be convenient for him to go there if anything happens. This was something the two had discussed a long time ago, but because Zhou Yi had done a good job in the Fengyu immortal city matter over the years, he wasn't allowed to return to Dongyi. Now that the Wind and Rain immortal city has been completed, if Zhou Yi successfully forms his nascent soul, it's time to send him out to lead a faction. After saying all that, Chen Mobai also showed Zhou Shenking the mysterious 5 elements array, which encompassed most of the eastern wilderness plain. I never imagined that my junior brother would have such a profound understanding of formations. The cultivators in the Tian realm admire versatility. Zhou Shenking's achievements in formations are also quite high. He was even one of the organizers of the Xuanji 5 Elements formation. Now that he sees Chen Mobai setting up this fifth-order formation in this way, he can't help but admire him. Not at all, it's mainly because the founder left behind the complete blueprints, and I only made some minor modifications. Chen Mobai has always been very humble in the Tian realm. However, Zhou Shenking was also an expert and knew that Chen Mobai's array formation skills were among the best, even among fifth-tier array formation masters, to be able to make modifications to them. Because Zhou Shenking was also proficient in the mysterious 5 elements array and was a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai had him preside over the most crucial central hub in Shenmue Immortal City, while he himself was responsible for guiding the other 4 spiritual hubs to rotate the 5 elements array and control and integrate the various spiritual veins on the eastern wilderness plain that were marked with array flags and array plates. Chen Mobai had previously led the elite array masters of the immortal sect to set up a complete Earth network array on Dragon God Star, but the Xuanji 5 elements array was less than 1% as difficult. Now with Zhou Shenking's help, it's even easier. Besides the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai also summoned Luo Zuer and Ning Leshan, and together with Zhuo Ming, there were exactly 5 people controlling the 5 elements. The key to this formation lies in the rotation of the 5 elements and the order in which they are activated. Because the wood spirit pivot ultimately absorbs everything, it needs to be activated at the location of the fire spirit pivot. Then, following the order of fire generating earth, earth generating metal, metal generating water, and water generating wood, the mysterious 5 elements array is formed through mutual generation. After Chen Mobai activated the grand formation of Huizen Immortal City, he used the small sky curtain Big Dipper array for positioning, and then used the void shift to arrive at the other immortal cities one after another. He directed Zhuo Ming and others to control the flow of the grand formation and connect all the spiritual veins on the eastern wilderness plain that had been marked by the 5 elements sect. Because the preliminary preparations had already been completed by Zhuo Ming and the array masters of the 5 elements sect, there were no surprises in activating the 5th order array this time. Junior brother, the spiritual veins of Giantwood Ridge are increasing day by day. After the mysterious 5 elements array covering the eastern wilderness plain was activated, Zhou Shenking was the first to feel it. The inexhaustible spiritual energy on the vast land was injected into the depths of the Giantwood Ridge through the 5th order array, and then fused and refined by the wood element array here, and released to various mountain peaks and caves. The spiritual veins of Giantwood Ridge also need a period of adaptation. I estimate that it will be upgraded to a 5th-order spiritual vein in a few years. Chen Mobai used the phoenix facing the sun diagram to sense the spiritual energy of the land, and confirmed that the spiritual veins of Giantwood Ridge were merging with the major spiritual veins on the eastern wilderness plain at the most perfect rate of improvement. He nodded in satisfaction. That's great. In this way, my disciples in the Wood clan will be able to have the best cultivation conditions in the future. Although Zhou Shenking himself could not enjoy 5th-order spiritual energy, he was still very happy about this. This is a 5th-order spiritual vein. Even the Star Heaven Tao sect, which possesses the entire Eastern Mountain, only has a 5th-order spiritual vein. Furthermore, Zhou Shenking had seen Chen Mobai's plans for the Eastern Wilderness, and knew that after the mysterious 5 elements array, there was also the positive and negative 9 palaces array. Once these 2 arrays were completed, the 5 elements sect could basically control most of the spiritual veins in the Eastern Wilderness. If, with the expansion of their territory, they were to encompass Yunmeng Marsh, Dongwu, Dongyi, and even the desolate ruins, it wouldn't be impossible for them to upgrade to 6th-order spiritual veins in the future. The bright future filled Zhou Shenking with ever-growing anticipation. He hoped to live to see the day when the 5 elements sects banners were planted throughout the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. After completing the mysterious 5 elements array, Chen Mobai went to the northern abyss immortal city. For the past 20 years, although he was in seclusion, Yun kept his instructions in mind and used most of the spirit stones earned by the five-element sect for infrastructure construction. Besides the two major immortal cities, Baiyuan and Wanhua, which are at the beginning and end of the city respectively, the remaining 7 immortal cities have also been completed. Although these immortal cities are not yet fully populated, and some are even ghost cities, all the supporting facilities related to the 9 Palaces formation have been completed. Once the 9 Palaces formation is complete, have Qingnu move Danxia Pavilion there as well. Then, have Yue Zhudao find the Takesu Misty Palace and set up medium-sized teleportation arrays in each immortal city to divert the population from old cities like Baiyuan to these new cities. After leading the high-ranking cultivators of the 5-element sect throughout the 9 Palaces immortal city, Chen Mobai formulated a plan for the development of the new city over the next 30 years. After listening, Yun nodded repeatedly. As long as Danxia Pavilion exists, ensuring that residents of the new city can participate in the lottery to purchase the Foundation Establishment 3 treasures, there will be no shortage of cultivators going there. After all, the housing prices in Baiyuan City have become so high that even core formation cultivators find them outrageous. The cave dwellings allocated to the 5-element sect members on Mount Baiyuan are, according to current housing prices, an astronomical figure that would take these core formation cultivators decades to earn. Not to mention the low-level rogue cultivators and chi refining cultivators. The current Baiyuan city is almost devoid of their foothold, so relocating to a new city is the best option. The only thing making these chi refining cultivators hesitate now is that once they leave Baiyuan city, it will be almost impossible for them to return. However, once the transportation issue is resolved, their concerns will be dispelled. With the medium-sized teleportation array, no matter which immortal city one lives in, coming to Baiyuan City is just a matter of teleportation. If the salary is high enough, one can even work in Baiyuan City and then use a teleportation array to settle in a new city. The transfer capacity of a medium-sized teleportation array is incomparable to that of a small one. Although setting up one in every new city is quite wasteful, Chen Mobai believes that the spirit stones can be earned back quickly. To get rich, build roads first. After all, only when there are more people can the housing prices in a new city be driven up. Baiyuan City has developed very well now. It's time for the rich to help the poor get richer. Chen Mobai gave a general account of the experience of urbanization and population diversion in the immortal sect, which enlightened the 5-element sect cultivators, including Yun, who were with him. I was truly amazed. Over the past 20 years, in order to build major immortal cities, develop the infrastructure of the Eastern Wilderness, and construct the Earth Network Array, the 5-element sect has also spent hundreds of millions of spirit stones, enriching many immortal cultivation families and forces in the Eastern Wilderness. Even many local cultivators who work as laborers and wandering cultivators from other regions have accumulated a large sum of money in their accounts. After witnessing how easy it was to earn spirit stones in the Eastern Wilderness, and how pleasant the atmosphere was where one didn't have to worry about being robbed, most of these cultivators chose to settle down there. However, due to the outrageous housing prices in Baiyuan City, and the fact that many large-scale infrastructure projects need to be completed at Lingbao Pavilion, they dared not leave and could only choose to rent a house. If Chen Mobai's plan is implemented now, the spirit stones in these cultivators' accounts will soon be used to buy houses and purchase Foundation Establishment treasures in the new city, and will flow back into the hands of their 5-element sect. Junior brother, you can turn your hand to make clouds and rain. Zhou Shenking couldn't help but praise him. In just half a day, he had already foreseen the scene of the reward hall having hundreds of millions more spirit stones in reserve, piled up like mountains in the near future. Moreover, they would be praised by the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness for earning these spirit stones. Compared to that, the method of calamity cultivation is really too low-tech. All I want is to create a peaceful and prosperous world in the eastern wilderness." After listening, Chen Mobai smiled and said, while Jiang Heng, who was standing next to him, felt that he had gained a lot of insight and that a new system was about to take shape in his mind. After outlining the 5-element sect's development plan for the next few decades, Chen Mobai led the cultivators around him to activate the 9 palaces formation. Soon, the cultivators living in Baiyuan City felt the spiritual energy become even more abundant. They were all curious because Zhuo Ming had led thousands of array masters from the 5-element sect to carry out infrastructure construction in the eastern wilderness plateau for 20 years. News of the Fifth Order array had also leaked out, so after the 9 palaces array was completed, well-informed people quickly learned about it. Baiyuan City will soon be upgraded to a Fifth Order spiritual vein. This news caused already outrageously high housing prices to surge by another third, and there's no sign of it stopping. Junior brother, the current housing prices in the entire Baiyuan City could buy the entire Eastern Wu and Eastern Ye. After Yi Yun reported this matter to Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking, the latter did some mental calculations and were shocked. It's just an inflated bubble. The higher the housing prices, the lower the transaction volume. What we need to do now is to take advantage of the fact that the housing prices in Baiyuan City have reached their peak, and then divert the rogue cultivators and low-level qi refining cultivators who are living here to other immortal cities in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai had seen the serious consequences of the real estate bubble more than once in the immortal sects textbooks, so after learning this, he immediately began to divert the population and develop other new cities according to the previous plan. For this reason, he even personally communicated with Zhang Pangkong of the Taixu Misty Palace. When the latter heard that a medium-sized teleportation array was needed, he did not care, even though there were quite a few, and immediately arranged for people to come. In the eastern continent, large teleportation arrays are controlled resources, but medium-sized teleportation arrays are not. As long as you have status and position, the Taixu Misty Palace will generally give you face. Now that Mo Duguang has reached the nascent soul stage, the 5-element sect is undoubtedly the #1 power on the eastern border and has earned that title. Soon, the 5-element sect posted a notice announcing that medium-sized teleportation arrays would be installed in every newly constructed city to solve transportation problems. This news immediately gave hope to those cultivators who had given up on settling in Baiyuan City due to the upgrade of the spiritual veins and the soaring housing prices. However, some cultivators were still hesitant. These were all cultivators who had reached the qi refining stage and were eager to establish their foundation. Therefore, Yi Yun had the 5-element sect post a second announcement, which announced the list of new cities that would be introduced to Dangxia Pavilion, and that residents of these new cities would be eligible to purchase the 3 treasures of foundation building through a lottery system. Upon hearing these 2 pieces of news, all the cultivators no longer hesitated. Fearing that they would be unable to choose a good location if they were too late, they flocked to the newly built immortal city to buy houses and settle down. End of this chapter. Chapter 947, The Fruit of 3 Yin. Chapter 947, The Fruit of 3 Yin. Chen Mobai stood in the sky above Liujia Immortal City, looking down at the bustling crowd below, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Among the newly built 9 palaces Immortal City, apart from the already overcrowded Baiyuan Wanhua, the Liujia Immortal City in Hangjin is doing quite well. Because desertification control is a long-term process, although Zhuo Ming has transformed Hangjin back into a place of green mountains and clear waters, the boundless sea of sand outside Hangjin is still a huge challenge that the 5-element sect will need to overcome in the future. Therefore, in Hangjin, the 5-element sect invests a lot of spirit stones every year, either by sending sect cultivators or by hiring local cultivators, to manage the desert step by step and advance towards the sea of sand. These cultivators who worked to control desertification accumulated a lot of spirit stones because they stayed in Hangjin for a long time. So, As soon as Liugia Immortal City was established, many people came here to buy houses and build a cave dwelling to settle down. After the news of Danxia Pavilion and the medium-sized teleportation array was released, the housing prices in Liugia Immortal City also rose steadily. After all, although these desert control cultivators earned the hardest spirit stones, the five-element sect's investment over the years had made their storage bags bulge. Even the most frugal cultivators gritted their teeth and acquired a set of the three treasures for foundation establishment. Chen Mobai also instructed the five-element sect's spirit stone bank to loosen its lending policy, allowing those cultivators who had been fighting desertification for a long time and had good credit to make extravagant purchases, and first granting them the qualification to participate in the lottery. This incident made all the diligent rogue cultivators who worked for the five-element sect extremely grateful, and they all felt that Immortal Chen was truly a living god in the world. Greetings, sect leader. A short while later, Yin Qingmei, who was in charge of this immortal city, also flew over and bowed to Chen Mobai on the Tei-5 smoke luo. Because Zhuo Ming and others were also there, she could only call him sect leader. Qingmei, you did a good job. Chen Mobai was generous with his praise for her. Although the success of Liugia Immortal City was mainly due to the five-element sect's years of dedication to desert control and the retention of a large number of cultivators here, Yin Qingmei had also made great contributions to the initial river dredging and desert control efforts. Therefore, she deserves credit for the rise of this new city. It's all thanks to Commander Yan for his hard work. I don't have much to do. Yin Qingmei spoke the truth. Over the years, she had mainly focused on cultivating herself while overseeing the spiritual veins of Liugia Mountain. She had left all the mundane affairs to Yan Yuanhao, the governor of Han County. Yes, the sect will not mistreat those who have made contributions. After listening, Chen Mobai said something indifferently. Yi Yun, who was standing next to him, nodded immediately. Chen Mobai had already given Yan Yuanhao some pointers about arranging for him to take a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. After seeing this, Chen Mobai led his group to inspect the boundless desert outside Han County that was being managed. Soon they landed above the edge of the vast desert, and a vivid and resilient scene slowly unfolded before their eyes. Hundreds of cultivators dressed in plain clothes were scattered in the area where the desert met the oasis, like tenacious seeds. They had a clear division of labor. Some used spirit shovels to dig tree pits and planted saplings. Some used soul-stabilizing and fertilizing techniques, and others used clouds and rain. Before the vast, windswept desert, they wove green barriers, advancing arduously yet powerfully towards the boundless sea of sand. The faces of these monks were tanned dark from long hours under the scorching sun, but many of them had eyes filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. They didn't know what their hard work would bring, but they knew that by planting more saplings and ensuring the survival of these rows of seedlings, they could obtain spirit stones, five-element coins, spirit rice, and so on of corresponding value from the five-element sect. With aspirations for the future, they worked hard on the very edge of the boundless desert, gradually bringing vitality to this once desolate land. Although it may seem like a futile effort, decades of hard work have only pushed the boundary of the desert outward by one circle. In the eyes of Chen Mobai and his apprentice Zhuo Ming, it is a huge step forward. Because this means that one day they will be able to govern the boundless desert. Within the five-element sect, there was little understanding of such a costly and labor-intensive undertaking as desertification control. However, Chen Mobai's prestige was too great. No one would object to his decisions. Therefore, even though it required an investment of millions of spirit stones every year, and the consumption of spirit stones increased with the expansion of the area, the five-element sect persisted in its desertification control efforts. This infrastructure project also serves as a guaranteed source of income for many independent cultivators in the eastern wilderness. After coming out of seclusion, I couldn't find a good job for a while, so I came here to plant trees and control desertification. It's tough, but at least it doesn't require much skill. Any cultivator can do it. If you don't want to work so hard, you can go farming or herding sheep and cattle. Over the years, the Five Elements sect has grown to 80,000 disciples. If those eliminated by various academies are included, the number has exceeded 100,000. However, even with so many cultivators, it would be a drop in the ocean to manage the vast eastern wilderness. Therefore, the Five Elements sect released many positions. For example, to manage 1,000 acres of spirit fields, they would send 2 or 3 of their own disciples and hire dozens of outside cultivators. Managing spirit fields is considered a desirable job by many cultivators in the eastern wilderness. With little work and plenty of free time, one can balance work with cultivation. However, spirit stones are the least rewarded, and in some places, due to fierce competition, the only reward is spirit rice, such as near Baiyuan City, where even then connections are needed to be selected. In addition to these, there are mining, herb gathering, and the condensation of the five elements essence, etc. Anyway, in the eastern wilderness, as long as you're willing to work, you won't have to worry about finding work. After the inspection, Chen Mobai was very satisfied. This eastern wilderness is already showing signs of becoming a minor immortal sect. Finally, he took Zhu Ming and flew up to the heavenly realm, where he merged the small heavenly canopy Big Dipper array with the 5 elements and 9 palaces on the ground in front of her. Although the heavenly curtain and earthly network array here is not even 1% as powerful as that of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai has at least used his abilities to build up its prototype. Your talent in earth formations is unparalleled, but you still need to learn more about heaven formations. Chen Mobai was teaching Zhu Ming about formations. This disciple was a bit unbalanced in her studies. She could grasp the basics of the earth's spiritual pivot very quickly, but outside of the earth, she was just at the level of an ordinary cultivator. However, the basics of all formations are the same. After she improved her skills in earth formations, she was able to learn heaven and human formations by analogy. Zhu Ming watched as Chen Mobai effortlessly merged the small sky curtain with the 5 elements and 9 palaces, and couldn't help but feel admiration. He felt that his master's achievements in array formations were something he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. However, after Chen Mobai merged the small sky curtain with the 5 elements and 9 palaces, he discovered an unexpected gain. "Master, what's wrong?" Zhu Ming asked curiously. "A nascent soul cultivator sneaked in, and he was lucky that I discovered him." After Chen Mobai merged with the mini version of the heavenly curtain and earthly network in the eastern wilderness. Although he could not completely control all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness, he could capture those existences with very obvious traces. For example, right now, although the nascent soul cultivator who infiltrated the eastern wilderness avoided the 5 elements sect's territory and flew in a winding path, her vast energy fluctuations could not be hidden from the fused heaven and earth network at all. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he told Zhu Ming about it, and then he turned into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the spot. Since the one who infiltrated was merely a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai did not wait for Zhou Shenking. However, he was also very curious as to why the other party was being so secretive. Therefore, he did not teleport to intercept them immediately, but instead used the sky and earth network to track the traces of the approaching person and followed them at a distance where they would not be detected. Soon, he arrived at the route that the nascent soul cultivator had flown. Listening to the echoes in the empty valley, he quickly found a familiar feeling in the residual energy fluctuations in the air. Although the newcomer tried his best to conceal himself, the extremely cold aura reminded Chen Mobai of the first nascent soul cultivator he had ever faced head-on. Master Bingyun of the Eastern Ice Palace. 60 years have passed so quickly. Chen Mobai recalled the contract he had barely managed to reach with Master Bingyun by relying on Yuan Zhen, and his eyes lit up slightly. It's time to cut this line. However, a question immediately popped into his mind. Why did Master Bingyun go to such great lengths to infiltrate the eastern wilderness? You must understand that the 5 elements sect is not what it used to be. On the surface alone, there are 3 nascent soul cultivators. If Master Bingyun were wise, he should stay in the eastern land instead of venturing into the tiger's den alone. So, what exactly was the reason that would make this nascent soul cultivator risk his life? Just as Chen Mobai was puzzled, Master Bingyun finally stopped flying. Chen Mobai was also very familiar with that place. Could it be that some traces from back then weren't completely cleaned up? Could these traces prove that the Ice Heaven Palace also had ties to the demonic path? Chen Mobai thought of this, and at this moment, Master Bingyun had already flown into the cave, easily passing through the ice wall with his Ice Heaven technique, and entered the place where the Mother of Locusts was sealed. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and felt that since the area below was a sealed place left by the icy snow, there might be a power he didn't understand, so he didn't risk entering by using the void to walk in. However, to prevent Master Bingyun from escaping, he had already used the mini heavenly canopy and earthly network to seal off the spiritual veins here. Even if there are hidden teleportation arrays inside, they will be unusable. After doing all this, Chen Mobai excitedly took out his sword gourd. I wonder how long Master Bingyun can withstand the full power of the Yuan Yang sword fiend. Behind the ice wall. Upon seeing the azure ice heart chain hidden in the void, even the usually aloof and elegant Ice Cloud Venerable couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was a fitting reward for her 60 years of forbearance. With this 5th-tier treasure of ice and snow, her Ice Heaven technique could reach a higher level. Over the years, by studying the inheritance of Ice Heaven and snow, she also learned another use for this treasure. It could help cultivators absorb and condense the essence of ice, thus aiding their cultivation. With this, and by collecting some ice attribute spiritual items, she might even be able to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage. If they are lucky, they can make contributions during the pioneering work, and together with the other lineages of the ice and snow land, they may be able to negotiate with the moral sect to obtain the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, just like the 5 lineages of burning heaven. In that case, the nascent soul stage. The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed. In his eyes, Master Bingyun seemed to see himself rebuilding the icy land and becoming a true lord. After bursting into uncontrollable laughter, she used the treasure-refining incantation that she had long since memorized. The azure ice heart chain, which had been dormant for thousands of years, quickly emerged from the void after being infused with the familiar Ice Heaven True Qi. After completing the refinement of this 5th-tier treasure, Master Bingyun also learned a lot from the awakened spirit of the magical artifact. It was originally a mid-grade 5th rank, but after thousands of years of no one refining it, it has fallen to a low-grade 5th rank. Fortunately, this is an ice vein. Otherwise, it might not even be able to maintain the 5th rank. From now on, you won't have to suffer like this anymore. I will let you taste all sorts of ice attribute spiritual items. Master Bingyun communicated with the spirit of the magic weapon with great ambition. The latter was very surprised after listening, because the ice and snow land used to have a 6th-order ice spirit vein. As long as it was placed in the core of the spirit vein, it could restore its vitality in the shortest time. Refining other ice attribute spiritual items is definitely not as efficient as this. The icy and snowy landscape has been destroyed, and the 6th-order spiritual veins are long gone. Left with no other choice, Master Bingyun could only truthfully recount the great changes that had befallen the sect. After the nascent soul stage ended and he passed away, the icy and snowy lands which had endured for 1,000 years were ultimately unable to sustain the consumption of the 6th-order spiritual veins and had to split up. How could true monarch Shattered Jade have passed away? She was clearly qualified to ascend. King Yao Bingson could not believe it. The battle between true monarch Shattered Jade and the nascent soul cultivator of burning heaven Pure Land severely damaged their vital energy, leading to the decline of both holy lands. In the past, the ice and snow land and the burning heaven Pure Land were both holy lands of the eastern continent. Unfortunately, they were incompatible, and due to their grudges and entanglements, the 2 holy lands fought a fierce battle, and 2 nascent soul cultivators were also drawn into it. There must be other holy sites stirring up trouble in this matter. The spirit of the Azure Ice Heart Rope did not believe that true monarch Shattered Jade would be so unwise as to give up the opportunity to ascend in order to compete with the nascent soul cultivator of burning heaven pure land. Once I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will definitely seek out the 4 great holy lands of the East and get to the bottom of this. After obtaining the 5th-tier supreme treasure, Master Bingyun was filled with ambition. Good, this is truly worthy of our sect's heritage. With my assistance, if you can find one of the 3 yin fruits in the future, reaching the nascent soul stage is not out of the question. Hearing this, Master Bingyun's heart burned even brighter. The icy and snowy landscape is also a legacy left behind by ascended cultivators. The patriarch was named Jai Yin, who had already cultivated his spiritual power in the heavenly river realm before ascending. He was very strong and left behind a legacy of Dao fruits. However, the Dao fruit left behind by Jai Yin was too powerful, so it was divided into 3 and inherited by 3 disciples, namely Tai Yin, Xuan Yin, and Xiao Yin. In the past, the true Lord of Broken Jade refined the 2 great Dao fruits of Taiyin and Shaiyin, and was hailed as having the potential to ascend to immortality. If Master Bingyun could obtain one of them, restoring the icy and snowy land would be no problem at all. With hopes for a bright future, Master Bingyun left this place with the Qingyao Ice Heart chain. Why is it so slow? She had just stepped out of the cave entrance when she heard a familiar voice. Seeing the handsome young man standing on the snow with a gourd hanging from his waist and wearing a golden fairy robe, the pent-up resentment of being driven out of the eastern wilderness welled up in his heart. But instead, Master Bingyun laughed out loud. Perfect. I'll use your blood to refine my newly acquired magic weapon. End of this chapter. Chapter 948 Slaying Bingyun. Chapter 948 Slaying Bingyun. As Master Bingyun spoke, Chen Mobai heard the sound of chains vibrating in the void. A glint of light shone in his eyes, and he vaguely caught a trace of the Azure Ice Heart chain. At that moment, a biting cold wave swept over him, and Chen Mobai felt as if the space around him was frozen, and his whole body began to stiffen. A 5th-tier ice attribute magic weapon. Combining Bingyun Shangren's words, he instantly realized why she had secretly sneaked into the eastern wilderness alone. It turns out that such a divine object exists in this sealed land. Indeed, it's just a pity that I didn't have the incantation to refine this magic weapon back then, which allowed you to live for another 60 years. Master Bingyun wore a cold smile, his whole body shrouded in icy mist, and his eyes flashed with cold stars. He had clearly activated his true energy and was unleashing the power of the Azure Ice Heart Rope. Chen Mobai remained expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the pure Yang immortal robe shone with dazzling light. The intense heat melted away the cold current binding him. Then, he flicked his right sword finger, and a red light flew out from the gourd at his waist, like a wisp of crystal light. It collided with the invisible chains that appeared in the void above his head, emitting a piercing whistling sound. As 2 5th-tier forces, one cold and one hot, clashed, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby snow-capped mountains, triggering an avalanche. What is an unstoppable and terrifying natural disaster for mortals is merely a pleasant sight for the 2 nascent soul cultivators. 5th-tier sword aura, condensing sword into threads, you've actually reached this level of swordsmanship. However, the Ice Cloud Venerable, who originally thought he could easily defeat Chen Mobai, suddenly changed his expression and was very glad that he had obtained the Azure Ice Heart Rope. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been a match for this guy in front of him. He truly deserves to be called the #1 person in the eastern wilderness in 1,000 years, a peerless sword genius renowned throughout the eastern continent. 5th-order sword aura is one thing, since that can be cultivated with resources. But this guy in front of me is supposedly Chen Qingdi, the Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace, so he certainly wouldn't lack 5th-order aura. However, the realm of condensing sword energy into threads represents a completely different meaning. Even among nascent soul sword cultivators, there are not many who can achieve this level. The spirit of the azure ice heart rope trembled slightly. Facing the fifth order Yuan Yang sword fiend that had condensed into threads, even though it was a fifth order magic weapon, and its material was almost sixth order, it still felt a pain as if it had been cut. We must kill this kid before he grows up. Otherwise, with his talent, he'll eventually master the skill of breaking through all defenses with a single sword strike. Master Bingyun immediately thought of this, and the spirit of the King Yao ice heart rope also shared this view. To nip the weeds in the bud, one must not let such a genius leave. This magical artifact is quite good. Chen Mobai, however, was still in the mood to comment. After exchanging a move with King Yao Bingsun Suo, he had a general understanding of his newly mastered swordsmanship. His attention then shifted to the ice crystal chains that could be hidden invisibly. Of all his women, the one he felt most sorry for was Yan Bingxuan. This magical artifact was a perfect match for her attributes, and once he gained control of the immortal sect, he could find a pretext to give it to her. Chen Ziohe can use it too, but she already has too many good things, including the finger profound sword, so the azure ice heart rope is just icing on the cake for her. Things should be given to those who need them. This will be the divine artifact that buries you and the entire five elements sect. At this moment, Master Bingyun was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. She spoke coldly, her hands moving like dancing ice butterflies. Under her control, the azure ice heart chain suddenly condensed into icicles, like a violent hailstorm sweeping towards Chen Mobai. The fifth-tier sword aura, a realm where sword energy is condensed into threads, represents powerful attack capabilities. However, while sword cultivators possess this advantage, it also means they have disadvantages such as low defense, high energy consumption, and slow recovery. She firmly believed that with the azure ice heart rope in her grasp, she could bury this peerless sword genius before her. Her eyes revealed a resolute determination, and the fourth-order ice spirit vein beneath the earth erupted under her control, enhancing the ice storm and turning the surroundings into a cage of ice. However, Chen Mobai's expression remained calm and composed. His pure yang immortal robe shone brightly in the sunlight, like a great sun descending, burning with 9 layers of light, blocking all the icy energy from the outside world. However, the pure yang immortal robe can only block attacks below the 5th rank, so when facing the ice crystals transformed from the azure ice heart rope, Chen Mobai used the sword techniques he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. The extracted Yuan Yang sword intent has been loaded into the Fangkun book. Chen Mobai's understanding of the Yuan Yang sword technique is unparalleled, except for the rebirth of the Yuan Yang ancestor. Under his divine sense, the 5th-tier Yuan Yang sword chi shimmered into light, then connected and combined to form a rainbow. It then dispersed into countless sword energies, each one as tangible as a physical object, incomparably sharp. Amidst the sword's cry, it precisely flashed before each icicle formed by the azure ice heart rope. The sword tip collided with the ice tip, and in an instant all the ice and snow melted away. With this one sword strike, all realms of swordsmanship have been integrated and mastered. This was possible not only because of the Yuan Yang sword intent, but also because Chen Mobai had once comprehended the ink sword mark of the white light ancestor. At that time, he was only able to use it to reach the level of sword fiend thunder sound, but now that his cultivation has reached a high level, and he has also studied the immortal sect sword techniques, he has made a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Although he still failed to comprehend the principle of one sword breaks all laws, he reshaped all the foundations of swordsmanship. With this one sword strike, he almost perfectly imitated 90% of the essence of the first few realms of swordsmanship left by the white light ancestor in the ink treasure sword mark. At his current level, the white light ancestor's swordsmanship is probably only at this level. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile proudly. Facing the ice cloud venerable who was wielding a 5th-order magic weapon, he didn't even use his own 5th-order magic weapon, intending to defeat his opponent purely with his swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the Yuan Yang sword fiend that had shattered the ice crystals condensed once more into a wisp of crystalline sword thread, which, amidst the sound of a sword's cry, instantly landed before the forehead of the ice cloud venerable, gently falling down. An ice wall condensed, a protective spell created by Master Bingyun, which could be automatically triggered when encountering danger. However, it was silently cut open the moment it came into contact with the sword thread. With a burst of divine sense, Master Bingyun used the time gained by the ice wall to condense 7 more azure ice heart chains. However, the outcome was still the same. At the level of condensing swords into threads, these fourth-order perfected defensive spells could not even stop them for a single breath. A crisp ding sounded. An invisible chain blocked the sword threads. The azure ice heart chain materialized and took the hit of the Yuan Yang sword fiend, preventing the head of the weapon's new owner from falling to the ground. Upon seeing this, Master Bingyun was greatly surprised. She never expected that Chen Mobai's swordsmanship would be so powerful. Her ice heaven skill was simply no match for these sword threads. She gritted her teeth, knowing she had to fight to the death, and took out a crystal blue pill. Afterward, the cold aura around her body became even stronger, as if it would freeze the surrounding air. However, Chen Mobai's swordsmanship was now vastly different from before. Imitating the ink-stained sword marks of the White Light ancestor, he unleashed the Yuan Yang sword technique. Under his control, the crystalline sword thread seemed to come alive, moving with agility and freedom, bypassing the azure radiance ice heart rope that blocked his way, slicing through layers of ice defenses, and finally landing on the neck of Ice Cloud Venerable. In the firelight, the crystalline sword threads had already slashed past. But after beheading his opponent, Chen Mobai felt something was amiss. It was like cutting open a huge block of ice, not flesh and blood. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discovered the reason. Instead of bleeding from the wound on Bingyun Shangren's neck where the sword threads had severed it, a stream of clear water appeared and then froze. In this way, the severed neck was reattached. What kind of body-forging technique is this? Chen Mobai asked with some surprise. Listening to the sound of the empty valley, he discovered that at this moment, the Ice Cloud Master seemed to have turned into a mixture of ice and water. Although his sword could cut through it, the wound would soon be frozen again by the opponent's icy spiritual power, and then it would be as if he had not been injured at all. Without saying a word, Master Bingyun swiftly formed hand seals, and the azure ice heart rope emerged from the void, wrapping around her arms and continuously drawing out the icy spiritual energy from the depths of the earth, pouring it into her body. This is the ice undying body, a secret technique passed down in the icy and snowy lands. It requires a huge amount of true energy to use. Only with the blessing of the azure ice heart rope and the consumption of secret medicine could Master Bingyun maintain it for a long time. In the past, when fighting in the icy and snowy world, ice would never be used in a deadly battle. It would only manifest at crucial moments to block a fatal blow. However, Chen Mobai's swordsmanship was too terrifying. She had only had the azure ice heart rope for a short time and could not use it at will, so she could not completely block the Yuan Yang sword fiend that condensed into threads. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai had already manipulated the sword threads to slash Bingyun Shangren's body 3 more times. Unfortunately, every time she was cut open, it was like water being poured between 2 pieces of ice in a snowy landscape. She would quickly freeze and solidify again, completely undamaged. At this moment, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an illusion of a palace made of ice sculptures slowly emerged, centered on a man on ice clouds. This was the realm after the Ice Heaven technique was pushed to its limit, the Ice Heaven Palace. Within this Ice Palace domain, any power not belonging to the ice attribute was suppressed. The Yuan Yang sword fiend, which was originally impossible to detect, suddenly revealed its presence, and its speed began to slow down. At this point, Master Bingyun was able to use his ice undying body only when the Yuan Yang sword strike was about to strike him. Chen Mobai was also enveloped by this illusory ice palace, but under the pure Yang immortal robe, he still felt warm as spring. This was also the first time that Master Bingyun had manifested such a realistic ice heaven palace. The azure ice heart rope was indeed a fifth-order magic weapon of the same origin as her, which greatly amplified her ability to use her techniques. Within this palace, the azure ice heart chain seemed to come alive, transforming into countless white, snow-like dragons that soared and danced in the air, bringing with them a biting wind that compressed and extinguished the 9 halos of the pure yang immortal robe. As expected, a 4th-tier magic weapon still couldn't stop a 5th-tier one. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai merely warmed his body with the pure yang immortal robe, and then unleashed the power of the Yuan Yang Sword Demon to the limit he could control at his current level. However, to avoid any mishap, he still took the heavenly origin pearl out of the realm and held it in his palm. Although both were low-grade 5th-tier artifacts, the Azure Radiance Ice Heart Rope could not break through its defenses. With no worries about the future, Chen Mobai also took advantage of the rare opponent, Master Bingyun, to hone his newly acquired swordsmanship skills. He now takes the sword intent of the Yuan Yang ancestor as his guide, but his swordsmanship imitates that of the White Light ancestor. Under his special square-inch book, the two are centered on him, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and gradually becoming something that belongs to him. Fortunately, both of them are at the level of breaking through all laws with a single sword, so he was able to find some commonalities when he pieced them together. Fortunately, this kid is only at the nascent soul stage, and there aren't many opponents here for him to hone his skills. If he were to advance further, even with the Azure Ice Heart Rope, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him. At this moment, Master Bingyun also realized that, although Chen Mobai's swordsmanship was impressive, his combat skills were somewhat immature, clearly indicating that he did not use it often. Fortunately, on the eastern continent's border, while the 5-element sect held absolute dominance, Master Bingyun also planned to use Chen Mobai as an opponent to hone his synergy with the magical artifact, the Azure Ice Heart Rope. As for victory, it was already in her hands. Within the Ice Palace, she will only grow stronger, while her opponents will gradually weaken. Upon realizing this, Master Bingyun made the first move. Under her control, the Azure Ice Heart chain transformed into countless icy blades that shot towards Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai, however, controlled his sword with his divine sense, his sword energy soaring like a rainbow, incredibly precise, effortlessly shattering each blade. The two, one cold and the other hot, were both menacing, and their battle intensified. With a deafening roar, the sealed area of the underground cave was completely shattered by the aftershocks of the two's battle, and the nearby snow-capped mountains rumbled loudly, as if they were about to collapse and sink at any moment. Unbeknownst to Chen Mobai, one of her pupils had turned gold, and the Ice Cloud Venerable and the Ice Heaven Palace domain centered on her began to take shape within it, stroke by stroke. During the battle, the aura of the Ice Cloud Venerable grew stronger and stronger. The surrounding ice spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by her domain, turning into her source of power, and even suppressing Chen Mobai's fifth-order sword aura. The Taoist saintess, who once lived in a land of ice and snow, could even use this domain to overcome the strong with the weak. Logically speaking, the situation should have reversed at this point, and Bingyun Shangren should have been able to easily crush and defeat Chen Mobai. However, Master Bingyun discovered that as his own energy increased, his opponent's swordsmanship also improved from its initial immaturity to proficiency. On several occasions, it even found gaps in the Qingyao Ice Heart Rope's operation and precisely struck her through them. If she hadn't activated her ice undying body in time, she would have been killed by the sword threads long ago. This person's fighting skills are truly terrifying. Having witnessed Chen Mobai's rapid growth firsthand, the Ice Cloud Venerable had no choice but to frequently change his form within his Ice Heaven Palace domain. Avoid overusing the ice body to prevent death and exhausting your true energy. At this moment, the illusory image of the opponent in Chen Mobai's pupils had fully taken shape. Having seen through his opponent completely, he had also honed his Yuan Yang sword technique to near perfection. In an instant, Chen Mobai's offensive surged like a tidal wave. His figure, which had been constantly dodging Qingyao Ice Heart Rope, stopped retreating and instead pressed closer to Bingyun Shangren step by step. Each step he took was like the force of a thunderbolt. Under his control, the dark red and crystalline sword threads dispersed into a dazzling meteor shower, merging into the spiritual energy nodes of the Ice Heaven Palace. The sword threads are as fine as cow's hair, yet as strong as steel, piercing through all obstacles. Master Bingyun, wielding the azure ice heart chain, attempted to block, but each sword thread was incredibly agile, circling around like a serpent, quickly forming a sword array within the Ice Heaven Palace, which then burst forth with dazzling light and a violent roar. As the ice cloud immortal's face turned deathly pale, the sword threads, like streaks of light, came into contact with the Ice Heaven true chi that she had merged into the surrounding void, instantly shattering her illusory ice palace. In midair, the illusion of the ice palace shattered, turning into a sky full of snowflakes, and the ice cloud master spat out blood. The moment the ice palace was destroyed, she was also affected by the backlash. Her internal energy became chaotic, and she couldn't even activate her ice undying body. Chen Mobai, who was listening attentively, immediately noticed this flaw. A wisp of crystalline sword thread flashed and danced, slashing towards the top of Ice Cloud Master's head. Master Bingyun forcibly circulated his true energy and activated his divine sense to activate the Azure Ice Heart Rope, attempting to withstand this fatal blow. But it was all too late. After the sword threads of Yuan Yang's sword demon avoided Qing Yao Ice Heart Rope, they pierced into her dantian. The powerful force instantly reacted violently with her Ice Heaven True Chi. Bingyun Shangren felt a huge impact spread from her dantian throughout her body. Her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the biting cold wind dissipated. With the support of the Azure Ice Heart chain, Master Bingyun struggled to her feet, but she looked as if she had aged decades. She looked up at the boy walking towards her step by step. Due to her severe injuries, her vision began to blur, and she could only see golden light surrounding him, which was particularly dazzling. Bingyun Shangren's body is already unable to move. With her dantian and chi-si destroyed, even if she can leave alive today, she will still die once all the true chi in her nascent soul is exhausted. She knew she had lost completely, and her eyes were filled with resentment and regret, but she still wanted to live. As long as one is alive, there may be an opportunity to repair one's dantian and chi-si. Sect leader Chen, today is a misunderstanding. I am critically injured and on the verge of death. Can you spare my life? She pleaded for mercy in an exceptionally weak voice, but what she faced was an even more dazzling and crystalline Yuan Yang sword demon. I'm sorry, although our contract is over, our grudges remain. It's better to sever this connection to avoid trouble when I cultivate the void in the future. Chen Mobai spoke softly, yet uttered the most cruel words ever spoken to Master Bingyun. He's even considering practicing the void realm. How arrogant. Enraged, Master Bingyun laughed. Since that was the case, she would use her last life to cause an irreparable and severe natural disaster to the five-element sect and even the entire eastern wilderness. Under her divine sense, the Azure Ice Heart Rope also manifested. The two ends of the icy chains fell from beneath the wrists of the Ice Cloud Master and pierced straight into the icy spiritual veins deep within the earth. Today I will detonate this underground fourth order ice spirit vein, turning your entire eastern wilderness plateau into an ice and snow hell, annihilating and freezing all living beings. Master Bingyun roared, his nascent soul leaving his body and merging into the Azure Ice Heart chain. To her shock, the ice spirit veins underground, which had long been tamed by the Azure Ice Heart lock, showed no reaction whatsoever. That's unfortunate. I just set up the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, and this ice spirit vein happens to be within the array's range. With Chen Mobai's words, the Yuanyang sword demon had already killed the ice cloud venerable. End of this chapter. Chapter 949, I am willing to surrender. Chapter 949, I am willing to surrender. As the sword thread flashed, the ice cloud immortal's body disintegrated into countless fragments, which dissipated into the air with the wind and snow. However, her nascent soul had already left her body, and she used the Azure Ice Heart Rope to escape into the sky. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and he had already used his spiritual eyes to calculate the flight trajectory of the azure ice heart chain. A cyan longsword flew out, pierced the middle of the chain, and pinned it to the wall of a snow-capped mountain. Sect leader Chen, spare my life, and I will give you all the savings of the Ice Heaven Palace. The face of the ice cloud immortal materialized from the azure ice heart rope and begged for mercy from Chen Mobai, who was not far away. These things are not as important to me as ending my connection with you. Chen Mobai knew that as a major sect in the eastern lands, the Ice Heaven Palace's resources would definitely be of great help to him, but in that case, he would have to let the tiger return to the mountain. After weighing the options, he made the most appropriate choice. Moreover, when Master Bingyun's body dissipated, her storage bag was perfectly preserved by him, and with that it was enough. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai used his void walking ability to arrive in front of the azure ice heart rope. Sect leader Chen, this fifth-tier magic artifact is the most precious treasure of my ice and snow realm, with endless uses. If you spare me, I can give you the refining incantation. Even at this moment, Master Bingyun still did not let go of any opportunity to survive. Do I look like I'm missing a fifth-tier magic weapon? Chen Mobai smiled and grasped the azure frost sword. Although the sword's attributes didn't suit him, after years of nurturing it, it had already reached the 5th rank. In addition, he took out the heavenly origin pearl from his palm. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. Upon seeing these two 5th-tier magic artifacts, Master Bingyun was utterly shocked. Even in the eastern lands, 5th-tier magical artifacts are extremely rare, so she felt incredibly lucky to have obtained the azure ice heart rope. Chen Mobai had too, but what she found hard to accept was that she couldn't get him to use a 5th-tier magic weapon. Sect leader Chen, my nascent soul has merged into this azure ice heart rope. The raw materials for this item are nearly 6th-order ice soul, frost crystal, and invisible divine crystal. You cannot refine it. Why not give me a chance? As long as you spare my life, I am willing to tell you all the secrets of the ice and snow world, and I can even help you find the 3-yin fruit left behind by ancestor Jai Yin. Despite her refusal to give up on survival, Master Bingyun revealed her greatest trump card. The Dao fruit. As expected, Chen Mobai's tone changed slightly upon hearing this, clearly indicating that he had become interested. Although I don't have the 3-yin fruit right now, I have a way to find it by joining forces with the azure ice heart rope. Only cultivators who practice our sect's techniques can do this. If sect leader Chen swears to forgive me this time, I can also swear that I will definitely offer the 3-yin fruit to you after I find it in the future. Upon hearing what Master Bingyun said, Chen Mobai's gaze towards King Yao Bingxin Xiu immediately changed. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary 5th-tier magic weapon has this function. We underestimated the profound heritage of these sacred sites. Since the main purpose is magical artifacts, then we need you even less. Chen Mobai possessed the Cantong Pact, so he wasn't afraid of being unable to refine the magic weapon. Therefore, after retrieving the azure frost sword, he activated the heavenly origin pearl, which transformed into 5-colored light to suppress the chain. It takes a 5th-order nascent soul flame to refine my nascent soul hidden within the azure ice heart chain. Why go to such lengths, sect leader Chen? Let's show each other some consideration. Master Bingyun continued to plead desperately, showing none of the cold and indifferent attitude he had when they first met. I don't have the primordial spirit fire, but I do happen to have a 5th-order flame. Chen Mobai smiled, took out his incomplete Daoshui 8 scenery lamp, and then placed a complete Daoshui flame onto the wick. Although there was no lamp oil, the lamp base and wick alone were enough to sustain the burning of this immortal flame for a long time. He carried the lamp holder made of purple gold flame copper and placed the blazing Duluo fire on the wick under the azure ice heart rope. Instantly, this 5th-order magic weapon began to tremble and vibrate violently. If it weren't for the heavenly origin pearl suppressing it, the snow mountain where Chen Mobai was standing would probably have collapsed. Even so, the surrounding earth was trembling violently. If Chen Mobai hadn't used the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to suppress it, the area within 1,000 miles would probably have been a scene of avalanche and apocalypse. What kind of flame is this? The ice cloud immortal, hidden within the azure ice heart chain, also sensed this. Her nascent soul felt an unprecedented scorching heat, as if a piece of ice and snow had been placed in a fire and slowly melted into water. No! With a scream from Bingyun Shangren, her nascent soul turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared completely within the Qingyao ice heart rope. With the death of Master Bingyun, Chen Mobai also stopped using the Daoshuai fire to scorch the Qingyao ice heart rope. Gradually, the trembling of the surrounding snow-capped mountains and earth began to subside. Surrender or die. Chen Mobai looked at the azure ice heart rope, bound by the heavenly origin pearl, and said softly, "The prerequisite for the Cantong Qi to completely refine a magical artifact is the cooperation of the artifact's spirit. Clearly, the spirits of artifacts in the heavenly river realm are not like those of the immortal sects and cannot be bribed with spirit stones or the like, so he directly resorted to the simplest method." Chen Mobai carried the 8 views lantern of the Duluo continent, its wick still burning with purple and blue divine flames, swaying up and down against the invisible ice crystal chains. The scorching sensation made Qingyao Bingsun realize that if she were to be burned by the Daoshuai fire for an extended period of time, she might indeed be melted into raw materials. At that time, its spirit will naturally be unable to survive. The spirit of the artifact was very puzzled as to why a mere nascent soul cultivator would possess so many fifth-order magic artifacts, as well as a fifth-order immortal fire that specifically countered him. But not understanding it doesn't prevent it from making a choice. "Please, Venerable One, spare my life. I am willing to surrender." In the heavenly river realm, all living beings have an exceptionally strong will to survive, and magical artifacts are no exception, especially since it has just escaped its cage. "Very good, relax your mind." Upon hearing the reply, Chen Mobai immediately reached out and grasped the azure ice heart rope, then unleashed the Cantong Qi. Although the spirit didn't know why, it obediently did as it was told. Before long, all its secrets were revealed to Chen Mobai. A streak of azure light flew over. It was Zhou Shenking. The commotion caused by Chen Mobai and Bingyun Shangren's battle here was enormous. In addition, after the completion of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array, there was a core array plate in Baiyuan City. The fourth-order ice spirit vein here was also marked by that array plate, so Zhou Shenking immediately received the news. "Senior brother." Standing atop the snow-capped mountain, Chen Mobai saw Zhou Shenking's escape light and immediately waved to him, who then flew over. "Junior brother, what's going on?" Ice Cloud from Ice Heaven Palace sneaked in quietly, but I encountered him and killed him without hesitation. It made a bit too much noise. Chen Mobai casually recounted the events, then revealed the azure ice heart rope wrapped around his arm for Zhou Shenking to see. When this fifth-tier magic artifact is not in use, it remains hidden and invisible, and cannot be detected even by divine sense. However, it was perfectly countered by the sound of the empty valley. If Master Bingyun hadn't encountered Chen Mobai, even if he were a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his fate probably wouldn't have been so tragic. "Junior brother is truly amazing." After hearing this, Zhou Shenking could only give a thumbs up and applaud. Even if Bingyun Shangren and Mo Duguang joined forces, they might not be a match for him, yet Chen Mobai easily killed him. With such combat power, he is probably invincible below the nascent soul stage. It's enough that we know about this. After all, Bingyun is a lineage of the Holy Land, and besides the Bingshan Palace lineage, there are several other lineages. Although I'm not afraid, there's no need to cause trouble and affect the development of our sect. Chen Mobai spoke up, and Zhou Shenking nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. This also aligns with local customs, which dictate that after killing an opponent, one must destroy the body and eliminate all traces. Then Chen Mobai used the void walk technique to enter the sealed land that had collapsed and been buried. Because of the fifth-order ice wall blocking the way, the interior was intact. This time, he listened carefully using the sound of the empty valley, and confirmed that there was nothing else besides the huge corpse of the locust mother. After examining the locust corpses one last time, Chen Mobai didn't waste them and took them away. This stuff is also a good material for refining weapons. After returning to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai did not linger. The plan for the next few decades had been set, and now it was up to him to implement it. Before leaving, he did summon several disciples. After Liu Wenbai achieved the golden core stage, he took over Xi'an Ancient Shop again, and, relying on the power of the Five Elements sect, opened branches all over the major immortal cities of Dongyi and Dongwu. Currently, the main focus is on consolidating market share in the three border regions while also expanding into the eastern lands and the eastern mountains. However, in these two areas, they can only barely gain a foothold. In recent years, Liu Wenbai has focused his main efforts on the east, and following Chen Mobai's instructions, he has turned Xi'an and Shampoo into a boutique. In response, Chen Mobai offered a few words of encouragement, urging his eldest apprentice to keep up the good work. Luo Yixuan had just returned. In recent years, the Dongyi Wandering Mountain had been filled with spiritual light, and it was said that a previously unopened small realm had appeared in the ruins of the overturning sea gate. She had been there to join in the fun. After hearing that Chen Mobai had emerged from seclusion, she hurriedly returned. "Be safe." In response, Chen Mobai said the following. Finally, there's Jiang Xingheng. Over the years, he has integrated the essence of various local doctrines in the Eastern wilderness and compiled a book called Tao Laws, intending to use it as a set of rules to be promoted throughout the entire Eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai carefully reviewed the document and, based on his experience, offered numerous suggestions for revision. This disciple is somewhat idealistic, so some of these Taoist laws are too idealistic. If we followed them completely, everyone in the entire Eastern wilderness would be a saint. These regulations should be implemented in a county under the name of the sect as a demonstration. After confirming that there are no problems, they can be implemented throughout the entire Eastern wilderness. Yes, Master. Jiang Xingheng took the revised Tao law from Chen Mobai and spoke respectfully. The name Tao Lu is too grand. The current Five Elements sect is not worthy of using it. Let's change it to Five Elements Law. Chen Mobai offered another suggestion. At the very least, the term Tao Law should only be used after he has reached the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xingheng nodded again. Minger, from now on, the heavenly canopy and earthly network array will be maintained by you. Before leaving, Chen Mobai gave Zhuo Ming a piece of advice. The latter was already a fourth-level array master, and was the person with the highest array mastery in the Five Elements sect besides him. After returning to Huanglong Cave, Chen Mobai discovered that only little yellow dragon girl came out to greet him. Where is Qing Nu? The mistress has gone to the Myriad Transformations Immortal City. She said she wants to use the poison dragon's inner core to refine several batches of pills to enhance her cultivation. The little yellow dragon girl told Chen Mobai what Qing Nu had said before she left, and the latter was delighted after hearing it. Good, good. It seems that Qing Nu will be able to try to form a nascent soul in less than 100 years. The poison dragon inner core is at the peak of the fourth rank, containing immense spiritual power. If refined into a pill, it could completely sustain Qing Nu until she reaches the nascent soul stage. However, Qing Nu had previously been steadfast in upholding her foundation, and Chen Mobai couldn't easily persuade her otherwise. Now, spurred by Yang Jing's possession and Kong Feikin's imminent death, she has finally made a change. In that case, I won't wait for her anymore. Chen Mobai left a message for King Nu to the little yellow dragon girl, and then prepared to go into seclusion to return to the immortal sect. Master, this is what the mistress left with me, saying it was for you. Little yellow dragon girl took out a glass bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Chen Mobai. It was the pure yang condensing true pill. Okay. Chen Mobai happily accepted it, left another thank you to King Nu with Zio Huanglong Nu, and then left. The trip to the eastern wilderness took longer than he had anticipated. They've almost used up the entire spring festival holiday. The main change was the addition of Master Bingyun, but the gains were also enormous. Thinking about the 3 yin fruit he learned about after studying the King Yao Ice Heart chain together, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although he cultivates the pure Yang scripture, which is incompatible with the 3 yin fruit, this thing is a perfect match for his daughter. Moreover, he also knew that the pure Yang scroll could only lead to the nascent soul stage at most. To advance further, according to the guidance left by the primordial Yang ancestor, he needed to try the yin-yang transformation. If he could obtain the lesser yin fruit among the 3 yin fruits, it would be very useful for his understanding of the principle that yin arises from yang. In other words, from any perspective, the 3 yin fruit, passed down through generations in the icy and snowy land, is extremely useful to him. Unfortunately, these 3 yin-yang fruits have long since disappeared since they separated in the icy and snowy land. Although the Azure Ice Heart chain can sense the location of the Tao fruit, it needs to be close to it. Moreover, if the Tao fruit has already been refined by someone, the Azure Ice Heart rope is powerless to stop it unless the Tao fruit cultivator is willing to offer it up. After contemplating the 3 yin fruit, Chen Mobai took out the storage bag of Master Bingyun. End of this chapter. Chapter 950, Immortal Sect Sword Technique. Chapter 950, Immortal Sect Sword Technique. With a flick of his finger, Chen Mobai released the blank space symbol he had just drawn, and the opening of Bingyun Shangren's storage bag was opened. The first thing that came out was a huge pile of spirit stones. Chen Mobai counted. There were over 5,000 high-grade pieces and 2 top-grade pieces. Not bad, half the wealth of old ancestor Jin Feng. Chen Mobai glanced at it and then put it away in his special storage bag for spirit stones. He had made this bag for himself when he was organizing the void scripture. The storage bag was divided into 4 compartments, each containing one of the 4 types of spirit stones, ranging from medium to high grade. So far, there are more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, more than 20 million low-grade spirit stones, and 16 top-grade spirit stones. If these were converted into merits for the immortal sect, he would already be a multi-trillionaire. This was because he spent spirit stones lavishly in the heavenly river realm, whether it was buying medicinal herbs to refine pills or collecting the essence of the 5 elements, all of which were huge expenses. Even so, he still had more spirit stones than he could use. In recent years, King Nu's Danxia Pavilion has developed rapidly, and she has basically covered all the expenses for purchasing medicinal materials and refining pills, such as this batch of pure yang condensing true pills. Besides what he had on hand, he also had a huge amount of spirit stones stored in the 5 Elements sect's account. In addition to the spirit stone salary he, as the sect leader, could receive from the sect every year, there was also the annual income transferred into Zion Enchant Shop. Chen Mobai didn't manage it himself. Previously, when he posted tasks at Lingbao Pavilion and asked the sect to help him purchase medicinal herbs and spiritual materials, the expenses were all paid from there. When King Nu found out, she felt it was her duty as a wife to help her husband keep an eye on things, so she checked the accounts. She was stunned when she saw the balance of over 100 million spirit stones. When she returned and told Chen Mobai was also somewhat surprised, wondering where he got so many spirit stones. Qing Nu had already found the reason when she checked the accounts. The vast majority of the money came from Song Huangda's help in real estate speculation when the 5 Elements sect was at its lowest point during its foreign wars. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mobai immediately recalled that during the great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the outside world was not optimistic about the 5 Elements sect. At that time, countless cultivation families and sects in Baiyuan City sold their houses and shops to try to cut their losses, but Song Huangda took them all. After the 5 Elements sect's great victory, housing prices soared several times over. Song Huang decisively made a profit. Whenever Song Huangda thinks back on this matter, he feels extremely regretful and feels like he has suffered a great loss. Because current housing prices are 10 times higher than they were back then. If he had held out until now and sold it, he could probably have earned Chen Mobai another billion spirit stones. Therefore, Chen Mobai had become numb to spirit stones. Next, he picked up the book. These are all legacies of the Ice Heaven Palace. For Chen Mobai, as long as they don't involve the nascent soul stage, they are basically useless. At most, they can be used to fill the 5-element sects library. However, after reading it, he felt that he had gained a lot. After the icy and snowy landscape disintegrated, it split into 3 factions: the Ice Heaven Palace, the Snow Mountain Sect, and the Shattered Jade Hall. These 3 lineages represent the 3 great Tao fruits of Taiyan, Xuanian, and Shaiyan, respectively. Theoretically, the inherited cultivation methods can also be practiced to the level of nascent soul. However, without refining the Tao fruit, the success rate of this theory is extremely low, but it is at least a path. In the future, when Chen Mobai takes control of the immortal sect and Yan Bingxuan has cultivated to the nascent soul realm, the Ice Heaven technique can be given to her to study. Besides the Ice Heaven technique, Master Bingyun also inherited the techniques of 2 other lineages, but he could only cultivate them up to the nascent soul stage. He did not know the methods for transforming into a divine soul or the incantations for refining Tao fruits. However, it is also very useful for Chen Mobai. The Xuan Yin scripture, passed down by the Snow Mountain sect, requires individuals with innate yin meridians to cultivate, with those possessing a pure yin constitution being the best candidate. Legend has it that the extreme yin ancestor was a person with a pure yin constitution. Therefore, according to the inheritance of the ice and snow world, only those with a pure yin body can refine and fuse the 3 yin fruits and achieve the void refining realm. Isn't this meant for his daughter? Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai became very interested in the 3 lineages of the ice and snow world. However, the inheritance of the broken jade palace is not only the lesser yin fruit, but also contains the contents of the other 2 great Tao fruits in its cultivation method. This broken jade palace is also a major sect in the eastern lands. When it split up, it inherited the most resources from the ice and snow land and has 3 nascent soul cultivators. After reading the cultivation technique section, Chen Mobai opened several boxes. A chilling aura accompanied by a faint light entered his eyes. In addition to water mist ice crystals and ice marrow jade, there were 5 or 6 kinds of ice attribute spiritual materials in the boxes, all of which were at least 4th grade. One of them is a 5th-tier ice soul frost crystal, which is the raw material for the azure ice heart rope. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and put away all the spiritual materials, planning to make a custom-made natal magic weapon for Yan Bingxuan when he had the chance in the future. Besides these, there are many other herbs, mostly of the ice or water element, which Qing Nu needs to combine with the inner core of the poison dragon, and can be used as medicinal materials for her alchemy. In addition, there was a mid-grade 4th-tier ice blue flying sword and a jade pendant. These were the magical artifacts that Master Bingyun usually used. However, after obtaining the azure ice heart rope, she found it difficult to wield this 5th-tier magical artifact, so she did not use it when fighting Chen Mobai. Neither of these magical artifacts had a spirit, so Chen Mobai used the falling treasure golden light to examine them and obtain the refining incantation before placing them into his own domain. There were some pills left. Chen Mobai glanced at them and found that they were all for cultivators with ice or water attributes. He would give them to Qing Nu in the future to see if she could use them. Finally, Chen Mobai picked up a ball that looked like ice jade, resembling both an egg and a cocoon, with delicate silver patterns on it, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. His voice of the valley could hear the dormant life fluctuations within, and his insightful eyes activated, gradually seeing through the surface. What's sleeping inside is a silkworm. I don't know what kind it is, but something that Master Bingyun would treasure and collect must be something special. The egg was placed on a crystal-clear jade plate, which contained icy spiritual energy that was no less than that of a top-grade spirit stone. This pure spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by the egg, supplying the silkworm inside for its growth. Chen Mobai thought of Qing Sang Academy, where he had once served as principal. The university was most skilled in mulberry cultivation, silkworm breeding, and clothing weaving, so it should have relevant information. Thinking of this, he immediately made a phone call. Soon after, Song Mudu, who was in charge of Ching Sang Academy, sent over electronic versions of information about various types of silkworms. After comparing them, Chen Mobai discovered that 4 types required the absorption of ice spiritual energy to grow. However, the one that best meets the requirements is a frostfire ice silkworm. These ice silkworms are born from the essence of glaciers that have existed for thousands of years. Although they are not true spirits, they are the spirits of heaven and earth. They can condense the frost and cold air between heaven and earth into cold flames. The silk they spin is extremely tough, and the robes woven from it are impervious to water and fire. To refine Chen Mobai's pure yang robe to the 5th rank, one would need silk spun by silkworms imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Based on this theory, the ice silkworm can undergo 9 transformations, at which point its strength will be comparable to that of a true spirit. I wonder how many times the ice silkworm inside this egg has molted. With that in mind, Chen Mobai carefully placed it into his own domain. At the same time, he took out the spiritual materials such as water mist and ice crystals that he had just collected and placed them around the egg, looking forward to the day it would be born. After checking the contents of Master Bingyun's storage bag, Chen Mobai looked satisfied. At least now, my daughter has a path to becoming a deity. Once Chen Ziohe has formed his nascent soul using the 5 elements technique, he should be close to reaching the divine transformation stage. At that time, he should be able to obtain the complete profound Yin scripture through a trade with the Snow Mountain sect. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai got up, used his void walking ability, and returned to his hometown in Dangxia City. After spending their last holiday, the family returned to Wangwu Cave. In the vast universe, a streak of light, riding a golden flying sword, arrived above a huge but lifeless planet, revealing Lin Dayaming's figure. He nodded slightly, landed on the planet's surface on his sword, found a mine that had been completely excavated, and entered the underground through the mine shaft. This is Black Earth Star in the Tianyang Galaxy. The immortal sect once discovered some useful mineral deposits here and sent people to excavate for decades. However, most of the valuable veins have been exhausted, and only some scattered and difficult-to-excavate deposits remain. Because of their extremely low cost-effectiveness, they have been abandoned. Lin Dayaming was the one who was in charge of finishing up this matter. He had personally visited this Black Earth planet, and it was for this reason that he chose this place as the spiritual ground for his transformation into a god. Because the minerals on this planet are mostly of the earth element, once he enters the state of spiritual phenomena, he can extract and absorb the earth elemental energy contained within them. Although this spiritual energy was very modeled, the quantity was not small. Combined with his own accumulation over hundreds of years and the earth element crystals he mined from Dragon God Star, it was barely enough to meet the energy requirements for his nascent soul to deity transformation. If he can overcome the critical bottleneck and cultivate his primordial spirit, the power of the spiritual pivot's myriad manifestations will allow him to transform into a star core, not only controlling the entire Black Earth star, but also attempting to refine the essence of the sun and moon and the energy of the universe. However, Lin Dayaming was also very clear that whether he could become a deity depended on the essence of fetal transformation that he had condensed from the Dragon God Star. This was formed by his transformation into a spiritual core, painstakingly condensed, unlike the naturally formed essence of the earthly origin star, which requires filtration by a celestial sprout before it can be refined. It was agreed with Yan Xinji that if Lin Dayaming condensed the essence of fetal transformation, he would have to give half of it to the Ascension sect. But the moment Lin Dayaming left Dragon God Star, he suddenly remembered a sentence that Kaingsing had once told him. Remember, you only have one chance to reach the nascent soul stage. If you fail to seize it, you will perish. Although he had betrayed the immortal sect, Lin Dayaming still held Kaingsing in high esteem and regarded his words as gospel. So after careful consideration, he decided to make one last attempt on Black Earth. After entering the depths of the underground, Lin Dayaming set up a fourth-order spirit-gathering array, and then took out a spirit-sealing tube. Inside was a golden aura swirling around black energy, which was the essence of his condensed embryonic transformation. This was slightly different from the embryonic essence he had separated from the fragments of the embryonic furnace before, which was not black at that time. However, Lin Dayaming simply attributed it to the difference between innate and acquired essence, and also because Dragon God Star and Earth Origin Star are different planets after all. Moreover, there were nearly 2 streams in his tube, which were very dense, so it was normal for them to appear blackish gold after compression. Most importantly, this is his only chance. With that thought in mind, Lin Dayaming stopped thinking about it, took a deep breath and opened the tube. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming 6 pure yang condensing true pills, Chen Mobai raised his cultivation level to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, coupled with drug resistance, the pill's effect on him was slightly less than he had anticipated. It's important to understand that he had been cultivating at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm for 10 years. Although he had been delayed by the Earth Network Array and various official duties, he possessed a 5th-order spiritual vein from the heavenly origin pearl, which allowed him to complete more than a third of his progress at this level. It was precisely because of his hard work and solid foundation over the previous 10 years that he felt almost no bottleneck when breaking through this minor realm. Once his true energy was overflowing, he naturally reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. However, the remaining 5 pure yang condensation pills could not possibly allow him to advance to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. He was not disappointed by this, because in the Heavenly River realm, with Mo Duguang in charge, the 5 Elements Merchant Guild is developing rapidly in the eastern continent, and they are about to collect enough medicinal materials for a batch of pure yang condensing true pills. However, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, once he reaches the late nascent soul stage, the pure yang condensing true pill will have almost no effect on him. If you want to make rapid progress, you will need to refine other elixirs. He has no shortage of pill formulas, but Chen Mobai doesn't plan to continue taking pills to improve his cultivation in the near future, because his cultivation speed is progressing too fast. Even if we want to improve again, we have to wait until after Ancestor Bai Guang and the Spirit Venerable leave. Moreover, in recent years, Qingnu has received the medicinal herbs from Bingyun Shangren that he gave her, and has been busy combining the inner core of the poison dragon to refine pills for herself to improve her cultivation. Chen Mobai didn't really want to trouble her. However, he still needed an excuse to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage so quickly. With that in mind, he went to the Immortal Sect National Library and applied to see the Immortal Sect Sword Manual again. With the note from the White Light Ancestor, Chen Mobai could come here anytime to read the complete Immortal Sect Sword Manual. He had already read it 3 times before. Before long, he arrived at a private reading room with 8 paintings hanging inside. The paintings depicted mountains, rivers, stars, breezes, clouds, and seas. Being there felt like entering a secluded and tranquil retreat, allowing one to detach from worldly concerns and relax the mind. While using the burning lamp technique to purify his essence, energy, and spirit, concealing the signs of breakthrough and improvement from taking drugs, Chen Mobai focused his mind on the Immortal Sect sword technique, beginning to consolidate the essence of swordsmanship he had gained from it. He first came to the first sword painting, which had a very simple design, a white crane flying above a green mountain. This is the essence of Sword 1. Green hills hold thoughts, white cranes forget scheming. Chen Mobai naturally couldn't grasp the meaning contained in the sword diagram, but that didn't prevent the person who left the sword diagram from understanding this move. Just like when he intercepted the Yuan Yang sword intent, he directly intercepted the most fundamental sword intent of this move in the sword diagram. This Immortal Sect sword technique was left behind by Zhang Daosun. According to the notes of Ancestor Yunya, This person, who came from the most powerful immortal sword sect of the White Crane Dojo, was the youngest disciple of Taoist Wangji. Unfortunately, when the Demon Lord was born, the White Crane Dojo was destroyed and Taoist Wangji was also suppressed. After Zhang Daosun and ancestor Yunya escaped, they took on the mission of Zixil Palace and came to Diyuan Star. This immortal sect sword technique originally had 9 forms, but Zhang Daosun's sword Dao realm was insufficient, so he could not draw the 9th sword diagram. Therefore, the immortal sect only has 8 forms. Because of the good relationship between the Dan Ding sect and the immortal sword sect, ancestor Yunya also knew that after learning the 9 forms of the immortal sword technique and integrating them into one, the 9 forms combined into one would become Taoist Wangji's Sword of Harmony. Chen Mobai is currently recalling Zhang Daosun's understanding of the immortal sect sword technique. Of these 8 sword diagrams, Sword 1 is the foundation. The green hills are thoughtful, the white cranes are carefree. This white crane is the true form of Taoist Wangji. When the Zixil Palace was spreading its teachings throughout the heavens, a white crane happened to fly into the palace gate and land on a futon. It was enlightened and awakened by the Zixil Taoist, and then transformed into human form to cultivate. In the end, it merged with the Tao with a sword and became the famous Wangji Daojun. As Chen Mobai extracted Zhang Daosun's understanding, the sword diagram in his eyes gradually changed. On the once barren green mountain, a purple palace appeared and disappeared, and the palace gate above the clouds seemed like a celestial gate, opening directly towards the white crane that had just been flying. Unable to change its flight path in time, the white crane crashed headfirst into the doorway. A tall, indistinct Taoist priest sat in the palace. After a white crane flew in, it circled twice before standing in front of the priest. The priest smiled slightly at it, then pointed to a prayer mat on his left. The white crane, seemingly intelligent, stood on the mat and waited. Then Chen Mobai saw one cultivator after another arrive from afar and enter the palace. After all the prayer cushions in the main hall were filled, the doors were closed, and then the Taoist began to expound on the mysteries of heaven and earth and the profound secrets of the great Tao. Chen Mobai could only look, not listen, which was a great pity. If he was not mistaken, this Taoist was the purple cloud Taoist. Within the sword diagram, time passed quickly, and soon the Taoist finished his explanation. At the same time, this sword technique also came to an end. The mystery of this sword technique lies in the Taoist's explanation. However, since Taoist Wangji left behind this sword, everyone in the immortal sword sect has comprehended it differently. Zhang Daosun understood it as 2 kinds of sword intent. One is as tranquil and profound as a high mountain, while the other is as agile and transcendent as a white crane. Zhang Daosun laid the foundation with these 2 sword intents, comprehended the subsequent sword diagrams, and finally evolved the Tao Extinction Sword, which was unique to him, when he reached the nascent soul stage, becoming the youngest disciple of Daojun Wangji. After reading Sword 1, Chen Mobai still only understood Zhang Daosun's interpretation and had no original thoughts of his own. However, he didn't care, as long as it worked, and then continued to look at the sword diagram next to him. Sword 2, follow the time in the candle, follow the stars in the wind. Jianwang 3, mountains lean against broken clouds, rivers swallow sheer cliffs. Sword 4, white dew warms the sky, a pale moon flows across the heavens. Sword 5, at dawn on the verdant hills, I look up towards the dragon tower. Sword 6, clearing away the snow to find spring, burning lamps to prolong the day. Sword 7, half a stream of bright moonlight, a pillow of gentle breeze. Kenpachi, the heavens and earth are dustless, the mountains and rivers bear shadows. After reviewing it once, his understanding of the Tao Annihilation Sword became even more profound. In addition, Chen Mobai also saw the shadow of the Yuan Yang sword technique in these 8 sword diagrams. When ancestor Yuan Yang created this sword technique, he referenced the 2 great nascent soul cultivation methods, the pure Yang scroll and the immortal sect sword technique. This Yuan Yang sword technique is ancestor Yuan Yang's understanding of the immortal sect sword technique. This is precisely why Chen Mobai has a deeper understanding of the Yuan-Yang sword intent he intercepted. It is for this reason that he was able to kill Master Bingyun using only the Yuan-Yang sword technique, without resorting to fifth-tier swords or magic weapons. According to Zhang Daosun's understanding, the complete Immortal Sect sword manual contains 3,000 sword intents, and each sword intent can break through all laws with a single sword strike, and can also create all laws with a single sword strike. Of course, since the current sword diagram is not the original, but merely a copy made by Zhang Daosun based on his memory, it contains only 24 kinds of sword intent. But even so, it basically encompasses all kinds of sword intent that sword cultivators can comprehend. Therefore, among the immortal sects, sword cultivators are the least worried about the path to nascent soul, but unfortunately, only a handful of them can actually succeed on this path. After reviewing all 8 sword diagrams and solidifying his understanding of the Tao Extinction Sword and the Yuan-Yang sword technique, Chen Mobai revealed the aura of his breakthrough. Soon after, news of the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall's breakthrough in his cultivation, through comprehending the immortal sword technique, spread throughout Earth Origin Star and Dragon God Star. Your son's talent in swordsmanship is truly terrifying. Upon hearing about this matter, Kaingsing spoke to Yu Baiguang beside him. Not at all. In terms of swordsmanship, he is still slightly inferior to me. After all, he broke through to the pure Yang scroll. When I was at his level, I had almost mastered the one sword to break 10,000 laws. I had even made great strides beyond one sword to generate 10,000 laws. Despite saying that, Yu Baiguang's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but smile. That's good. Qi Yuheng has already taken the final step, and Shui Xian has also refined the divine realm. If Chun Yang becomes a god in the future, I can leave in peace. Looking down at the Dragon God Star, whose spiritual light was growing dimmer, Kaingsing sighed. He ultimately decided to stay instead of leaving with Bai Guang and Ling Zun, trusting in his consistent track record of success. Then I'll trouble you. But you wouldn't stay because you're afraid that after you leave, the lineage of mending the heavens will have no successors and will be suppressed, would you? Yu Baiguang teased with a mocking expression, and the star-piercing ancestor couldn't help but chuckle. At our level, we no longer have any sectarian prejudices. Besides, if I valued that, I wouldn't have let Lin Dayaming leave. With his aptitude, plus the spiritual pivot and myriad manifestations, I could easily transform him into a god by giving him the Earth origin of Dragon God Star and the Earth Dragon God's divine spark. Upon hearing Kaingsing's words, Yu Baiguang also looked curious. I don't quite understand this. If our dance weapon lineage had such a junior, I would definitely do my best to help him reach the nascent soul stage. Lin Dayaming is quite good, having worked diligently in the immortal sect for hundreds of years. Kaingsing smiled slightly, shook her head regretfully, and began to talk about the immortal sprout cultivation plan. Coincidentally, the time when King Nu and the others were relocated was exactly when Yu Baiguang was reincarnated. Although Kaingsing was always playing games on the mountain, he was not unaware of the immortal sect's every move. However, the collaboration between Lin Dayaming and Yan Xinji was discovered by Ying Guanghua, who reported it to Kaingsing and obtained Kaingsing's authorization to lead the enforcement department and the Sky Mending Group to seal off the experiment in Yumu City. However, Lin Dayaming was, after all, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, and also belonged to their heaven-mending lineage, so Kaingsing downplayed the matter and suppressed it. Since Kaingsing didn't pursue the matter, and Yu Baiguang was in seclusion, even if the other 3 lineages knew about it, they didn't dare to say anything. But Lin Dayaming, who did this, lost all his goodwill in Kaingsing's eyes. It was from that point on that most of the power of the heaven-mending lineage began to be transferred to Ying Guanghua's hands, and Lin Dayaming gradually became a figurehead of the immortal sect, which also laid the groundwork for his later defection to the Ascension sect. Lin Dayaming knew that after making such a mistake, even if the immortal sects had a chance to become nascent soul cultivators, Kaingsing would definitely put him last in their consideration. How could this happen? Upon hearing about the immortal sprout cultivation plan, Yu Beiguang's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. If she hadn't gone into seclusion and learned of this matter, she certainly wouldn't have been as merciful as Qian Xing. At the very least, she would have removed Lin Dayaming from his position as the Immortal Affairs Hall Master. Instead, she had to give him face and wait for another conference. It can only be said that one thought can lead to immortality or demonhood, but when I first saw Lin Dayaming, the divination showed this. But I still gave him a chance and made him the master of the immortal sect. It's just a pity that at the last moment, he still couldn't control his true nature. However, considering his 500 years of diligent and hard work in leading the immortal sect, I spared his life and allowed him to leave Earth Origin Star. It's all a matter of timing and fate. After Lin Dayaming's affair was exposed, the boundary gate began to fluctuate. If it had happened a few decades earlier, he definitely wouldn't have gone down this path. Hearing Kaixing's explanation, Yu Beiguang didn't pursue the matter further. However, he also felt that Lin Dayaming's luck was terrible, because any fluctuation in the boundary gate meant a world-level war was about to begin. As the master of the immortal sect, Lin Dayaming would definitely be in the first tier if he had the resources to reach the nascent soul stage. At that moment, a golden light streaked across the sky, covering tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, and arrived in front of the two of them. Greetings, Spirit Lord. Kaixing and Beiguang are here together today, waiting for the Spirit Lord. Because time was running out, the immortal sect had already exhausted most of the resources on Dragon God Star, leaving only the most precious star core. End of this chapter. Chapter 951, The True Form of the Spirit Lord. Chapter 951, The True Form of the Spirit Lord. After Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, many people called to congratulate him on his breakthrough in cultivation. They were all his friends, such as Wenren Zuwei, Ming Yihu, and so on. That day, he had Zhuang Jialan take Wang Xinying to the Immortal Affairs Hall to collect the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, while he went to welcome the military cultivators who had withdrawn from Dragon God Star. This is the last batch. They are the cultivators from the Xuanwu Dao Palace. Because Shui Xian was in seclusion and Chen Mobai had other matters to attend to, he conscripted Nangong Xuanyu, a nascent soul cultivator still employed by the Zhengfa Hall, and had him pilot the Xuanwu Dao Palace to fly back from Dragon God Star across the void of the universe. Greetings, Lord of the Hall of Righteous Law. After Chen Mobai received the Xuanwu Dao Palace outside of the Earth Origin Star, Nangong Xuanyu took the initiative to fly out and bow to him. You must be tired from the journey. Chen Mobai had long since settled his grudges with him, and now treated him as a normal subordinate. After exchanging a few words, the two fell silent. Chen Mobai had a group of weapon-refining experts who had come with him inspect the Xuanwu Dao Palace and its associated North Heavenly Gate, starships, and other equipment. After confirming that there were no problems, they brought the group of immortal cultivators who had returned from Dragon God Star back to the ground. They landed in a spacious, pre-prepared city with all the necessary facilities. To prevent the return of extraterrestrial infectious agents or undetectable creatures like fire ants, they need to live here for a period of time and undergo the most thorough examination before they can return home one by one. After arranging for the military cultivators, Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of silver light and arrived at the boundary gate, through which he was teleported to Dragon God Star. As soon as he arrived, he sensed that the environment was different from before. The radiation from the universe and the explosive stellar energy forced him, a nascent soul cultivator, to activate his true chi defense. Looking up, I understood why. The original membrane that enveloped Dragon God Star was now reduced to a single, missing piece. Qi Yuheng transformed himself into a world, refining this last, formless membrane. He also extracted the heavenly curtain and earthly network array from the planet and integrated it into his own body. Chen Mobai was fortunate to have encountered this opportunity. Seeing that Qi Yuheng was already finishing his practice, with Beiming Shangren and Yunhai Shangren by his side, he went up to greet them. Qi Yuheng's aura was completely different from before. Sitting upright in the void, Chen Mobai seemed to hear the clamor of the entire world within him. 6 streams of immortal energy faintly surrounded his body, which was because Qi Yuheng had just broken through the 6 imperial scriptures and was not yet able to fully control his primordial spirit. Seeing this, Chen Mobai's eyes were filled with envy. With the foundation of the 6 imperial scriptures, Qi Yuheng's future achievements will certainly not be low. A short while later, Qi Yuheng also finished his practice. He saw Chen Mobai and nodded slightly in greeting. Then the group went to the Ling Xiao Palace together. In the starry sky, besides the 2 saints of the immortal sect, there was another blonde female cultivator whom Chen Mobai had never seen before, but he could guess that she must be the spirit venerable. After Chen Mobai and the others paid their respects to the 3 nascent soul cultivators, they stood at the back, while Qi Yuheng stood next to Kaingsing. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he became the 3rd saint of the immortal sect. Most of the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect have come here, including the 3 main hall masters and the principals of various Dao Academy and Palace. However, some people did not come, such as Nangong Xuanyu, who had just returned, Shui Xian, who was in seclusion in the sea to consolidate her realm, and Yu Zio Shangren, etc. After greeting everyone, Chen Mobai came to Master Chengshuan's side. While the nascent soul cultivators were exchanging words, Kaingsing reached out to the dragon god star below, and soon 2 invisible small realms appeared in the void. They gradually shrank from their vastness, covering the sky to the size of a fist, and landed in his palm. These are the remaining 2 divine realms. The sea dragon god's realm has been refined by the water fairy. Because it involves the opportunity to become a god, it has been taken away and kept by the star pulling. Without the cover of the celestial membrane, Dragon God Star was completely exposed to the universe. The entire planet followed the laws and moved rapidly toward its predetermined orbit. In this process, various gases on the planet's surface began to burn, turning into all kinds of flames. If left unchecked, this planet will soon become a cosmic wasteland. I'm going down to retrieve the star core. You all lend me a hand. At this moment, the golden-haired spirit lord spoke, and the 3 saints of the immortal sect immediately nodded. Qi Yuheng stepped forward first, his right hand outstretched, and he unleashed the 6 imperial scriptures which had already reached the divine transformation stage. He had already mastered the 6 primordial energies of yin, yang, wind, rain, darkness, and brightness on Dragon God Star. Then, under the control of his primordial spirit, they transformed into a new membrane of heaven and earth, protecting the entire planet. After refining the celestial membrane of Dragon God Star, Qi Yuheng had a thorough understanding of its structural rules, so he could easily use the various primordial gases of Dragon God Star to create a new one. However, this was not created by the heavens and earth, and it requires his true energy to maintain it. Upon hearing that Qi Yuheng's aura had weakened considerably after using this technique, Chen Mobai realized that it was an extraordinary supernatural power for him. At the same time, the Spirit Lord had already transformed into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. Then, the Dragon God Star, which had already been cut open, was pierced through again by a golden light. Yu Beiguang also donned the Ling Xiao immortal armor, and his aura instantly covered the entire Dragon God Star. The silver chains that were originally embedded in the planet, under the guidance of the Spirit Venerable, began to wrap around the star core. With a deafening roar, the Ling Xiao Palace, which had been being dragged along by the Dragon God Star, came to a halt, then flashed with fire and moved in the opposite direction of the Dragon God Star's orbit. Under this force, the originally stable star core began to be dragged little by little, pulled out of the Ling Xiao Palace from the passage pierced by the Spirit Venerable. The sound of the chains being tightened caused the void to tremble, and the entire Dragon God Star was now wailing violently, as if it had also sensed its own doom. During this process, Chen Mobai sensed an unprecedented surge of dense void power. At this moment, Gui Bao also started displaying pop-up windows, but with so many nascent soul cultivators present, Chen Mobai simply shut it down. At the same time, Kaingsing flew out of the Lingxiao palace with a solemn expression and landed on the dragon god star. He teleported to the gate and began to wield this supreme treasure of the immortal sect, absorbing the massive amount of void power that suddenly erupted. During this process, the entire dragon god star trembled even more violently. Huge cracks appeared one after another on the vast land, and seawater began to pour in, colliding with the magma deep in the Earth's core and triggering terrible explosions. Hidden within, the insect beasts that had not yet been wiped out by the immortal sects could no longer withstand the apocalyptic environment and burst forth from the depths of the earth one by one. But when they rushed out, they found that the humans who had been hunting them were no longer on the planet's surface. Just as they were preparing to cheer that the calamity was finally over, they saw the enormous star core being dragged out from the depths of the planet by silver chains falling from outer space. The high-ranking insectoids were born in the cave where this star's core was located. They naturally knew that without it, the planet would soon wither and turn into cosmic dust. They led their last billions of insectoid beasts in a frenzy, rushing towards the star core that had been dragged out of the earth. The golden-haired spirit lord stood atop this star core, and upon witnessing this scene, gently exhaled. This breath was like a gentle breeze, but in an instant it transformed into endless wind blades, which began to rotate and bloom in layers around the star core, like a lotus flower. All the insect beasts that pounced on them, whether fourth tier or first tier, were instantly reduced to fragments upon contact. Blood rained down from the sky above Dragon God Star, mixed with severed limbs and broken shells, covering most of the planet. With this one breath, billions of lives were lost. Seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the divine transformation realm. With the insectoid beasts gone, the star core was successfully extracted. At this moment, the entire dragon god star began to show signs of disintegration. Qi Yuheng was losing his composure, his face turning slightly pale. He felt that the celestial membrane he had simulated was about to collapse under this apocalyptic catastrophe. There's definitely nothing Chen Mobai and the other nascent soul cultivators can do to help with this. Both Kaingsing and Baiguang had their own tasks and were unable to attend to other matters. Splash! A tsunami-like sound, inaudible to ordinary people, suddenly rang in Chen Mobai's ears. He looked up in surprise at the top of the spirit venerable's head, where a seemingly infinitely vast realm appeared and disappeared. Within this realm, there was a gigantic phantom comparable to half of the dragon god star. As the phantom opened its mouth, the domain opened up, subsequently engulfing the star core beneath the feet of the golden-haired spirit. After a burst of intense light, the golden-haired spirit lord had vanished. However, a huge phantom that covered the sky appeared in the spot, and atop the phantom sat a blue-haired spirit with the same appearance. Chen Mobai had already heard Yu Baiguang talk about the spirit venerable, and knew that this person was the true spirit Kun Peng, who had cultivated two primordial spirits and whose cultivation was unfathomable. This blue-haired spirit is clearly the primordial spirit of the giant Kun. That enormous phantom was the true form of the spirit lord, but under the shroud of the northern underworld, no one could see it clearly. After the true form of the spirit lord appeared, the powerful Dharma realm power covered the entire dragon god star, suppressing the planet that was on the verge of collapse. This is because the star core has been removed. Otherwise, even a spirit lord would not be able to suppress the infinite changes that occur when a planet collapses. After the spirit lord made his move, Qi Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief, then withdrew his power and closed his eyes to carefully comprehend the northern underworld domain that covered the entire dragon god star. This is the benchmark of the 6 imperial scriptures of the immortal sect. Qi Yuheng has just stepped onto this level and has seen many mysteries that he has not yet comprehended. After the spirit lord suppressed dragon god star, the planet's collapse only slowed down, which was exactly what it needed. Because the boundary gate was still in a semi-sealed state, the amount of void power it could absorb and refine was limited. If the planet collapsed too quickly, a lot of void power would be wasted. This is the best opportunity to return to the Purple Cloud Galaxy. The Spirit Lord has considered every detail and is determined to do his best. At this time, the heavenly rock primordial spirit of the Spirit Lord had also replaced Kaingsing and begun to unseal and control the boundary gate. Meanwhile, its giant Kun primordial spirit was not idle either. While its true body and the northern underworld domain were suppressing the entire planet, it reached out and took out a piece of pure white seashell, scooping it up into the violently churning seawater below. In an instant, all the seawater on the planet surged toward the seashell in its hand. The Spirit Lord's weapon refining skills are probably close to the 6th rank. Master Chengshuan was filled with admiration upon witnessing this scene. As the second-best weapon refiner in the immortal sect, Chen Mobai naturally realized that the Spirit Venerable was using the seawater of a planet to refine weapons. Only a top-tier nascent soul cultivator like it, combined with the innate divine abilities of the Kunpeng True Spirit, could accomplish such a feat. After the Spirit Venerable's true form and the 2 primordial spirits made their move, the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect were left with nothing to do. Aside from Qi Yuheng closing his eyes to comprehend the full manifestation of the Spirit Venerable in the northern underworld realm with his newly cultivated primordial spirit, Kaingsing returned to the Lingxiao Palace, and Yu Beiguang also put away the Lingxiao immortal armor. Junior sister, if the Spirit Lord takes action, it will probably take about half a year to completely unseal the boundary gate. You should also make arrangements for your affairs before you leave. Kaingsing offered a reminder, but Yu Beiguang shook his head after hearing it. Everything has been explained, there's nothing more to say. Previously, Yu Beiguang had already informed the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Wookiee lineage about this matter. His only disciple, Yu Huiping, had known about it for a long time and had prepared himself mentally. In that case, I will ride the Lingxiao Palace back. I hope that we can meet again in the starry sky hundreds of years from now. Upon hearing this, Kaingsing sincerely offered her blessings to Yu Beiguang. Thank you for your hard work over the past 1,000 years, senior brother. Yu Beiguang also thanked Kaingsing. She didn't like to manage things, so Kaingsing handled all the miscellaneous tasks. Because of this, she had fewer threads and was closer to the void refinement stage. Not at all, we're all from the same sect. Kaingsing smiled gently. Then his primordial spirit left his body and greeted the Spirit Venerable above Dragon God Star. Ancestor, I wish you success on this journey, and that you live as long as heaven and earth. At this time, the nascent soul cultivators on the immortal sect also learned that Yu Beiguang was going to leave with the Spirit Venerable, and they all bowed to her with ancient Taoist salutes. Yu Beiguang returned the greeting with a wave of his hand, then hesitated for a moment before beckoning to Chen Mobai. The nascent soul cultivators nearby all looked on, as if this was perfectly normal. After I leave, the lineage of dance weapons will be handed over to you. Chen Mobai approached Yu Beiguang and heard the expected words. He immediately nodded solemnly. Don't worry, ancestor, I'll take care of the dance equipment. I'm entrusting my daughter to you too. Looking at Chen Mobai in front of him, Yu Beiguang added these words in his heart. Before long, the Lingxiao Palace, suspended in the void of the universe, transformed into a silver light and sped back towards the immortal gate, bathed in starlight. End of this chapter. Chapter 952, The Formless Heavenly Demon. Chapter 952, The Formless Heavenly Demon. Lin Dayaming sat upright deep underground on Black Earth Star, surrounded by a layer of faint, mixed dark yellow, light yellow, and deep golden yellow essence. This essence was the various spiritual energies he possessed during his nascent soul transformation. Due to its numerous sources and the environment here, it was quite mottled. But under these circumstances, Lin Dayaming had already gritted his teeth and taken the final step. His eyes were closed, his hands were in a mudra, and his body transformed into a spiritual pivot. His aura merged with the entire Black Earth Star, as if he had become the core of this planet. The essence of the fetus had already been fully integrated into his nascent soul, guiding him to transform into a primordial spirit. 3 years have passed, and his cultivation has broken through that bottleneck. His originally slightly aged body has gradually begun to rejuvenate and become stronger. After refining the essence of the embryonic transformation, the spiritual power of all phenomena that he had originally obtained from comprehending the Tao and forming the elixir was completely sublimated, transforming into a black gold talisman. The talisman, with its yellow background and black patterns, landed at the very top of his purple mansion sea of consciousness, resembling a great black gold sun, which transformed into rays of profound spiritual light that fell down. The spiritual light seemed to contain the power of enlightenment. Whenever Lin Dayaming encountered a problem during his nascent soul transformation, he was able to come up with a solution under the illumination of the spiritual light. Time passed slowly, and the mottled earth energy around Lin Dayaming gradually formed a huge cocoon of light, enveloping his entire body. But for some reason, this cocoon was covered with black patterns, which were exactly the same as the talismans formed by the spiritual pivot myriad manifestations. At this moment, Lin Dayaming was completely immersed in the realm he had reached after his breakthrough. Under the illumination of his primordial spirit, the first rain suddenly began to fall on the once barren land of Black Earth Star. Then, a blade of grass broke through the soil, and unprecedented vitality was born on this planet. So this is the primordial spirit. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Dayaming's heart. At this moment, the black gold talisman formed from the myriad phenomena of the spirit pivot suddenly withdrew all its light and fell towards his primordial spirit. Lin Dayaming did not resist at all. He knew very well that 90% of his ability to become a nascent soul cultivator was due to this talisman. Soon the talisman merged with his primordial spirit, transforming into a jet-black line between his brows, resembling a closed eye. The instant his eyes appeared, 3,000 demonic techniques emerged within Lin Dayaming's primordial spirit. This is a cultivation method completely different from the inheritance of immortal sects. It is the way to achieve immortality and indestructibility of the physical body. As the former leader of the immortal sect, Lin Dayaming naturally knew about the Tao of gods and demons. However, he first learned about it when he was comprehending the Tao and forming his core. At that time, he transformed into a spiritual pivot and sensed a wisp of demonic energy deep within the Earth origin star. In the special state of enlightenment, he saw 3,000 demonic paths. This is the demon lord's path, each of which can lead to immortality and the attainment of a true spirit. However, at that time, Lin Dayaming was merely a core formation cultivator, so he naturally could not comprehend the 3,000 demonic paths. But even so, it opened the door to cultivation for him, allowing him to learn about the most powerful and awe-inspiring realm of demonic paths in this universe. After Lin Dayaming completed his enlightenment and core formation, all 3,000 demonic paths in his mind disappeared. He thought he had missed an opportunity, but knowing that there were so many realms above the nascent soul stage made him no longer satisfied with being just an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. He was eager to achieve the nascent soul stage, believing that if he could cultivate the nascent soul, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 3,000 demonic paths, even if it was just one of them, which would be an unparalleled realm surpassing the 7 great heavenly books of the immortal sect. Having witnessed the vastness of the universe, Lin Dayaming was unwilling to be confined to the immortal sects. So he joined forces with Yan Xinji to study the essence of embryonic transformation, but unfortunately, they still couldn't hide it from Kaienxing. But all of that is finally over. Lin Dayaming sensed the supreme demonic path gradually becoming clearer within his primordial spirit. He immediately calmed down and began to thirstily absorb this inheritance, which surpassed the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect and was almost the most powerful in the universe. As he delved deeper into his mind, one of the 3,000 demonic paths which were originally illusory, intangible, unfathomable, and incomprehensible began to glow with a black gold luster. The formless heavenly demon. This is the one among the 3,000 demonic paths that best suits his attributes. The path of gods and demons was created by the most powerful true spirits among the billions of living beings in the universe. These beings themselves are the great path of the universe. However, because many of the 3,000 great Taos have already been occupied by Xuanmen cultivators, even the demon lord has only cultivated 72 of the 3,000 demonic Taos to the level of undying true spirit. Among the 72 paths, there is the formless heavenly demon. This formless demon needs to be fused and evolved from the essence of the 6 ancient insects. Among the 6 ancient insects, there is one called the true locust of earth. The demon lord created a true locust technique for it, and Lin Daoming's immortal earth spiritual root is just right to cultivate this. Once Lin Daoming's physical body also achieves immortality, he can use his physical body to devour his primordial spirit and directly break through to the realm of rebirth from a drop of blood, which in the immortal sects is equivalent to the void refining realm. However, this means that the only way to achieve rebirth through bloodshed is through regeneration. If Lin Daoming wants to master the formless heavenly demon, he needs to cultivate the techniques of the other 5 strange insects beforehand, and finally integrate the true spirit Tao represented by the 6 ancient insects, in order to have a chance to obtain one of the 72 Dharma forms of the demon lord. After sensing the great Tao of the formless heavenly demon, Lin Daoming did not hesitate at all. He immediately transformed all his true qi of the nascent soul stage into his physical body and began to cultivate the true locust technique. At the same time, the talisman between his brows released a mysterious and profound demonic energy, which began to circulate throughout his body uncontrollably, laying the foundation for his immortal path of gods and demons. This demonic energy was profound and powerful, unlike any energy Lin Daoming had ever felt. It was both vast and mysterious, and full of destructive power, destroying his human body inch by inch, yet reshaping it inch by inch, evolving it towards a non-human state. Lin Daoming endured excruciating physical pain, yet his expression remained unchanged. Because this demonic energy was released and exerted through his primordial spirit, he felt that his originally nascent and unstable primordial spirit suddenly became more resilient under the influence of this power. Under the influence of demonic energy, his primordial spirit underwent a complete transformation, beginning a qualitative leap. He could feel his consciousness merging more closely with the Earth's energy on Black Earth Star, and his understanding of the great Tao of Earth was becoming more profound. The already dense black patterns on the cocoon of light became even darker at this moment. Lin Daoming's primordial spirit light grew brighter and brighter, and his understanding of heaven and earth and the universe became more and more profound. However, his body was gradually changing from human to insect. At that moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew in from beyond the sky and landed on Black Earth Star. Tusk hiding in this place. One of the streaks of light dissipated, revealing a deep purple gold-eating fire ant that spoke in human language. It was none other than the divine imperial pavilion master of the Ascension sect. We knew Lin Daoming was untrustworthy. We worked so hard to help him attract the attention of the immortal sects and condense his embryonic essence, and he just took it and ran away. He has no integrity at all. The Lord of Shenyuxuan spoke with great dissatisfaction, then looked at the sealed passage and used the power of his gold-eating fire ant incarnation to directly pierce through the earth. Let's go. Although he only knows a little about the Ascension sect, let's get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid being targeted by the immortal sects. The ascending sect leader spoke to Yan Xinji beside him, who was the white tiger incarnation. He and I made a vow not to harm each other. Although he betrayed me first, all I can do is lead you the way. Hearing Yan Xinji's words, the Ascension sect master didn't care and followed the passage opened up by the divine imperial pavilion master into the underground of Black Earth Star. At this moment, the divine imperial pavilion master was the first to rush to Lin Daoming's secluded cultivation location. At the end, he saw a cocoon covered in black stripes. Just as the divine imperial pavilion master was puzzled, a loud roar rang out. The cocoon of light exploded, revealing a pair of huge eyes as big as copper bells. Two beams of light, as sharp as lightning, burst forth from his copper bell-like eyes. Just as the divine imperial pavilion master was about to make a move, he discovered that his proud, gold-eating fire ant body was pierced through like brittle paper under these two gazes. The Ascension sect leader and Yan Xinji, who had just followed in, witnessed this scene and stood there in shock. "Oh, are you here to congratulate me on my breakthrough?" Lin Dayaming's voice rang out, and he slowly crawled out of the shattered cocoon. His hands and feet had transformed into insect claws, and two antennae grew from the top of his head. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of dark yellow armor. If it weren't for the fact that his features were still somewhat discernible on his face, the three members of the Ascension sect would never have believed that this person was actually Lin Dayaming. "You've reached the divine realm." Yan Xinji spoke with some disbelief. He had the deepest cooperation with Lin Dayaming and knew all the secrets of the transformation of fetal essence, but in an environment like Black Earth Star, he believed that even if he sent the star-pulsating white light over, it would be impossible to break through successfully. Transformation into a nascent soul. I've done more than just cultivate a primordial spirit. As Lin Dayaming spoke, he took a deep breath, feeling the unprecedented power and abundant blood energy within his body. He knew he had succeeded. At that moment, Lin Dayaming felt that everything he had done was right. The seemingly powerful immortal sects are as weak as ants before the demon lord's great Tao. Lin Dayaming is full of expectations for the future. He couldn't wait to leave this place, go to the vast depths of the universe, attain the formless heavenly demon, and then master the 72 forms of the demon lord to become the second demon lord. But before that, there's one more thing to do. Feeling the awkwardness in his hands and feet, Lin Dayaming used his transformation technique to change his body back into a human. "I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and after I destroy the immortal sect, I'll take you away from this barren star system," Lin Dayaming said to the three people in front of him. "Although I have already become a god and have obtained the inheritance of the demon lord, I still cannot fight against the thousands of years of foundation of the immortal sect by myself." He knew very well that the only way to leave this place was through the boundary gate. The immortal sect would definitely not allow him to take the boundary gate away, so they had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. "You must understand, those of us who have come here are merely incarnations." After a long silence, the ascended cult leader spoke. As for the divine imperial pavilion master, he directly abandoned the gold-eating fire ant avatar that he had painstakingly cultivated to the 4th level, and had the potential to evolve into a queen mother, and was the first to run away. What shallow vision and limited understanding you have. You have no idea that what you are rejecting is the only opportunity to see a wider world. Lin Dayaming sighed, raised his right index finger, and gently drew a line above his head. In an instant, he sliced open the Earth's surface, revealing the vast and boundless universe. "We made an agreement that whoever succeeds in transforming the essence and spirit into the fetus must wholeheartedly support the other person to also succeed." At this moment, Yan Xinji spoke up, looking at Lin Dayaming with burning eyes. Whether it was easily suppressing the divine imperial pavilion master or the earth-shattering move just now, it all meant that Lin Dayaming had broken through the bottleneck and cultivated the primordial spirit. Since Lin Dayaming was able to succeed, Yan Xinji believed that he could also succeed. "The contract stipulates that we will protect and refine each other's embryonic essence. I was able to succeed because I received the inheritance of an unparalleled being. As for you, I feel that your chances are slim." Lin Dayaming spoke the truth, and Yan Xinji frowned upon hearing it. "So you're going to break the contract? Since you want to try, I'll give you a chance." Lin Dayaming smiled slightly at Yan Xinji, and after speaking, he turned to look at the Ascension sect leader. "So what's your choice?" "On the path of cultivation, those who have attained enlightenment are my teachers. If you can help me achieve divinity, then everything will be fine." Upon hearing the words of the Ascension Master, Lin Dayaming burst into laughter. "You have the foundation of the 6 imperial scriptures. Refining the membrane of heaven and earth will allow you to become a god. If you destroy the immortal sect, I will bestow upon you the membrane of heaven and earth from the Earth origin star. It's a deal. As Lin Daoming was transforming into a god, Kaingsing suddenly sensed something and realized that he could no longer perceive the chess piece. In this situation, there is generally only one possibility. That means she is dead. Even if Lin Daoming breaks through, he is only at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, and it is impossible for him to obscure the heavenly secrets and destiny of Kaingsing, who is close to the peak of the nascent soul realm. What a pity! Kaingsing sighed and shook his head. Lin Daoming's talent originally made him the most likely successor to him as the new god of the heaven-mending lineage. Ancestor, what's wrong? Beside them was Qi Yuheng. They were on the Ling Sail Palace, speeding towards the earthly star. Kaingsing's unexpected action drew the attention of everyone present. It's nothing. I just felt a bit sentimental thinking about how the Spirit Lord and junior sister left, and how I would have to stay alone in the immortal sect for a long time. Kaingsing smiled and changed the subject. If you feel lonely, ancestor, after I return to the immortal sect, I will move into the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain and come to you for guidance whenever I have time. Qi Yuheng spoke up, saying that after he transformed into a nascent soul cultivator, only the sixth-order spiritual veins of the entire immortal sect were useful to him. Hearing this, Chen Mobai also thought of something. What will happen to her Wangxian peak now that Bai Guang Lao Zu is gone? End of this chapter.